Hello, Chatfish, and welcome to another little fireside chat with your local kib, your little fuzzy buddy, and your little shumpaloo. Today we're
Little.
gonna be silence you pork chop. Now, today we've got a lot of pretty big fucking news. I swore in the beginning. That's gonna get me punished. But
Yep.
the most important part, it's pretty big. So, first things first, there's some weird shenanigans going on Steam. Very weird. What actually happened? So, you guys remember that game called Void War? We streamed this a while back. It's pretty damn good, and I was thinking about revisiting that game, and I might do it today just to draw attention to the game because it's sad what happened. So, this is Void War. You guys might remember this game, but you'll notice that if I click on the store page, it's gone. Like it's straight up just gone. That is weird. Now I'm going to show you something that's also kind of weird here. So this is from the developer from Void War, Tundra. He says, announcement, Void War temporarily unavailable. Hi everyone. Void War is temporarily unavailable on Steam. We're working with Steam to resolve it, and we'll share updates when we can. Thanks for your patience. Note that the game is still available to purchase on itch.io. So yes, you can still buy it on itch.io, but for whatever reason, their game got delisted. And Void War doesn't have any like controversial content. It's basically a space game that's very similar to FTL. Very inspired. It's like FTL 2 is what I would call it. It's like a spiritual successor to it. And it's pretty fun. It's got a lot of really cool mechanics and systems that really expand that sort of formula, and it's really nice. The game just evaporated on Steam. Now, what makes this weird is that they don't know. What also makes this weird, and again, this is purely speculation, is that their game is very much inspired by 40K. Now, the reason why I'm going to mention that and why that's weird and why it's worth mentioning is because it's not unheard of to hear that Games Workshop oversteps their bounds by harassing people, which they have done in the past and they still do today. Games Workshop actively hates people, they hate their fans, they hate any fan based content, and any mod content they're also known for hating and harassing them if they get too much traction. And so it might be possible, and I'm saying this possible, that Games Workshop maybe had something to do with this. Mostly because I don't know who has the strings to pull that they can just remove your game from Steam for no fucking reason. So it's very, very suspicious. It's very, very, very weird that this happened. And that's why I wanted to mention it to you, Chatfish, because I think that we should be keeping an eye on this, which we are going to keep an eye on this subject now going forward. And we're gonna see what happens with Void War because it is a indie game, and any little studio that's making little video games is always number one. You know, little underdog. We gotta help them out. And so, gonna keep my eyes glued to the situation. We're gonna keep our ears glued to the situation, and I recommend you do so as well. And if you guys hear anything or see anything, let me know. But it looks like it's just gone, which is just it's strange. It's weird. I've not seen that really happen to a game outside of like games being removed because of TOS violations or a game being removed by the creator themselves. Now, I still have access to it because of Steam systems, but you cannot buy Steam Void War. You cannot go to the Steam store page for Void War. Void War is
Have a page
delisted.
anymore.
Yeah, it's gone.
Because even when games get pulled, you can't buy them. Usually the store page is still up. It's just no longer available for purchase. This is just gone, and well, it seems like they aren't even really they aren't sure. They're not saying the reason why. I'm uncertain if it actually is GW because GW is very vocal every time they go to, in their own words, protect their IP.
No, they're not vocal to the public. They'll go behind closed doors with little letters and lead their loyal team to keep people silent about it because they don't actually want PR stuff about it. They like to keep it under rugs. That's their modus operandi. I've seen
Well,
that
we
with
always
almost...
immediately hear about it, though.
Yes, that's because the people that they're doing it to go public with it, but not the
Yeah,
people...
leaks.
Yeah. It's not GW themselves. GW likes to keep it under wraps and like to keep people shutting the fuck up about it. Just like when they hired that one fan animator, they hired him to shut him the fuck up. They don't like him. They don't like his work because his work fundamentally undermines them. And how does it undermine them? Because some people might not know. It undermines them because it's a fan creation and their official products are being held basically up side by side and being like, your official stuff is worse than this fan thing. And it's such a humiliation to them. Rather than hiring him or getting him to work on official works, they hire him to sit on him so he doesn't produce anything. It's purely done out of spite. You got to remember that a lot of these creative types, it's very close to home. Like when you make something, like look at Arrowhead, right? We talked about Arrowhead yesterday. Arrowhead has been doing really bad optics, bad everything. They've just been fucking up over and over and over again, and the goodwill is evaporating. Like I don't have goodwill for them anymore. So much so to the point where it's like you get like one good like war bond, one good content patch, and then we investigate what that good content patch was, right? And it was the Dune War Bond. The Dune War Bond was done by an external studio that's not Arrowhead. Arrowhead got upstaged in their own game. And because they got upstaged, like, you guys got to understand this. It's huge. Like, for them, right? How dare you fucking upstage us at our own game? Now we have to stealth nerf it, and now we're just like, we've been humiliated, right? Because everybody likes that more than our crap, right? It's the same thing. Again, another case point, an example, easy one. Fallout New Vegas to Fallout 3. Fallout 3 released, and it was, lukewarm. It wasn't the best, but people had fun with it. But Fallout New Vegas comes out and completely BTFOs 3 out of the water. What happens as a consequence of that action? Bethesda fucking despises them. And also, not only despises, but they were worried that they were going to be upstaged to begin with. Because the more we learned about what happened behind the scenes when it came to Obsidian's New Vegas, we learned that Bethesda was attempting to sabotage their studio so they wouldn't be upstaged. And they got upstaged anyways, despite forcing Obsidian to release the game sooner than it really should have, not getting the resources it needed. Like, it's genuinely shameful. And it's not that this is unique either. This happens throughout the industry. Final example, and then we'll move on. Mass Effect Andromeda, Mass Effect 3, the BioWare debacle. BioWare didn't help their sister studio, despite the fact that the sister studio helps them all the time, despite the sister studio asking for help. And maybe just to throw in a little bit of just one extra proof to my fucking point, Creative Assembly Australia to Creative Assembly fucking England. Fucking gets, what happens to the Australian team? Gets sent to die on a console strategy game. Like, fuck, dude. Like, you can't make this shit up. Like, the internal drama and politics of this crap is so rancid. Like, being upstaged is, like, it's humiliating. I can only imagine because it's never happened to Kip. But you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be humiliating because, like, fuck, I did the official game. This is Fallout 3. It's the fucking official third game. And we just got upstaged by a spin-off game. Like, fucking A, man. Fucking A.
Yeah,
That
this
is...
happens a lot in the industry, and what should be as a learning experience, okay, the paying customer and the fans like X, Y, and Z, maybe we should take notes on that and adjust. A lot of the times, as we saw with Arrowhead, it's plug up the ears and going la la la, we're not hearing it, we're not listening.
Yep. And so that's the big thing. The big thing is that it could be that Void War was establishing itself as a nice little IP, and because it was establishing itself as unique, getting content support and being successful, it also looks like Grim Dark 40K. It's very similar aesthetically, and because it's similar, they decided to attack them. And that might be the case. And this is purely speculation, mind you. But the reason why I bring this up is because in most cases, I generally give benefit of the doubt. If a studio says they're going to do something and they haven't proved that they're liars, I'll be like, all right, benefit of the doubt, I believe you. I'm gonna trust what you say, and then the minute you burn that bridge, it's on you. And after that point, I don't trust anything you say. That's why I don't trust Arrowhead no more. Arrowhead, give them benefit of the doubt. They did the right thing. Gave them benefit of the doubt the second time. They burned the bridge, and now they don't get shit. And so that's the rule. You burn the bridge. You don't your word means nothing. Once you prove that you're a liar, you're a liar. Now we don't trust you. Lying. Once you break that trust, you just can't do that, right? And so that's why Games Workshop I just don't know. I just don't know. I'm not entirely sure, chat.
It
Now,
also doesn't make sense to me that they would just not take down the itch page either, if it was
Yeah.
GW.
Well, maybe. I mean, okay, so itch.io is a bit different than Steam and is a bit differently functioned. There's a whole different process. Because how this usually works, Chumpus, because I'll explain it to everybody here, is when you're taking stuff down, because I was a former anti-piracy agent. Now, they're probably having their legal team do this, if I had to guess, but they have to do the same thing that I had to do. You have to go in, fill out forums, then all that requisite stuff, information, contact information, legal stuff, the reason for removal, citations, blah, 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 blah. Once you fill out that stuff, you submit it, and then you go to the next thing. So this happened only recently. There's nothing to say that there isn't another torpedo in the tube, so to speak, if that's the case. And also, I'm going to, not to throw too much shade at people I don't know, work in this field, but legal teams, they vary in internet savviness, I guess is what I will say, to put it nicely. Because I've worked with them before, they can be very up to date, but usually these corporate legal teams don't know anything about anything at all. So itch.io is not a common knowledge thing for gamers. It just isn't. Steam, however, is everybody knows about it. Itch.io, not so much. Hardly anybody knows about itch.io in terms of normies. And legal teams are exactly that. They do not research this information. They don't look this stuff up. And often, they don't even take preemptive action at all, unless they're given explicit instruction by upper management. And I know this because when I was an anti-piracy agent, I was doing jobs better than most people because you actively go out and you do your job. You go out and you hunt things. You go out and you look for stuff. These people don't do that. It's going to be somebody comes up to them and tells them to do it, and then they'll go do it kind of situation. So unless they've been given explicit orders to go after itch.io, they're probably not going to at all or ever.
GW is well known for their competency, Gibbs.
No, they're not. And that's why I'm not surprised that even if it is GW, that's why it's up on itch.io. Now, eventually, some little weasel who doesn't like Void War will go and fucking be, go get him. And that will happen, because that will, a little tattletale. But the big thing is that even when they're tattletaling, Void War doesn't violate the copyright of Games Workshop, nor does it violate Warhammer 40k. Void War, as far as I'm concerned, as someone who's played the game, is a good game, and it also has nothing to do with 40k. It is similar aesthetic. It's a grim, dark setting. Space King's in it, or whatever the fucking dude's called in their setting, and whatnot. And honestly, oh my god, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I really would like to see Void War do a crossover with Space King. Could you imagine? That'd be sick.
that would. Now, what's most puzzling to me is that Steam didn't tell them anything, which indicates that I love its pointless speculation, but that to me is the most.
It is all speculation.
Yeah, that's the most eyebrow raiser fact of why keep an eye on this and to see if Steam or if anybody hears about this.
You want to know a little bit of other speculation, Fuzzy? They could have just somebody there who works at the game might have just accidentally bumped the hide button or whatever, or remove from store page or whatever, by mistake. Now, I haven't opened our store page for our game yet, so I don't know what the back end of that looks like, but usually, when it comes to these things, there's usually a prompt that will be are you sure Like, are you absolutely positive you want to do that? You absolutely-
Steam is pretty good about back-end stuff like this. I've been
Yeah.
doing it for a long time, so I'd be a bit surprised, though
So you
not,
can't just
again, not
fat finger
entirely
it.
the
Yeah.
possibility.
So that's it's not entirely impossible, because it's entirely possible that, you know, you're tired and maybe it's been late and you've been working all day on your Bijima game and you actually bump a button, you're like, huh, pop up, and you're like, yeah, whatever, and then just close it, you know, and then you just crawl in your bed and you don't think anything of it. But I doubt it, because it's like, I don't imagine, and maybe it's because my game's not up on Steam yet, so I don't really know yet. But I don't imagine that I'm gonna open up the Steam store like every fucking 5 minutes and like look at the back end and be like, let me just change like
I
several
will.
things. Let me just change them all. Normally, once that stuff's set up, it's like you set it up, it's good to go, unless there's any altercations or updates. You just leave it be, you know. I guess the community update forum section where you update and release updates, but you know, that'll be about it, really. I don't really see that changing for the
I nominate
storefront.
Fuzzy for Steam community moderator.
Why do you hate me so much?
He's like, I gotta read these reviews. He's like, gotta make sure they're on topic. I gotta make sure they're on, or at least they're funny. All right, so, but yeah, so that's the Void War thing. It's again purely speculation, and it's important to note it. But I also want to put doubt and cast doubt on Games Workshop, mostly not just because I hate Games Workshop and everything they do, but because I like, and I hope they didn't, but I could totally see them doing this, if that makes sense. I just don't trust them. I don't
We were
trust
kind
them
of
at all.
expecting GW to do something at some point.
Yeah, we said that even when we covered this game, by the way, that it felt
Back
like
before it was
they
even on
would do
Steam.
something, like they would try something. And who knows? Maybe that isn't. Maybe they had nothing to do with it. Maybe everything I've said is just complete speculation. And I hope it is. Because it's honestly much better for it to be an easy fix rather than to be like some bullshit, you know. So yeah, I hope Void War ends up back on Steam. It's a good game. It deserves to be on Steam. This is purely bullshit as far as I'm concerned.
Mhm.
Even the people in the comments are asking, like, is it GW? Yeah. Who can say for certain?
Logically, you can make an argument for it. It's just by doing a thought experiment of, yeah, they will want to try and keep this hush and hush because, let's say, under the assumption that it is GW, they are not want this to go and get out, especially after the drama they're facing with the female custodies and all the retcons they've been doing to add more fuel
And
to
the
the
really
fire,
poor model quality.
and the expensiveness, which, if you look at the stock price and financials, are starting to show some weakness in that, and clear weakness in
Well, I opened this on the wrong
trend.
page. To be honest with you.
This will not help them as because it got more and more potential paying customers.
Fuzz, you're
and not
lagging.
especially- Oh, might be the weather.
Fuzzy!
Hold on, let me.
GW's hacking! Chat help!
Let's see if that fixes it. It might be the weather. There's a storm coming.
He's gonna get frozen. It's
Wait.
like that stupid fucking Al Gore movie where everybody turns into an ice cube.
But yeah, it's like logically it makes sense. GW can't afford any more drama, so if they can tell Steam, hey, we don't tell the developers anything, just take it down. That is potentially, but again, I'd take a step back and wait, as itch.io will likely just tell the developers of, hey, GW is coming after us because of X, Y, and Z. Steam is more probable going to be willing to keep it hush-hush.
Yep,
But
we'll
yeah,
find out.
moving on. You
Next
want to go
up,
to this right away.
we have Ubisoft announces a major organizational, operational, and portfolio reset to reclaim creative leadership and restore sustainable growth. Ah, Ubisoft. What a shit show. Go ahead, Fuzzy.
Now, you can look at the stock price anytime you want, but I wanted to focus on this a little bit, as this is their corporate restructuring, their game plan for their creative house structure that they've been planning on. And if you, the only part of, if you can load up a document for me, the only part of this first page that really interests me, if you look at the last paragraph, they're going to focus on, and get ready to bang your head against the wall, metaphorically, in Minecraft. The new operating model will further empower the Execution of the group's strategy centered around the open world adventures and games as a service, that's the GAASS, an acronym for those that don't know, native experiences, supported by targeted investments, deeper specialization, and cutting-edge technology, including accelerated investments behind player-facing generative AI. That last sentence, that could be anything. That's just corporate speak. But again, that first sentence, open world adventures and games as a service. What? That's what they've been doing for the past decade plus.
Yeah, that's what they've
Yeah.
been doing. Like,
They've been canceling and shuttering studios that are making like I think the new Prince of Persia got canceled, didn't it? And
Yes.
their primary focus, and they're going to double down on live service games.
yeah,
Now,
that'll work out really good.
Wildlands and Breakpoint. What was one, especially Breakpoint? What was one of the main complaints that sabotaged Breakpoint?
Was that the
You
one
are
that tried to
bombarded
do
microtransactions. They
NFTs?
called it. That was so long ago. That was years ago. I do know that possibly. I do know for sure that they tried to relabel microtransactions as time savers. Cause I'm Billy Mays, as many people like to joke, and they're just ruining their open world experiences with these games as a first service models, as they just don't mix well. One of the biggest complaints I even saw in Odyssey and Valhalla was all of this, and a lot of the it's only because some of the single player content was actually good that they're even still standing. Many of their if you want to know what their biggest wastes of they don't know of when they need this executive, hey, get back in line, and when they need to take a step back, look at what was that game that's been in development hell for 15, 20 years? Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Mhm.
They've been pulling stuff like that. You have Beyond Good and Evil 2, Prince of Persia. And yet their only promising games are the ones outside of their control. Now, the only potential for this, if you scroll to the page 4, that's the other key part. This is their creative houses of the idea, and we have to wait on execution. The creative houses are going to have more leeway. This is where, say, if you want to do an outside investment, like with Vision Studios, which is going to be a new subsidiary co-owned by Ubisoft and Tencent, they're going to try and this is just my thought process, looking at their actions. For each of these creative houses, they can get outside investment for each of these. Say, I don't know, if some other outside firm wants to co-own Creative House number 3 for whatever reason. I'm just picking that for no particular reason. They're desperate for cash.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like it's no.
shriveling up pretty bad.
Ponderzan says, "Will not surprise me if the Gilmont family wants to sink Ubisoft so they can move on to the company that Tencent made for them while buying up their old IPs for cheap."
I've been speculating about that for a while now, as if you look at what I posted, Kibs, under their stock price is currently $4.90. The height was $100.08. $108. Which means you're talking a 95 to 96%. I posted in a stream room.
You posted
It's a
it.
graph.
My God.
We're talking a $104, $105 drop from their peak around 2018, 2019 was when their absolute peak. It was around that kind of a COVID era from 2018 to 2022. There was some hiccup, but their height, they nuked over about $8 billion of company value. They went from $8.6 billion of market cap, the worth of the company, to what you're seeing, they are hovering around the mid 650 to 660 million mark. That, at this point, you have to, as Pondazan speculated, assume, bring up the theory of malice at this point, as for 8 years of straight incompetence and making the wrong decision, clear wrong decisions, that's going to raise some serious doubt, and we do see some signs of this, as most of the actions of the Guillemot family has been trying to keep the company and all of the assets within the family, not necessarily company value in serving the paying customer of what they want. It's like, just make good Assassin's Creed. Why is it that hard? That's
They haven't
because
made a
the
good
Guillemot family.
Assassin's Creed in like 30 years. They've all been
Yeah.
trash.
I think the numbers I've seen from these corporate reports is as Rapier said, 6 games canceled and 7 delayed. But if you look at this creative houses, the creative house, go back to the creative house formula and just look at this and going. I think it was under that. Yeah, 4 new IPs. Don't care. I did not know they were developing March of the Giants.
Oh yeah, they
The
took
idea is,
over. No, they took over
yeah.
from Amazon because Amazon, I think, is imploding their
Yeah,
game
Amazon Games
studios.
is
Okay,
burning.
yeah, okay.
I think
That
they're
explains that.
basically like pulling a lot of resources out of Amazon Game Studios. I think it's
Not that
shriveling up
they also didn't put a huge amount of resources into it anyways.
because they're also pulling the plug on New World, which, by the way, despite my detesting, like I don't like New World, I think it's trash. Despite my personal disagreements with it, usually MMOs don't get shut down. Usually. Mostly due to the fact that nowadays MMOs, there's so few of them, usually they have a steady following and it's like able to keep stuff going. Star Trek Online, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, Star Wars The Old Republic, these are obviously big names, RuneScape, but like these ones have been just in circulation for years and years and sometimes decades. And Lord of the Rings Online, yeah, like there's so many. And like the ones that stick around, they're serviceable enough to stick around and they have a dedicated following. And so it may not be like huge amounts of money, but it's enough money to keep a studio running and drip feeding content to it for pretty much ever. And that's what a lot of these studios are doing, just constantly adding more stuff to these MMOs forever. And so long as there's a player base that supports it large enough to support the studio so they can continue to operate and produce content for said MMO, that MMO's servers will stay online indefinitely until, it eventually fizzles out. Hell, great case in point about like MMO revivals. The Warhammer Age of Reckoning MMO, the fucking Star Wars Galaxy MMO is making the rounds again. So like these mod teams are even able to finance themselves into staying functional and adding new dungeons and content to it. Like I believe the Galaxies one I think was in the news for adding like several new dungeons or something like that and like a raid boss and stuff. So yeah, or something like that. But yeah, so like these guys are around, they're still producing stuff. Even like modders will pick these things up and just turn on the servers for themselves and literally just print money casually in the background because MMOs are just easy money makers.
As to Ubisoft,
Flakes,
if hmm?
Flake says
Go ahead.
Gary from Gary's Mod fame offered to buy New World. A couple people came forward offering to pay
Yes,
to
we
basically
talked about
keep
that.
it up.
There's a lot of people that offered to come back just to buy New World so it wouldn't get shut down. I don't know if any of those offers were accepted or negotiations or they were just shut out immediately. But if I had to guess, but I hope not, but my guess would be that Amazon would say no, purely because this is a corporation that doesn't give a shit about profits. Uh, it's more about like getting into the market for them, and they don't really care about keeping the servers online. They don't care about the player base. The developers behind New World might care, by the way, but the overhead, like executive side of things, these people don't give two shits about the players or the developers for that matter. They're just fodder.
No, Amazon has no idea how to run a video game business, and that has been so abundant.
Yes, chat. There has been supers.
Yeah, time for supers so we get caught up. Go ahead, read, and then I'll answer.
So Spider Pig donated $5 and says, "Down with GW, let them cry. Chat, don't buy the upcoming Total War 40k. Let GW sulk in its own sadness. Hashtag Tommy's choice. Give Rip your head pats. Crub.
Thank you for the donation. When it comes to the upcoming 40k Total War game, like the reality of Spider Pig, I'm gonna burst your little bubble there. The only thing that will torpedo it, nobody cares about, like, how do I put this? GW is already mainstream. And because it's mainstream now, I can now tell you because I've had every one of my IPs go mainstream. And they're publicly owned. This I want to do like a special stream talking about this later because this is a huge subject. But once a game studio goes publicly owned, it's a lost cause. Like this is the harsh reality you need to understand. If it's publicly owned, whatever happens to it, happens to it. Games Workshop and 40K will never be privately owned again unless, Divine Winds blow our way, but they won't. Very unlikely. I hope it does, but they won't. And so the harsh and cruel reality you need to accept is that you will never have 40K again. And the only way you will ever have what you want back again, the only way is if somebody who has actual power buys it and owns it, or whoever owns it. Because no matter what, like, this is going to be a hard truth, and a lot of people are going to disagree with this, but this is going to be painful to hear. It does not matter what the community says. It does matter if they produce bad content and nobody buys it, because that will hurt their wallets. You are absolutely right. But you got to also understand that at the same time, while it might hurt their wallets, they don't answer to you. You know who they answer to? A board. And the board of executives, because of how this works and because of how boards work and all this fucking publicly owned stuff works, it means they will literally drive this shit off a fucking ledge, because it is legally, I believe, right, that a corporation must always be pursuing what's best for the shareholders, not the studio, not the company, not the employees, not the project, not the fans. It does not matter about you. It only matters that the shareholders are appeased. And if you don't like that, which I don't either, that's one of the broken parts of our legal system. Because if they're not chasing those things, it doesn't matter. Face it, we are so fucked. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if it's publicly owned, it's a lost cause. Why do you think I said no to the shareholders and investors? Because I had several opportunities, and I still get them every once in a while about somebody wanting to invest. No, because the minute you open that door, you cannot close it, right? Like, I had family in the games industry that had their own thing. I'm not going to go into details, but they opened that door, and you know what happened? They got kicked out of their own company, regardless of whatever the circumstances were about it. Because once you open that door, you can't close that door. Like, once they own a certain percentage, you lose control of the thing you own. And that is why publicly owned companies are a tragedy. And it's always a punishment for everyone involved. The only one it benefits is the shareholders. Everybody else gets fucked. You work there, you're fucked. You want to make good quality products, you're fucked. You want to buy this product and be a loyal customer, you're fucked. It's anti-capitalist is what it is. It's like this weird system where it's like, yeah, these shareholders, and because of how the legal system works, like, the company legally has to do, the CEO has to do whatever they say. And if he doesn't, they can just basically, he'll have broken the law and poof, he's gone. And so even if the CEO has his head on his shoulder and has his head on a swivel and does everything right, the shareholders can just nuke him anyways. It's like, nope, he didn't do what we wanted. He didn't add female custodies, or whatever fucking trend chasing bullshit they're doing. It doesn't matter. Replace it with blank, 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 and blank. It doesn't matter. The big thing is that when it comes down to it, if it's publicly owned, it's a lost cause. Unless you own a majority share, or the people who do have principles, it's a lost cause. And it's a hard thing, and it's a hard pill to swallow. But if it's not owned by us, if it's not owned by the people who care about the project, it's not owned by yourself, it's a lost cause. Anything publicly owned is a lost cause. And that's my realization after being in the games industry, and basically covering all this stuff and looking at these games companies and looking at all this stuff for years and years and years and years. You go back as far back to the old kings of Interplay and stuff like that, and look at that shit show. It's the same fucking thing, chat. It's no fucking different. It's exactly the same. Exactly. The problems we have today were the problems they had in the 90s and the late 90s, the 2000s, the late 2000s, the 2010s, the fucking 2020s that we're in now. The same problem we're going to have going literally forever. Anything publicly owned is a lost cause. If it starts to go that way, you just have to accept it. It was only a matter of time. That's the reality. And I know it hurts to hear that. I know you guys are passionate. I know you guys love Warhammer. I know you guys love Star Wars and stuff like that, or Star Trek, or whatever. Insert blank here, literally. You love these things. I love these things too. But the tragic reality, and I know it hurts to hear it, is that there's nothing you can do about it. Like, actually. Because
I love
even
the
if you,
Mixers project.
but even if you don't buy it, even if you don't do this right or whatever, the reality is that we don't actually hold any real power. The only people who hold power are the people who are on the board, are the people who can pull the company in whatever direction. And if we're not among that number, we don't matter. These corporations, these people will literally destroy their own franchises. They don't care about the quality of the product they're making. They don't care about the continuity of the setting. They don't care. Look at what happened with Star Wars. Look what happened with BattleTech. Look at look what's happening to Lord of the Rings right now, right? Because all the people who did care are dead. And it sucks. But they're gone now. It's the tragic reality, the state of decay, right? And it is depressing, and I know it's sad to hear. But here's the thing. Just because that is the way the world works does not mean that it's all for naught. Because the reality is that when it comes down to it, you choose what you want. You choose what you're going to engage with. Like, for example, Star Wars was good. I like the old stuff, but I choose not to engage with the new stuff. Warhammer 40K was good, but same thing. I choose to not engage with the new stuff. It is an active choice we have to make. Same goes for anything. Star Trek, I enjoy the old Star Trek shows and movies. I don't like the new shit, and I don't care what the new canon has to say. I just don't care. I don't care about Starfleet Academy. I don't care about the Fallout TV show. I don't care. I'm not interested. I don't care about the fact they're making a Darth Maul TV show. I just don't care. I stopped caring about like new Star Wars ages ago. And anytime there's like a new setting or a new IP or something like Void War or whatever comes along, I add that to my pile of things I care about. Just because it shares the same name does not mean we have to eat that shit. We choose what we wish to enjoy. If Total War Warhammer 40K turns out to be a good game and Creative Assembly pulls their head out of their ass and makes good games again, great. That means I can maybe enjoy Total Warhammer 40K. Maybe, you know? But if they choose not to and it's crap, well, I'm just not interested. It'll be like Total Warhammer 3. It'll sit in my fucking library, and I'll start it once in a while to see if they fixed it, and then I'll uninstall it like I did recently. Like, if it's not good, you don't have to force yourself to play it. Just because it's a new thing, you have so many games, right? And thanks to video game preservationists and things like GOG and things like actual pirators and stuff like that, and people who go around preserving games or restoring them, more video games, old games are re-entering the market yet again, being resurrected. You can go and enjoy those experiences. There's so much media in the market right now that's available to you that literally it dwarfs anything that's new. Because always, look at it this way, right? Why do we look back at the past so favorably? It's because we usually remember things rose-tinted, right? That's fair, right? That's fair criticism. But that's also because, well, the reality is that, yeah, there were a lot of bad games in the 2000s. There were shit tons of shovelware. The PS2, one of its biggest sins was its library was so big, it had so much crap on it too, didn't it? But at the same time, now that we have all the knowledge we have today, well, now that PS2 library, we can shave off the crap. We already know what the crap is. Everybody figured that part of that side out. We already know what the good is, the cream of the crop, so to speak. And so now we know what the best games for the N64 are. We know what the best games for the PS1 are. We know what the best games are for the PS2 are. We know what the best ones are for 7th gen, 8th gen. All that other garbage, it sifts to the bottom to be forgotten for a reason. Because it's not good. It's not worth remembering. And so each year, even though we do have traps, we have crap, like the big thing you have to remember is that the good games we get every year, which we do get, which are mostly indie, rise to the surface. And the overall collection of good games has been going up. Now, it is true, and it is worth noting, that yes, you are right, chat. I don't know if anybody said it, but I'm assuming somebody did. When it comes down to it, there are no good new major IPs. This is true. The major IPs are not something that are easy to make. It was in a different era with like big companies pushing big things, right? Like Star Wars was big because it made movie theaters. And so the movie industry helped push it so that it would help create more theaters, right? And when it came to video games like Halo or Gears or Killzone or etc., these titles were pushed because they were part of the console wars. Console wars, while negative, did have their benefit historically. They did create new franchises and help prop them up with extra resources due to that fact. However, now that the console wars are over, for the most part, save for like Nintendo still clinging on to, their little despotic kingdom, but like there's not going to be these big corporations pushing any new games anymore, not the same way. Not to mention, when you look at what actually happened, now that we know that the dust is settled, often we see, when we look at Sony, when we look at Microsoft, when we look at Nintendo, all three of the big giants that played a part in that war, we see what? We see that often the case is that they took away autonomy, stripped it from those corporations and the studios that were producing good things, and if they didn't do that, they killed them, aka Ensemble Studios, or any studio that basically wouldn't be controlled, right? And that led to their downfall. And that's one of the big things. It's always going to be a series of ups and downs. Don't be gloomy little fish, but at the same time, understand that everything must end at some point. This is the harsh reality, right? Storytelling. Getting philosophical, I know. But when it comes down to it, Garrosh's story ended. Arthas Menethil, the Lich King story, ended. When they bring characters back like Darth Maul, whose story ended. He ended in Phantom Menace. When they bring back these characters, it's because they can't create anything new. They just have to keep regurgitating things. That's why Star Wars only has like 5 characters in it. Because God forbid, they can't write anybody. They don't know how. They don't know how to build in this world. So all they're going to do is regurgitate the same story over and over and over again until the horse is literally not able to produce a single cent. And they've been kicking that dead horse for a good while. Hence why, when I saw the Darth Maul trailer, I just shook my head and I'm like, man, they couldn't let that fucker just stay dead, man. They had to bring him back. Then they killed him again. Then they're bringing him back again by going back in time to cover like the story, like, oh, the story we missed, the story we didn't see. When there's so many other characters in a galaxy far, far away. But, they decanonized all those stories, so I guess there's not that many characters anymore, is there?
In this household, we still say Kyle Katarn's a hero.
In this household, yo.
Any more super chats?
Yes, you are, I believe, intended to read the one Kasavik did.
Fuck. Death to
I know,
Cassie.
because I've been waiting on that.
Yep, go ahead.
Don't use Slater on my Ghost Recon. They fixed the MMO nature of it with immersive mode. It only took them a year to learn it. Also, they announced a new Ghost Recon game. Yeah, you say that, Kasavik, but Breakpoint actually bombed quite hard.
Ghost Recon, which one? The last Ghost Recon was like
Breakpoint.
Wildlands, wasn't it?
No, Breakpoint, last I heard.
Yeah, there was one after it, and I'm pretty sure Breakpoint was the NFT one.
Oh, okay, so he's Kasavik's referring to the Wildlands, isn't he?
Wildlands did well, Breakpoint bombed.
Yeah, but which one is he referring to? I only know of Wildlands.
I don't know.
I know of Wildlands because it launched not so well, and then it recovered itself and did well. And when he mentions that they recovered because of a patch, that sounds like Wildlands.
That does sound like he's talking about Wildlands.
Because Ghost Recon Wildlands wasn't very good at launch, but they did recover it, and it's actually one of those games I do want to try again and give it a second go, because I love the idea of Ghost Recon being able to like go in like a massive open world and do like special ops and stuff and approach problems differently. That's really cool. Breakpoint NFT, there was 2-1, one if you played 3 hours and one for playing 300 hours, and nobody got the second one. Damn.
Yeah, go figure. Yeah, Wildlands was salvageable because it did not make the decisions Breakpoint did with its microtransactions and stores and gameplay loop. Wildlands at least had a core base you can at least do something with.
At least Ubisoft finally realized they shouldn't be doubling down on NFTs.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm glad they realized that.
At least I think they did. I haven't heard any news about them pushing NFTs more.
Yeah, the one other part about the creative house formula I wanted to get to is actually on the next page, page 5, and it just lists, okay, this is what the creative network is going to do with the creative houses, and this is what the core services are going to be. Corporate handles core services, which is stuff like, Yeah, playtests, game analytics, quality assurance, production standards and tools, maintaining the engines and tech. My understanding is support making sure the creative houses have the tools and support structures needed, while a lot of the decentralized idea of the creative network is of the creative houses is you're gonna have these leaderships specializing in these franchises and these sectors of the games industry and just let them do their thing. Ideally.
Kasovic elaborates, so I'm referring to Ghost Recon in general. Breakpoint bombed as they pushed the MMO further than Wildcard. So I think it means Wildlands.
Division, probably.
In the second year of Breakpoint with the Conquest DLC, they made a mode that removes the MMO. For Breakpoint now, it's vastly different than what it started as.
I do know that they've been working on recovery projects for some of their games. I don't know if that Star Wars Outlaws is getting that treatment. I think they're going to drop that one. But I do know that the Avatar game got the recovery project thing, where they basically went in and tried to uplift the game to a higher standard, and that was received well, though I have no real interest in playing it, because when I looked at the gameplay, it still looks mid as fuck. But it does look, I will say it does look better than what it was. That is true. But it's not enough for me to go like, oh yeah, definitely want to pay $50 for that. You know?
And yeah.
Now I want
and
to
based on
address what Plake the Kajim bro said.
Kojim bro.
That Wildlands is shitty with Metal Gear Solid 5. Hard disagree, because Wildlands had co-op, and the writing quality is about the same.
The only thing Wildlands has going for it over Metal Gear 5, in my opinion, and I only played Wildlands for a little bit, is the fact that it has co-op and multiplayer.
Yes,
that's
the
actually
co-op
really
makes
cool.
it actually just
because the one time
enjoyable.
I played it, what was really cool is that I snuck into a camp while my friend Tyler was providing Overwatch with a sniper rifle while I was like sneaking in, and I thought that was really cool. Like I really, really, really wish. Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love a Metal Gear game like that with co-op. That'd be so cool. Where you got this open world, you can like sneak in, and bases can be tackled in any which way, because it's a sandbox approach that I like in those style of games, because the sandbox is what makes them appealing. Also, welcome to Stream Shmormu. I see you have a new Chatfish.
I do.
Looks like Lycanfish's work.
It is. It's a Lycanfish work. I terrorized by making him draw mechs.
Blake just proved that he never even played Wildlands co-op, because Blake has no friends.
Blake's like, friends love. He just screams. Typical Ranch Kamigawa cope. Only fun thing in Wildlands
Ranch Kamigawa.
He's so mad.
You know what Ranch is?
Yes, I do.
It's
because Rapey Man rants. It all makes sense. That's his next nickname.
Reguline would know.
We need to update your avatar as Ransagawa.
Yeah, we need to do it.
I'll tell you what, chat. How about Ransagawa for Mass Effect?
Ransagawa? Oh my god. Oh yeah, gosh. True. The male characters chat. We have to make a poll.
Yes, need to do that so we can get that started.
Yeah, because we need to do that now.
Choice. Obviously, that's Cookie.
I have to do something real quick. I'll be right back.
And then Cookie, I'm assuming Menace.
And Menace. That's $10 Rifford towards a pocket fish.
All right.
So he's 15 away from a pocket on Menace.
You've been keeping track how much he's put.
Yeah. Yeah, he's given me 2 choices.
Gotcha.
There's the choices for the thumbnail character.
Ransagawa, obviously. Like, there's not even a question.
Making a big-chinned fuzzy
could also be funny.
That's not as funny as Ransagawa. Holy shit.
Sal would be happy.
Oh no, does he like rants?
I don't know, but he calls him Rapey Man all the time. He was the one who called him Rapey Man the first time.
He didn't understand what that meant or sounded like.
No, he's lying. He's much smarter than that. I know that.
I was about to be like,
he studied in England.
He went out of his way to
did he study in Britain?
Later.
Yeah, he went to England and studied there for many years.
He's got a very British accent.
Yes, because despite being Asian, Salah sounds British because of that.
Well, he's got a bit of an Asian accent, but like more heavy British dialect.
Yep. because he studied in England for so long.
Casavec says the 10 from my super can go to the thumbnail for Menace.
Nice, good choice. Like, oh wow. All right, so back to the video game stuff. Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to ghosts or whatever, like that's them improving stuff is good, but it's also one of those things where it's like I think Ubisoft has kind of like they were at such a pedigree of like a household name, and now they're going to not be, is what's going to happen going forward. Unless they actually make some serious recovery. I mean, I don't know if you guys caught yesterday's stream when we played that other Ubisoft game, or Ubisoft dev game, which was that fucking awful Unknown 9 game. Oh my god. That was terrible.
It was
That
beautiful.
that was so jank. It was so not good. Chump is $22 for Fuzzy Hasburg Shepherd because he doesn't want to be Rancigal. River gives 5 memberships. Thank you for the generous memberships. He gives it to Momu. Shmormu. Very generous.
Nice.
Very generous. What was I going to do? Oh, yes, chat. I was going to mention a stretch goal for today. Chatfish, if we make today's goal, or the goal that is up there, which is tomorrow's goal, and exceed it by $100, I will allow chat to save this art piece. We've been having little fucking, what's his nuts? Buppus, yes, the German boy. He's been going through and basically archiving all of our art as a volunteer inside the studio, and this piece caught my attention because I'm like, oh, that's cool. It was just a thought piece that India was doing, but we could salvage this and turn this into an actual poster for the War of the Five Emperors if Chatfish want. So now's your chance to save this art piece. Otherwise, it's going to go back into the archive to collect 1,000 years of dust.
People are swinging for the decompressor bounty.
Put Rifford's thing to Rapier.
So there you go, chat.
Why?
There's your stretch goal. If you would like to save this art piece, you may do so. If not, this art piece will disappear and
You're
become a
evil.
mystery. Back to stream.
Morty's choice again. I put it again to show Rancigal.
The age
And
of
I'm
Chumpus
assuming
is over.
Menace.
I like how sad he sounds in his voice. He's just done. He's like,
It's beautiful.
Well, I tried.
He just crawls into bed, kills himself. I wonder where
I
Kip
believe
found
that's
this.
enough to get him a bucket.
You don't know where I found this? It's in the dev server. If you have yet to find it, that's just funny. I found it when I was searching up names of characters to help look for something for you because you were looking
How
for
much
something.
to save the art, Gibbs?
Today's goal and tomorrow extra 100. We'll save this art piece. Not only will we save it, it'll be fully rendered.
$275, chat.
$275, chat. This is a big piece, so that's why it's going to be expensive. Because Indio's got to paint it and finish it.
Thank you, Spider Pig. It can go to the correct choice of Hasburg Shepherd.
It also
Yeah,
helped
well.
the studio because we haven't actually finished Brutari, Julin, and all the other males. Sari and Armain are more or less done, but they're pretty well defined here. Though I know India wants to redo their faces because he wasn't happy the first time. But
Now, Chatfish, you know you want to save it.
there you go, chat. A chance to help the studio with concept art and save an art piece from a different time. Back when we were doing thought explorations or, thought explorations of different sections of our setting.
That's one I sorted just today, says Vuppus.
Good little
Gibbs doesn't
German
look
boy.
in the Google Drive, Vuppus.
Yeah, I just found it in the Discord.
Fuzzy chin.
Found it. Fuzzy just got back like, what the fuck? Adjusts his little glasses like, See, I
A
don't wear
monocle.
glasses.
This is just a funny one I found. Yeah, just look at that number and
I hate that
Yeah.
picture of Siri. Honestly, I think Siri's character is really annoying because she's a Mary Sue in my eyes. But that might just be me because she violates the lore. She's literally a god because they just made her that, right?
No, you're
Universal-
right. She's a Mary Sue.
And not only that, but now she's also a Witcher because they just broke the lore. It's not special for
Yep.
being men. Also, the writer is a complete hack. Like a complete
Yes.
fucking hack. I looked that
you-
guy up. What a
Are you talking about the original Polish author?
yeah, he's an asshole. Like
Yes.
he is genuinely a rotten human being. Like CD Projekt Red in the earlier days was a little company that I think actually had a lot of good merit to them. that they were trying their hardest, but they, just couldn't quite pull it off. But CD Projekt Red tried to be nice and tried to offer this guy fucking things. And this guy was just a piece of shit to them at every turn, despite their success. His worthless ass setting, in my opinion, and I may be harsh, his worthless ass setting, the only reason why I give two flying fucks about it, I don't give a shit about his books or his stupid fucking writing. I care more about like the games by CD Projekt Red than I do. Like, no. His stuff is trash. He's garbage. Literally, The Witcher, CD Projekt Red did a better job with the setting and the world building than he ever could do. Genuinely terrible human being. That's what you get for being a rotten scuzzbag. I'm just gonna remember you as the rotten scuzzbag human you were. Fuck.
I do.
What an asshole.
I do like how they purposefully went out of their way to make Ciri even uglier than she was.
They did that intentionally, and then
Yep.
they pretended to revert that, but it doesn't matter. The big problem with Ciri is that she's just kind of a Mary Sue. Like she has too much bullshit powers just sort of given to her without really needing it, and she felt that way in The Witcher 3. Because Witcher 3, it's not my favorite game, to be honest, but it's not a game I dislike, even though I thought I would. I actually liked Witcher 3 a lot more than I thought I would. Witcher 3 is fun. The side quests are actually fun. The main story sucks. And any
Yes.
quest with Ciri in it is awful. Hence why I think people
Yeah,
like the
any-
expansion so much.
Any part where like they swap over to Ciri and you have to do her story bits are insufferable. They drag on entirely too long. The side quests, like Kib said, are phenomenal. Main quest is beyond boring. I have a hot take. I liked the combat.
That's fair. It's got a very nice animation style, especially when they did that update for free where you got like these cool kill animations and stuff. I remember that.
But the best part of the game is Geralt. Like, it's not even close.
Yeah, I agree. Geralt, like his VA, and this is not to throw shade at him, but he
David
can only do
Cock or whatever.
he
or
can only
Cockle.
he can only do one character. I'm sorry, you
Mhm.
can only do one character. I've heard him in every other game. He just can't. He
Yep,
can't.
it's like
be
the
other
guy that
characters.
voices Garrus.
Yep, same. It's like I'm just Garrus. Like you're typecast, and it sucks, and I understand, but he did I think the deliveries for Garrus's character, I think pretty well, considering what Witchers are in lore and stuff like that.
You mean Geralt?
Yeah, Geralt. That's what I said.
You say Garrus.
Oh my god. I mean, the VAs for both are typecast, but no, I meant to say Geralt of Rivia.
Arthas.
Arthas. All your
Geralt is
Arthuses
Arthas
with
now.
me.
It's
The rest of
official.
you Arthuses, get out of my sight. Get out of my
Yeah,
India says, "Wait, what is that poll?"
This Arthas must be purged.
you want to vote for the fuzzy Chen. That's what you want to do, India. Just click fuzzy
Yes.
Chen.
Yes.
Now,
For
as to
what
the-
character the Mass Effect will be? Think we'll have to explain if the Rapier one wins. Will I have to explain who Rance is to Alu?
No.
No, Alu knows. Alu
Are you kidding me?
knows.
He's a mega weeb. Of course he knows who Rance
He
is.
absolutely knows. You won't have to explain shit to him. He's gonna look at you and he's gonna like give you a little side eye and like smile.
Right,
and
but
a
it
little
has
wink.
to be Rance. So it has to be Ranceagawa riding Horseagawa.
No.
wearing
No.
wearing shepherd's armor. Oh my god. that'd be
That's-
really-
Yeah,
Sounds
wearing
awful.
Shepherd's armor.
That's awful. I hate that so much. We need it. We need it now. Ranceagawa.
Okay,
Alright.
here's my bun.
Chat, if that happens, that what Morty just said will only happen if Kibbs describes this scene to Alu in text.
In text. Oh, why do
So
it
it
in
can be
text when I
on
can
the
do it in
Trello.
voice?
What needs to be on the Trello?
Like
so
the
you'll
horse needs to
reference-
be rearing up like, "Nee," and then like as he's like trotting over like a fucking like Geth or something, and like the Geth blood is everywhere. I would love it to be Batarian, but sadly it doesn't make sense with the first game because the Geth are like the more main antagonist.
Well,
force.
Kibbs, type out your idea. Assuming chat does the Ron thing and has Rapier be the choice.
And then we've got like a picture of
Wrong. You mean
Saren like
correct.
on his like tummy crawling away like no because
Kazar says Rance is a well-known respecter of women. He's a
He is.
feminist,
He's
you
for
know.
true gender
and
equality.
the way we have Horseagawa like rearing like nee, right like the way we've got it rearing like it's like in that position from Berserk, you know, where The girl's on her
Oh
back.
no, the rape horse. No.
And
Oh, yeah,
Saren's
the
on
thing-
his
the
back,
thing
looking down like, no.
Chow DMs me fucking
yeah,
constantly.
the thing Chow
yeah.
sends everyone like Lamau.
I love the
He
idea
sends,
that
he sends edits of
Saren's...
that, but with the big black guy underneath. He's like, "It's you."
Oh,
look."
Donovan. Oh god.
Oh my god, terrible. So yeah, this is funny and cursed, and I hate it. All right, Polymathy donates generous $10. Said, can we vote for Kanar? You can. Kanar, the Chad King, the Chad who said no to the Republic. Listen, the Republic was old and decadent. It
Do
had
you want that to go to a Kanar Shepherd?
Kanar enjoyers. Rise up.
Unfortunately, so far, Morty has rigged the vote, Polly.
He has. It'll be an uphill
Rigged?
Battle. Kanar is an
mean-
option, though. I will allow it.
You mean
Someone
I've ensured
generously
that
gave you their
autocracy
choice of tags, and you threw it to degeneracy.
Psycho
to
Star.
it- to what's morally
Yeah.
correct.
Chatfish are sad.
Look, I'm not the one that gave you your nickname. That was Regula, and blame him.
I want Kanar Shepherd.
That's fair. Kanar's an interesting choice. His choice in women is questionable at best.
Questionable.
All
be
right,
worse
let's be
than
honest. Isn't that
ranches.
most? Let's be honest here. Isn't that most men at some point in our lives?
Yeah, he's like, oh, the psychopath? Yeah, that'll work. Yeah,
Look, if she has red hair, I'm just saying.
She does. I wouldn't choose.
All right, well,
Priya.
I'm fucked.
I'm fucked. If she has the ability to set things on fire, it's a little risky.
If she has red hair, blue or green eyes,
By
I'm
the way, chat,
absolutely fucked.
Menace is $99 away. Now, Indio hasn't taken up my offer to.
Oh, fuck Kai Lang. I hate Kai Lang so much.
I
Go
will
ahead.
let him draw Horsagawa on the Menace thumbnail but he has to do the thumbnail.
Chatfish, I will destroy all of you. Like, no. And that was you being exploded with my brain.
That's because you actually are Chow Chow.
You got to read what they're saying, by the way, because remember, we're streaming. I have to explain this to you. If you
Well,
just respond to him without
Why don't you show
reading
me
it.
how it's done, Gibbs, by reading what he said?
Chow Chow says, I'm just a master of gay chicken. See? I said it in one unbroken sentence. That way, if you clip it, it's going to sound like you clipped it.
Clip it,
and
chat.
it'll sound
I trust you to clip it.
fake. It'll sound... And so that's how you do it. And then you say that. You say, Chow Chow says that, and then you respond to them. Because otherwise, the Chatfish is driving down the fucking highway at 1 billion miles per hour, are just going to look at their phone and then fly out their windows. Like, ooh.
One can hope.
They smack into something because they don't see. There are two types of Mass Effect players. Those who romance Jack and those without a mental defect. Who the fuck would romance Jack? I
Griffin, I
hate
want you to
Jack.
repeat that again, please.
No, I can't. You'll have to pay $50. He's like, fuck, that's a
Chat,
lot of money.
He's contractually obligated to read donos.
True, for $50 to get me to read it.
Contractually obligated.
it's
I think
gay,
more
it's-
morally obligated.
It's Chumpus because he's cheap. Now back to The Witcher 4. Witcher 4 development and marketing will cost over $800 million. Honestly, I think that's just a waste of money and resources. Because here's the reality, right? You already have a major IP. People are going to just advertise it for you anyways because it has established interest, right? It'd be like me releasing like the fucking, like, let's say the Mixers project was like, Star Wars popular, right? And then like it'd been like 30 years since I worked on it and I announced the Phantom Menace. Like, yeah, we could do PR campaign, but honestly, do we need to? No, everybody would know what it is. It's a household name. So you wouldn't need to do that because literally people would just do it for you. You wouldn't need to dump that much money into it. Yes. Do you need to do marketing? Yes. Do you need to dump $800 million? No.
It's not 800
Okay,
million.
I'm glad
Kevin,
Kim
a
said
slight
yes, you need to do
correction.
marketing because I was about to accuse him of making similar arguments me and Fuzzy heard. the other
Imagine
day.
investing all that stuff into the game, like that extra money, Fuzzy. Could you imagine that? Just think about
Yeah,
that.
scroll down a little bit, Kibbs. I'll clarify. The development budget is 380 million, and they're estimating the marketing is going to cost just as much.
So they
Jesus
lied in the
Christ.
title, little bigots.
It said,
The
it said
titles
cost,
are
it's gonna
pretty much
cost.
always lies with articles.
Yeah, unfortunately, like as somebody who's developing a video game, the $1 million price range for development costs, it feels like that. We've not even reached $1
No, it
million
will
with our investments, but like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, the title said development and marketing.
You will by the time you're done with your indie game. That's for sure. That's for sure. You
Yeah,
die.
a game like The Witcher 4 should not come anywhere close. Combining both costs should not come anywhere close to $1 billion. This is getting to Call of Duty levels of flushing money down the toilet.
$388 million. I could see it for the intents and purposes. Why I could see it is because it's an open world game. So open world games are literally games that need to have content everywhere, right? This is why I prefer making a linear game, because a linear game I can make a linear story and it has good writing and great writing. That's why it's just easier. It's easier when you have linearity, and it also is a lot cheaper. Having an open world game means you need to have an open, expansive world, and then you need to put content equally scattered everywhere. If you don't put content scattered everywhere, you're going to end up with basically like a game in which you go to an area where like, oh, wow, look at this place. Oh, there's like a quest over on that hill, and now I got to go for miles to the next area because there's nothing to do here, right? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, an example of a modern game, has a lot of areas which are what we call dead space areas, but at the same time, you know, you don't need to use every section of your open world. Some of it's there just as window dressing, right? Realistically, there shouldn't be a quest in every farm field, but there is a lot of interactions all over the place in KCD. It's just usually there, if you actually look at a map of where the interactions are, they're in what we call clusters or clustered zones, right? Because there's different approaches to these games and designs. When making our game, we had to think about that too, right? Open world, clusters of content, or you do the Bioware thing where you have what's it called, hub-based worlds. Hub-based worlds, Bioware loves that shit. That's where it's like just like a hub, and then there's a bunch of activities and that cluster. Well, because in a hub it's pretty densely packed, so there's stuff to do everywhere in that hub, and then you move to the next hub, and that's hub worlds, right? And then you have more linear games where it's like, okay, you move from area to area. I'll just use God of War, even though it's not really an RPG, as an example, because you'll understand what I'm saying. It's just a set piece, move to the next area, set piece, move to the next area, set piece, and you go in different areas of linearity, right? Or if you want to look at another RPG, I guess Near Gestalt, where it's hub area, area of interest with items to do, and then hub area, and you bounce back and forth between those areas. There's different designs to RPGs. There's no one right way, by the way. It's just you need to understand which method they're going for, right? And we know for a fact that Witcher 3 went with the cluster approach, where it's large world, clusters of content. It's better than Skyrim, where it's large world, little tiny clusters of content. Oh my god. Elder Scrolls and Bethesda games have that problem where it's just like the clusters of content are really scattered and sparse. I think the biggest offender was Fallout 4, in my opinion, where it had large sections of the map that just were devoid of content. Like almost entirely, where it's just like, there's no content here. The game is entirely relying on what we call the exploration factor, where it's, okay, I see a cool, interesting thing in the distance, and I want to go explore it. Not the Todd Howard quote, but I know what you're thinking. You see that mountain? You can climb that mountain. And
It just works.
it's
It's
like
a horse.
And so the idea of Fallout 4 is it's very much leaning on the exploration open world design, where it's like, oh, cool, there's like some buildings over there. I'm going to check them out, go inside them and loot them. But in the case of Fallout 4, a lot of the buildings were like recycled interiors, and it's just like, oh, it was so copy and paste without any sort of uniqueness in the actual structures or architecture. Like you enter a skyscraper building, but the interior doesn't really feel like I'm in a skyscraper because I'm not really in a skyscraper, I'm in a dungeon. Oh man, what a missed opportunity, you know? Oh well. Chapter $22 said back to lurking, going to play FONB. Fallout New Vegas. Good game, yeah. Kib's Choice, thank you for the
What's
donation.
Kib's choice? Is it still Battle for Middle Earth? You gonna put it to Kib Shepard?
You know what? Because I'll be nice to Polly. I'll put it towards Polly. Polly can have it for his Canar's choice. Just because I'm a nice guy. Even though it will do little, like a drop in the bucket. But let it be said, Polly, that I helped you. Which means you owe me now in the future. Yep, that's why that works. That's how that works.
Double it.
Double it. Fallout 4 should have ditched most of the settlements in favor of more interesting content. Yes. They were leaning heavily on the create your own custom settlement content, which was very, 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 very antithesis to like the entire game. Like it didn't really fit the game's functionality at all. Like you could do it, you could spend a lot of hours doing it, and there was a lot to do with it, but it wasn't really beneficial to the overall game design at all. It was one of those weird choices, very weird choices. Didn't really do much, and didn't really play a role in the overall function of the game. It was just like a time-wasting thing. You see some RPGs with lack of vision do this. A great example, look at the MMORPG World of Warcraft when Warlords of Draenor released, right? Warlords of Draenor with the garrison mechanic. I send an agent to do a thing. He'll be back in 15 minutes with some points. Ooh. That's old phone game time-waster games. Or as I used to remember them as Facebook games, because a lot of Facebook games operated on that philosophy too. Games where you press buttons and then there'd be a timer, and then that timer would then exhaust itself and then be rewarded with like things in progress. Mafia Wars.
The majority of mobile games.
Mafia Wars chat. They're having like PTSD over like, grandma on Facebook. You know exactly what I'm
remember
talking
playing a
about.
Star Wars mobile game that had mechanics like that.
Yep. Clash of Clans. Maybe a little bit more fresh in your memories. There's a Star Wars version of that. I remember playing that. Clash of Clans. My dad was so addicted hopelessly. God help me. God help me. But you know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you, Chatfish? I know you do because you're smart little fishes. Hog Rider, says Boulder. Oh my God, help me. They're having PTSD right now in chat. I have triggered their ancient video game memories. Or Farmville, chat. Just start getting them all to start having, like, memory lanes. Now, feel old, chat. Feel old. Facebook games. Man, that was a different time, wasn't it? I am so glad I left Facebook. Oh, what a nightmare. All right, so let's see. Next subject. We should move on. Remedy pushes back on Alan Wake 2's financial claim amid Epic Games Store debate. There would be no Alan Wake 2 without Epic 2 publishing. Now, or Epic 2. Epic publishing. This has been the case for actually several games now. A lot of games, Phoenix Point, Sins of a Solar Empire, I'm trying to think of other ones that would not be around if it wasn't for Epic money. There are some cases in which Epic's money for their exclusivity deals can be looked at as like, okay, at least it got us the game, and that's about it. Is it supposed to be an anti-Epic argument? I'm not entirely sure.
There was a Twitter spat between one of the Lorien Studios people who was criticizing it might have been a bit harder to get funding, but you would have been in better financial shape had the game also released on Steam, because when you released on
long term,
you would have been in a much better financial position, and you would not be in the financial struggles you are right now.
Yeah, because the big problem with doing that, like Metro took the Epic exclusivity deal, is that games that take the exclusivity deal end up actually burning up their excitement phase. So this is something we have to talk about, because this is something I have to think about even as a developer working on my own little Vigima game, right? So no matter how I slice it, there's only going to be so much PR buzz when I launch my game. And it's probably not going to be a lot because, you know, nobody likes Kib, especially in the industry, right? Because we're critical. That's just the nature of the biz. But that's how it's going to be. But there is that point in which you release your game, which there's a window, and that window is how much hype or excitement there will be for your game. And if you fuck that window up, right? If I took the exclusivity deal with my game, for example, and then had it released on Epic, many of you wouldn't buy it because I would go against my word. So you'd be very upset with me because I broke my word. I would be a liar if I did that. And you'd be rightfully upset. Some of you would still buy it. Some of you might, but very few of you would. Very few. And those that would buy it, right, would play it and then talk about it, and all the information about the game would be up in the air. People would look it up and see if they're interested or not. Some people, it would get more followers, but it would also lose followers because the mystery's been solved. part of these story-driven games is the mystery, right? You don't know what the story's going to have, what the ending's going to be. And so there will be people who will still pick it up. There will be people who won't look at spoilers, but they're actually fewer than you think. Because most people will look at the end chapter to see if it's even worth picking up anymore. And you know why they do that? They do that because most media sucks now, by the way. But they're like, should I
They look
even
at
get
the end
invested?
chapter.
Should I even...
What is this? What happened? Why is it just a black with white text scrolling up?
Don't worry about it. Secret. Jed's like, what? But yeah, so back to the subject. So there's a limited time window in which you release a game in which there's going to be its hype window, right? Its excitement window. And if you release in that time frame and you choose to release it on an exclusive storefront that a lot of people aren't going to buy, that window of excitement and interest will fade. You are people, you are Chatfish. Chatfish, as time goes on, your interests change. You change. New games are announced. That game that you were looking forward to, Metro or whatever, or MechWarrior 5, or even Sins of Empire 2, it's already out. It's on Steam now. You can pick it up, but it, maybe later, maybe it's on sale. I already went this long without it. What's another month? What's another year? There's that other game, though, that I'm way more interested in that's coming out in a couple weeks. I want that game. I want that Menace game. That looks much more interesting to me. And so you're more interested in that Menace game or whatever, right? And because you're more interested in the current game that's coming up that is more mysterious and more exciting because it has yet to be torn into, you want to tear into it first. You want to be the one to play it, right? You already know the other game. The other game, you may not have played it, but it's now what we call a known quantity. Everybody knows of it. You can look it up. You can buy it whenever. It's just sitting there. But it's not on a high priority list. You're just not really feeling it right now. There's no real interest to jump into it because you'd rather jump onto the more exciting, upcoming new thing. And that's the reality. That's how little Chatfishes work. That's how little humans work. They want the next new fun thing, new experience. And so if I take the exclusive deal or anyone else takes the exclusive deal, you're going to have the exact same problem. You're going to release your game, that excitement window is going to fade, and instead of PsychoStar picking up that game, he's not going to pick up my game anymore. You know why? Because he can pick it up whenever, and it's not really on his high list. He's got this big list of games. It's no longer new and exciting. It's a known quantity. And that's the danger. You need to capitalize on that. You need to be in that area. If you release it on all platforms, you're releasing when you're fresh, when you're new. That way, for people whose interests move and migrate, those people will have gotten it. The issue is the people who are long-term would have gotten it anyways. It's the short-term people you want to get. And it's not their fault for their interest wavering. They just move on with their lives. If you weren't there when they needed you, for entertainment, that's your fault. Same for a streamer, right? If I'm late or if I don't show up and I don't stream and my viewers go somewhere else, that's my fault. That's not the other content creators' fault. That's not the audience's fault. That's my fault. I don't get to blame anyone else, and that's what these developers got to realize. That's your fault. You need to be available when they need you. You have to be there making the thing they want. And when you release the thing, you need to make it as accessible for them as possible. Because, like myself, I'm entertainment. You're a game developer. You're entertainment too. Guess what we are? We're luxuries. You know what luxuries are? Not needed, not necessary. Meaning that we're expendable. That's... But yes,
And
that's
and
the
you know what's
important
funny?
factor, because you have to remember that if you're expendable, if you don't matter, then no one's going to be there, right? Like unless somebody's bored and wants to be entertained, no one's going to come here. No one. I'm busy fucking my wife. I'm not going to be on watching Kib stream. That'd be weird. Meanwhile, Chatfish in the background watching stream while
Interesting analogy.
he's like, "What the fuck is he talking to me?"
Gibbs is Chatfish wife.
Is he talking to me? Looks at
And you know what it would? The start
They
of
throw
this
the wife
all-
in bed. No, the stream stays on.
The stream stays on. That's cursed. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh my God.
Don't. But you know what I'm saying. You guys get what I'm saying, right? I think I've hammered that point hard enough.
Yes, and you know what started this all? Look at the Tim Sweeney tweet I posted in the stream room.
I hate Tim
You'll
Sweeney.
notice a little something interesting that he's responding to.
Tim Sweeney, Tim Sweeney. He's my little
Can you
Sweeney.
see what he's responding to?
He's responding to Pirate Nation. That's funny. Epic
look at
and
this
Steam.
article.
According to New Blood's CEO, Epic Game Store free giveaways caused a huge spike in Steam sales. The game sold 200% more copies on Steam that day than usual. Let's read the whole article. He called EGS giveaway great advertising for Steam sales. That's so much fun. You know why that is? That's actually very easy to understand. It's literally because you download it on Epic to try it for free, but Epic Store sucks. And everybody rebuys their games anyways. I rebought a lot of my old games on GOG because I like to keep all my old games on GOG. And when they're on sale, I just go buy them over there so that I just have them on GOG. Because the GOG versions are usually better. Usually, not always. And the same can be said for Steam. A lot of people try it on Epic for free, but don't like Epic as a store or interface. The social networking, the systems, it's just not the thing you want to have open. Steam is something I leave on all the time because it's Steam. I don't think I even want it off. I want it running at all times so I can access it whenever I want it. You know? Like, it gets priority. Epic is on my little taskbar there. I shut that shit down every time it ever tries to open. I don't want that shit running. I don't care about that.
Kids could set it to not auto start, but he wants the satisfaction of turning it off.
Yeah, I'm lazy. And like, it feels satisfying pressing the kill button. Exit program. Exit program. India, I'd rather pirate than using Epic. That's fair. I mean, when it comes to my game, I think I'd rather people pirate it than use Epic.
The best part is a lot of games are now doing demos, so you don't even have to wait on Epic free bullshit.
Demos are returning, which is a good trend, actually. Yes, I'm very happy. They beat me to it. What?
You know, it's pretty funny. People complain about Fortnite being too big. I believe that if Fortnite wasn't Epic exclusive, it would be way bigger. So, like, in a way, Epic is helping us.
And Tim Sweeney has to cope as usual if you go to the previous
Yep, so let's read what he says. I'll read it for us, and then we'll comment on it. Epic and Steam, said by Tim Sweeney, compete for each customer and each sale. On some transactions, Epic wins. On more, Steam wins. But one thing is constant. On every transaction, gamers and developers win by having more options and better deals. He then says, though Epic processes only 7% as many third-party payments as Steam, that vastly underreports economic activity, as devs on Epic Games Store are free to process their own payments and keep 100%, and many major games like GTA do so. The more telling number is monthly active users, where Epic Game Store is 55% to 60% the size of Steam. We heavily reinvest back into engaging users through the free games program, putting our revenue back to work for developers in a way that those yachts and diamond teeth don't. He's so mad about the fucking...
he's so full of it with those numbers. There is lies, there is damned lies, and then there are statistics, and Tim Sweeney he does this all the time. He tries to put out a number that sounds good, but when you actually dig into it, no, he's just coping. This is full on cope. Anybody that knows anything and digs into slightly of the Epic Game Store knows people only go for the free games and Fortnite. That's it.
Here.
You post something in Discord. That's what that here means.
Because I found out someone reposting that post from Tim Sweeney.
Yeah, $300 million loss, and that's been consistent throughout the entire Epic Game Store.
So, Mischief YT posts, Tim Sweeney says he believes everyone wins by having more options and better deals. In reality, however, he spent billions on exclusivity deals to keep games off of competing storefronts, and repeatedly bought studios for the sole purpose of removing their games off of Steam. Then he posts 3 pictures. The first picture is an article that says Epic will lose over $300 million on Epic Game Store. Exclusives is fine. Epic Store, is fine with that. Next article he posts and cites, Epic acquires Psyonix, will remove Rocket League. I remember that. You guys remember that when Rocket League got removed from Steam?
Yes,
Yep.
that triggers me particularly because I was a big Fortnite fan. I have friends that are into Fortnite, and into Rocket League. Why did I say Fortnite? I was big into Rocket League. Don't clip that. I was big into Rocket League. I have a lot of friends that are big into Rocket League. There is a lot of fun. It's one of the few. If I were to actually play ranked, Rocket League is one of the few I would do that in.
Rocket League was a lot of fun, but the minute they took the Epic exclusive store, I uninstalled it, and I've never, ever thought about it again until now. I forgot about it even existing.
Yeah.
It was a huge game too. Huge. Like it had so much going for it, and then it took the exclusivity deal and it died.
And now nobody talks about it.
It's
They
dead.
killed it. How is this competition? Oh, better deals for developers. No, better deals for the paying customer. We, the paying customer, need it on multiple storefronts, and we pick which storefront we want. That is how it works. That is free. That is free markets. What Tim Sweeney is doing is trying to treat this like the console wars and just trying to force people onto Epic as much as possible. But it's not working, as the sheer size of the games industry means even Tim Sweeney's sizable Epic company is just a drop in the puddle. He is an ant in comparison, and all Steam needs to do is balance. Okay, the developer has all these tools that he provides for. The paying customer has these tools.
Yep. Fall Guys
it's
to
not like-
become an Epic exclusive for new owners, so no Steam Deck support then. Then again, he also goes on to elaborate and says it's also worth noting that Epic Linux support for any games they gobbled up and still refuse to support it in almost any capacity. I mean, for a guy who supposedly believes in the free market, it sure is funny how his company is the literal sole aggressor within the PC market, says Mischief, which is true.
Yes.
He's absolutely right.
And-
The big thing is that Tim Sweeney says something, but he does something. His actions is what we can succinctly sum this up as pretty much
Malicious.
summarize what he's actually doing. He says a lot, but his actions are the exact opposite. He wishes to isolate the market and to establish some sort of monopoly on the games market without actually allowing the consumer to have any free choice whatsoever. Hence why there's no real discussions or forums or anything like that, because again, they don't actually want free speaking and free thinking. He wants a controlled market, and he thinks that he can bully people by buying out the competition and bludgeoning people to get them to go over to Epic. But the reality is that Epic is a failed store. It currently is. And until they change their actions, they're dead. Epic is dead.
Yeah.
I
We
don't
have
think
two
they
examples. Go ahead.
I don't think they can fix it, even if they fix their actions, for one reason. Epic is tied to the Chinese Communist Party.
See,
So
here's
it's
the thing,
based
Bino.
like
In the business world,
No,
never...
Bino, it's not.
So in the business world, Bino, the one thing you have to remember is never say never, because things can happen differently. But under its current leadership, it's never. Yes, but this is why we say, in its current direction, it's not going to. Right. In the same vein, people said originally in the early 2000s that Steam was fucking garbage. It was. It wasn't until Origin came along from EA that Steam actually got better.
Mhm. I
People
remember
like
that.
to nostalgia or rose tinted glasses Steam and act like it's been amazing forever. No.
Steam launched.
No, it
It started like DRM stuff. It did a lot of bad things, but in the end, it did more good than it did bad. But the big thing
They are
is
the
that
best of like the megacorp options we have, essentially.
yep, and the reason why they're so good and why they are good is because they're not publicly traded.
Yep.
Like I said,
Yes,
whenever it
it's
comes to
like that.
publicly traded companies are usually the way you got to look at it. It's a ticking time bomb. That's why
Yep,
Star
because,
Wars feels that way. That's why BattleTech. That's why all that shit feels that way.
Yeah, because venture capitalist firms will come in, see people really like it, invest in it, and run it into the ground.
Yep,
Yeah,
because they're
I'll sum it
only
up like
concerned
this.
about profits in the short term and not thinking of long term.
There are two things in the finance world. One, long-term investors will 9 times out of 10 win in the end, and two, there is a reason why the private investment market is exponentially bigger than the public market. The public market we can estimate the size of because of the public stock exchanges. A lot of that data is by law, you need to be able to look at it. The private market, of which a lot of the time we need estimates on because I can't just go in and see Epic's data and look at it as an investor. The private market is a lot bigger because of modern day problems that keep growing with the public stock exchanges. Now, as to Tim Sweeney, I know there are 2 important points of how malicious he is. One is the stuff he hides in Unreal Engine 5 to push the woke agenda into it, and 2, what a lot of people never really paid attention to, well, some people, when he initially sued Apple and Google. What started that was he tried to set the precedent of he wanted to avoid paying the storefront commissions. He did not want to. He tried to push for a precedent through his actions of, I should be able to say, put my game onto a digital storefront and not pay them at all. That's what he tried to do.
Yep, he tried to get legal precedent for it.
Now,
It makes no sense.
No, it does.
I-
You just don't understand how the American legal system works. If you get legal
No, no,
precedent,
no, I
it's the
understand.
rule of God.
So no,
I do it.
I know what Bino's talking about. He's talking about why he would do that. But remember, the reason why he would do it is because you got to remember, Bino, that Tim Sweeney's
it's
at
not
a
that.
hold on. Tim Sweeney's at a disadvantage. He's not established. So what do you need to do to break that, right? There's a couple ways you can do to break that establishment. One, you can do it by trying to just outperform your competitor. But if you're incompetent and inept, you know that you're not going to outperform them. You're never going to be able to compare to them. And so what do you do next? You try the SCSI route. What's the SCSI route? It's basically doing
Lawfare.
everything you can to undermine your competition through bullshit is what it really is. And that's what he's doing. It's not about anything else other than destabilizing Steam so that you can dethrone them. It doesn't matter about the damage or the repercussions in the long term. It only matters in the short term because he's thinking short-sighted wise.
Yep.
You got to understand, you got to put yourself in his shoes. See what he's seeing.
Think like a sycophant, essentially.
Yes, think like him, Like
I'm not. Oh my god! I'm not saying that. You guys are putting words in my mouth. What I said that makes no sense is that like if a judge passes that precedent, that like yeah, we can use your like store, your thing, but you don't need to pay you for it. Like that's a precedent that goes against like every.
Yeah, I know. But like I said, Bino,
like
it's
that
I
would
know.
just get thrown out.
That's why he is doing it, though. That's why he's trying to do it. It's like it's the same reason why GW tried to fucking trademark Pauldron.
It's what's known in the U.S. as lawfare, Bino. It's when you have unlimited resources, and Epic has unlimited resources. Because Fortnite prints so much fucking money, they try every avenue to try to put cracks in Steam's bulwark, as it were.
You know what's funny about Fortnite? They keep talking about the Gunner skins on it, and then I went to check, and it's the most like basic bitch stuff ever.
Yeah, but okay.
You get what I
So
mean?
Bino, let me explain real quickly. What is Fortnite's primary consumer base?
Short bus people.
Children.
It's
actually children.
So short bus people, yeah.
No, it's overwhelmingly children.
It's overwhelmingly children, and as a young kid, when your neurons get activated, when you look at girls, you're like, oh my god, I like Le Poos Poos. What do you think
That's why,
initially? It literally is like she's cute looking, and it's as simple as that. It doesn't have to be like.
Speaking of,
it doesn't have to be.
Poos.
Yes, Bino. Listen, it doesn't have to be super
I was going to
saucy.
do a
It doesn't have to
segue.
be super like sexy or like naked or whatever. It's literally as simple as she looks cute. That's good enough.
All you have to do is give her a cute face, decent booty, and decent boobs, and teenage boys will fucking die.
Yep, neuron activated.
And
Yep. Neuron activated.
Speaking of activating neurons, the thing that I posted there.
Death to Bino.
Yes, Bino's posted a few things.
That's a very good segue.
Flake also posted some stuff later, but I was gonna wait for that to get through the articles. Kibbs
we'll wait for the other things. Weak Bino.
I thought it was
you thought wrong.
Dang.
No, we're only like it was just getting started.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Fable is Playground's first open world.
Oh, it's 10 minutes.
Can I just kill myself
All right.
instead?
I'm gonna grab a drink, and then we got to get through the Fable section. Once we're through the Fable section, yes, we are gonna talk about that Knights game because that game looks.
All right, we're gonna make it
interesting.
every time Kib sighs or looks sad, or the model looks sad. Chat, take a drink.
Don't do that, you'll die.
That's the point.
Now, Chatfish, I hope you're all having a good day.
I'm not.
Well, don't worry, your day
I
will
am
be better
having a
when you
good day. I
become
have
Rant
good news.
Kamigawa.
I have very good news. My brother, the son,
The son?
got
Yes.
a job finally.
Yes, Bino, I saw what you posted in your bazaar, you degenerate.
He's been stealing from his brother.
You absolute degenerate. Bino has, like, the mentality of a 14-year-old boy. It's amazing.
Oh, that's the news. Blake wants. Gooner news.
Of course. You know, speaking of that, I tried playing a gacha last night in the after stream. I wanted
my
to,
God.
like, die via brick.
It's very bad. It's so unironically bad. Oh my god, so bad.
I just don't like the character. Some of the character designs were okay, but like some of them were just way too over the top. I'm like, I just don't get it.
The problem with gachas is that they try to, because they want to be E for everyone, they have
Correct.
the most brain dead stories ever. So like, okay, I don't mind the aesthetic. It's whatever. But like, when you're trying to have like, oh, we have to take this seriously, because I hate that the anime takes itself seriously, because 99% of the time the story is like very retarded, right? And then like the dichotomy of it to get me. I don't know. It just makes no sense.
I don't think that Kib should open this article that you
Which one?
posted, Blake.
Yeah, don't
Just
go
in
Yeah, I
there.
was
case.
looking at it.
Q play.
Like-
Effectively, Tokyo Clan, to just read quick so that we can move past that. Tokyo Clan Pool is released getting an uncut patch on the GOG version.
All right. There's a hentai version.
All right.
Moving
Yep.
on.
World action RPG.
Oh yeah, before the I forgot to mention. This is the Fable thing. Like this is the big Fable thing, right?
He looks dead inside.
So just as a refresher, to refresh everybody, because some people are out of the loop, Fable is now, it's been a Microsoft property for pretty much ever. It was an Xbox exclusive, right? It was on the direct Xbox. That's why they were able to port it to PC so easily, right? And they're like, let's just forget to do that for Fable too, because, you know, we're Microsoft. And then
We
they
hate
did it.
money.
And then they made Fable 3, and then Fable 3 got like a couple other games like Journey something and some other fucking weird like Avatar looking game, and then it just got BTFO gone, right? And it was spearheaded by a guy by the name of Peter Molyneux, which you guys might know, you might not know, but he's kind of incompetent. He's like a Todd Howard, but less competent.
He was Todd Howard before Todd Howard.
He's not hard without the smile.
He has less charisma, and he does the crying thing, which is just really bad, which honestly doesn't do
Oh
any
my
games.
god.
But the big thing is that when it comes down to it, Fable has a very peculiar art style. It's about good and evil. It's yin and yang. And I'm pointing this out now because the developers might have forgotten everything talked about. It's a very unique art style too. But again, like I said, all these things I'm pointing out now, you know, you might have just simply forgotten all of those things. So let's get started.
We couldn't be more proud to be carrying on the work of the legendary Lionhead Studios, the original creators of the franchise. And although our game
They
is
killed
a new
Lionhead Studios,
beginning,
by the way.
I think what we're making is really faithful to the spirit of the classic Lionhead trilogy that we all love.
They keep saying Lionhead.
At the heart of our game is a simple recurring question. What does it mean to you to be a hero? Our game is about choices
Good or evil?
and their consequences. It's packed with action, drama, British humour, moral dilemmas, and quite a few chickens. All of this combines in a fairy tale which could only be Fable.
In classic Fable fashion, you begin the game as a child, growing up in the sleepy rural village of Briar Hill. It's here that in a moment of extreme danger, your heroic powers first emerge, and we discover that you are Albion's first hero in a generation. But not long afterwards, disaster strikes, and the people of your village, including your beloved grandma, are turned to stone by a mysterious stranger. Suddenly alone in the world, you'll set off on an adventure which will change Albion forever.
Venturing out into the world is a huge moment because this is Albion like you've never seen it before. Idyllic rolling hills, magical forests, bustling villages, sleepy hamlets, oversized vegetable patches, and stunning vistas. And because our Albion is truly open world, for the first time, you'll be able to explore this rich and detailed world seamlessly, with the freedom to go where you want from early in the game.
We can't wait to welcome you back to Albion's iconic capital city, Bowerstone. Home to Fairfax Castle, the old clock tower, and the legendary Heroes Guild.
It's a huge city, full of contrasts. Rich and poor, nobles and commoners, royalty and criminals. You'll spend plenty of time here during the game as you discover the secrets of the Heroes Guild and its reclusive guildmaster, Humphrey the Golden.
Oh my god, they didn't get rid of the ugly ass
Why?
female character.
No,
God
of course they
help me.
didn't. They made her
Female?
look like a fucking wench.
Question mark?
Goddamn.
Yeah, I'm gonna see a lot more ugly characters.
Yeah, one
That's
thing I've noticed
alright.
is that so the architecture of the buildings looks not quite right, and the art style is completely off. Like completely off. It's desaturated. There's no color or vibrancy anymore. It's
It's
washed
realistic.
out, and they're going for hyper realism. And Fable 1, 2, or 3 were never about realism. Also, I need to mention it because we have to mention what I've seen on social media. There is a fervent storm of weirdly bot-seeming accounts dogpiling anybody critical of this fucking thing. Anybody, whether they talk about good or evil. And what's very weird, is they mentioned like there's never been a yin and yang or good and evil. It's never been about that. Morality's subjective. It's always been that way in Fable. That is pure bullshit. So I'm wondering if they're completely doing away with the morality system entirely. So that morality is subjective. Murdering children is, well, he thought it was good. So therefore it's good from his point of view. Muhammad over there
Oh my
doesn't
God.
mind stoning children. Muhammad over there.
From where he comes from, eating babies is part of law, like you have to eat a baby every day.
But that damn dare white boy don't want to stone them dare children and Chatfish. Can't be having that. Them dare white
Yeah.
boys.
Don't you take the
Hello?
culture of my people.
Them dare...
We need to save.
That sounds like
British
a
bones,
fantastic
man.
idea, Morty.
We need to save.
The
British
South will
bones,
rise
man.
again.
Damn.
Damn. Beano's like, but Beano from South America. Beano is
I am
further south.
softer than all of you all. I will rise higher to.
He just sinks off the
But
planet.
I mean, in seriousness, like I'm sure a lot of people in Chatfish and whatnot and on the panel played the Fable games. While they weren't amazing, there's like a certain charm to them.
Yeah, the quirky.
I just don't see them being able to pull not with their current like mentality of attacking people and astroturfing support for this game. Like mechanically and even story-wise, it could be fine. But there's so much negative PR just around their obsession with having ugified women.
Yep, because Microsoft owned. Microsoft
Yeah.
Studios.
I have one addendum to this that you guys might not like. I don't think some of them are find the women even by accident. Because I don't know if you guys saw that Ubisoft canceled the remake.
This isn't Ubisoft.
for-
This is Microsoft.
Yeah, but I was going to like make a link about it. Ubisoft canceled a remake recently for like the Sands of Time trilogy, and they showed like some pictures, and all the women and stuff look Indian now, because they are getting Indians to work on it. So obviously they all kind of look worse. You know what I mean? So like I think sometimes they are trying their best. That's the issue.
All right, moving on. So,
In the north of Albion, you'll find mountains, craggy coastlines, spooky marshes, and the bleak, windswept city of Bloodstone. Here, you'll meet the leaders of two rival gangs, vying for power, and uncover the secrets of the sinister but extremely well-organized Cult of Shadows. Our Albion is beautiful, handcrafted, and richly detailed.
In Albion, heroes are special, different. They're stronger than regular people. They're more skillful, more charismatic. More importantly, they're those rare humans who can harness and use magic in the world around them. They have the power to do what they want.
And so do you. In our game, we want you to play as the hero you want to be. And that starts with being able to choose how your hero character looks.
So, in Fable, you'll be able to pick from a range of different character heads and customize your clothing, hair, skin tone, tattoos, and scars. So the hero you play represents you.
But as well as your appearance, you can be the hero.
So yeah,
you
you
want
can
to be through
customize
the
your
way
characters.
play,
That's from, if I had to guess, that's entirely down to the fact that, so if you saw the original announcement where it was like a scripted character and that was the idea and it was modeled after one of the devs, it's interesting because they've done a complete 180 there. So they are aware of the PR backlash because the Fable announcement last time went over like a fucking bad nightmare. Like it did not, people were not impressed. So they have changed some things. Stephen Vest donates 1,800 Danish kroners. Very generous little Stephen Fish. He
Those are
says,
a lot of Donkey Kong.
that is, I don't know how I'm going to feed those Donkey Kongs.
That saves the art.
Many of them will die. He says, save art. Did you see that a new Life is Strange game is coming out? And your most desired person from that game is also back? Chloe, the blue-haired one? I do. Fortunately, chat has not started a fund for me to play that. Because I think chat has learned their lesson. That Life is Strange games shouldn't be funded. And we should never play them again because they're all bad. The developers don't like me very much because they remove my reviews every time I make one. Which is pretty fucking mean, honestly. Well, yeah, I got censored a few times. Yep.
Yeah.
I pissed them off.
Malkibs,
I started insulting them, though, but that's my fault.
will you have
I'll do it
Indio-
again!
Will you have
Again.
Indio finish that art?
Oh, yes, India will be made to finish it. So
Can
good
you DM
job.
it to me later? I'll put it in the Trello.
Yes, I will, because I'm a loyal, powerful kid. Now, thank you for your very generous donation, and thank you very much. That, by the way, not only reaches the goal, but this art piece here will now be rendered. Unlike Fable, I like to have my characters look nice once in a while. Only once in a while, though. We do have our uglies, but these ones are fine looking. You're welcome, Jen.
We do have
And special
thanks
thanks to Stephen Vest. Very generous. We
That
appreciate it.
makes
Extremely generous.
Saturday's goal.
Yeah,
We
thank
are.
you, dude.
126 into Sundays.
Back
Keep it up, Chatfish.
Well,
to Fable.
127 basically.
To Fable. So yeah, they've changed the character creation stuff. That's good. That's a change in the better direction. But here's the problem. The NPCs of the world are weirdly multi-ethnic. I'm just saying that Albion
I already
has
saw
become
something.
very, very, very diverse in its population scattered.
I saw them doing flowchart programming, and that just upsets me to no end.
Ugh.
I think this is made in
Oh my
Unreal, isn't
God.
it?
Have you guys
Pretty sure.
remember when I said that vibe coding is the bane of everything?
That
Guess
yeah,
what's
that
happening? Okay, no.
flowchart
Guess
is
what's-
vibe coding basically.
No. Guess
close
what's
to it.
happening now in LinkedIn? Actual coders are putting vibe coding cleanup expert in their in their profile.
That's just smart on their end.
yeah.
That's them saying, "Hey, I know how to fix that."
Moving on.
Yeah.
through the skills and abilities you learn and through the weapons you use.
Just like the classic trilogy, heroes in our game fight with a combination
Oh,
of strength,
no.
skill, and will. Seamlessly blending
How spongy was that? That's like a regular
And through
bandit.
the weapons you use.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like the
one of my
classic
biggest
trilogy,
fears.
heroes in our game fight with a combination of
Oh.
strength, skill, and will. Seamless.
That was pretty, like, look at how many attacks he did there. Now, I know it's
You
he's using
learn
like a
and through the
rapier.
weapons you use.
No, it's a sword.
Just like the classic
With a
trilogy,
dagger, it looks like.
heroes in our game fight with a combination of strength.
Oh, that's...
Finesse weapons?
Maybe it's because he's just early level. I'm just saying that health bar movement, and so there's two bars there that we can see. There's a block bar at the top with the little shield, and it's orange. The yellow bar underneath is the health bar. And then we can see at the center of the screen, there's a green bar for the player, and those white pips, which I assume are our magic points. On the bottom right-hand corner, you can see your actions. The bottom right is the chicken, which is his chicken spell. There's a feather, some sort of wind or gust spell, and then a flame thing. And then there's 4 little arrow icons, what I assume is like the archer or arrow ammunition. And the bottom left, over my chubby little head, there's a little compass with a north sign. And so there's like that. But one thing I'm going to immediately criticize right off the bat, though, is, oh my God. Like, I know it says it's supposed to be in HD, but like, it don't fucking look like it. Man, that's looking kind of fuzzy still. Either way, the visuals, this is not very readable, is it? Like, can you guys clearly see the enemies in this combat?
They're blurry. That might be
They
it, too.
are,
They're kind of like,
blurring the shadows.
I know, but like, let me rewind it real quickly. I want you guys to look at the combat and watch the dudes fight, right? And look at the environment. Do enemies pop from the environment, or do they kind of just blend with the world?
Just like the classic trilogy.
Now, the guy in the
heroes our
top
game
left
fight with a
that you saw
combination
there
of strength, skill,
looked just
and
like
will.
a gray-black outline
Seamlessly blending
that you would
Mhm.
more expect at night, not in clear daylight. Or
Yes.
shadow, or
Mhm.
even just basic shadows as you see here. The enemies should be clear.
Yeah, the
like you
enemies do
are,
not
and
pop
even
from the
then you are not
environment. They
clear.
blend in, and that's not very good. It's
I
also not.
think this just
The other thing is real quickly. So you can see that the aiming symbol has 3 little white bubbles beneath it, and that matches the 3 number on the bottom right. That's obviously the arrow ammunition, and there's 4 in total. So I'm wondering if there's like a limit to how much munition you can have. Because why is there 4 bubbles? 1 empty, 3 filled.
You see on the
is there-
right side, there's an ammo counter.
Is there a quiver
I,
now, like
um,
mechanic? Because I don't remember that in the first one, or second, or third.
Where's
and I'm the
where's
only
she
one
keep the
that's
quiver, chat?
and I'm the only one that is
Up the rear.
getting avowed vibes from this, like from the
Yeah, it
art
looks
style,
kind of
shit
like
that.
Avowed, doesn't it? Like it's soulless, corporate, feels safe,
Yeah.
inoffensive, lacking
Yeah, like,
character.
it's like even the UI kind of is avowed, like, and it has that horrible Skyrim garbage of like minimalistic UI that I hate, and like I don't know.
Yeah, it's
At least it doesn't
looking.
have Skyrim health bars.
Yeah, but Skyrim started the whole minimalist UI that they are copying nowadays. You know what I
It
mean?
looks like Unknown
ID 1
9.
better looks like a 9.
Unironically, yes, this looks like
It
Unknown 9.
actually, yeah.
All right, let's continue.
Alien ranged weapons with magical abilities gives us style weaving combat,
Chicken kicker.
allowing you to show off your personal playstyle
Okay, the damage looks a little better
against
there.
single opponents and large groups
Ah.
of enemies alike.
They're going with the
Executions?
Sekiro thing
Melee
of
is at the
break
heart of
their
our close quarters combat.
meter, get
We use
executions.
light and heavy combos, often knocking enemies off
Ooh,
balance
that guy's very
and
spongy.
executing stylish finishers.
But if you do it, you can
Swap
kill
to your
him.
ranged weapon to bypass
But
enemy
that's the
guard
Sekiro method.
and deal with troublesome
I hate
flying
this.
enemies. And of course, you'll be able to unleash your powerful spells to both manipulate and devastate your opponents.
That looks about
We're
right for the
excited
spell,
to be
at
bringing
least.
back some fan favorite adversaries for you to fight.
Yes, you do, Stefan Best.
Yep, I'll get it. Thank you
Obs
for
are
reminding
back.
me.
As are Balrings, Hollowfolk, and Trolls.
And we're adding brand new enemies too, like this fearsome cockatrice, a giant fire-breathing chicken. Each enemy family is different, with their own weaknesses to exploit and defenses to overcome. But with all the unique tools in your combat toolbox, how you defeat your enemies is up to you.
Melee combat's going Sekiro route, yeah.
But there's more to being a hero in Albion
India's
than
fucking
fighting.
sweating.
So much more. When we talk to people about their favorite memories of the original games, so many of their stories were about the stuff you can do when you weren't just being a hero. The normal, everyday stuff which happened when you interacted with the people of Albion.
For me, what I remember most vividly are the inhabitants of Albion and the things you can do with them or to them.
The crazy thing about the classic Fable games was that in the middle of a sprawling RPG was almost a complete other game where you could just mess around with the villagers and townsfolk.
And we've built that same experience in the middle of our game too. Buying a house, getting a job.
Oh my
making some-
god. It's the crafting system from Kingdom Come. You have to like move the item around and smack it. That's interesting.
Look, they got the timer there from the last Fable as well.
Yep, great.
The
Love
last
the
one you
timer.
streamed.
The timer. Yep.
Romancing a villager, getting married, having kids.
Fancy a date?
Killing your spouse.
Oh, she's not very attractive. Also,
Damn.
yeah,
Is she
look,
more of a body type A or
the
B,
lighting.
chat?
The lighting is horrendous here. Everything's orange and washed out. It's all washed out. This is
And
bad.
really dark.
It looks like it has a poop filter on.
It's all just
Unreal Engine 5
orange.
nonsense.
Because the big thing what made Fable special, and I will continue to criticize this, is that it was colorful and vibrant. And everything stood out, and characters were very uniquely distinct. They popped against the world, they popped against the lighting, they popped against everything else because it was easy to see. Here, she looks like she's blended in. Like, the art direction here is almost like non-existent for like the color direction. It's just fucking brown looking.
Chat says that's a male body.
I wouldn't.
Jesus fucking
dispute
Christ.
that.
It's chat born. Now let's just keep going.
Fact, you can get to know me better.
You can get to know me better.
Buying another house. Buying every house in Albion. Buying every business in Albion. Getting rich.
Marrying a bunch more people, having a bunch more kids, probably getting divorced along the way for good measure.
And this game within a game is unique to Fable. It's systemic, interconnected, and you see the ripple effects of the things you do everywhere you go.
And all of this revolves around the people who live in Albion, who we call the living population. There are more than 1,000 of them, and every single one is unique. The living population.
I hate it.
It just looks bad.
Uh,
Like, I'm sorry, but like when I look in Albion, because Albion was made by Lionhead Studios and it was English. There's not supposed to be Americans, it's not supposed to be fucking Germans, you know. It's British people. British people and stereotyped British people.
So
I just see a woman with an afro over there, and I think about, like, my immersion is completely shattered. It's not Albion anymore. It's just, oh,
It's
God.
Albion this time.
I haven't actively looked. I just remember something I saw people talking about this trailer, where people were saying that they don't even have a male walk cycle in the game.
Yeah, what? Okay, let's
No, they
watch.
don't.
This is a male
Watch here.
character.
This
Let's
scene.
watch the walk cycle. Okay, take a close look.
There are more than 1,000 of them, and every single one is unique.
That's a woman.
Yeah,
Yep.
look at the bottom half of animation.
I'm gonna rewind it again. That's a woman. Look at the hips. Look at the. Okay, I know it's gonna sound really bad, chat, but look at this guy's ass as he walks.
The living
Look at the
population.
cheeks.
Look.
There are
Look
more
at
than
that.
1,000 of them, and
That's
every
a
single one
woman's
is
sway.
unique. Each of them has a name,
That's a sway.
role,
That's
a
hip
daily
swinging.
routine, and their own
Men's
personality.
hips don't even actually
You could follow
articulate that
any
way.
one of
I
them for
can't
decades.
even do that. I'd have to break my.
Yeah, our pelvic bone stops us from articulating that way.
I would have to end in a wheelchair to do that.
They.
You know?
Their name
So-
says "Dem hips don't lie."
The theory about the character create, because this has been another thing going around. Like, the people defending this game are like, character creation was always a thing. You fucking misogynist pigs didn't know because you just jumped on the assumption. It was just proven here that it was tacked on because of the blowback.
Like
It was
when she
never
tried to
always
walk like
planned.
that.
I can't.
A daily
It's
routine
physically
and their own
impossible.
personality. You could follow any one of them for a day and just watch them live their life.
That is a woman's way. What
They'll
the
get
fuck?
up, go to work, spend some leisure
Wait,
time
there-
on hobbies, then go home to bed.
But what's even cooler is that you can talk to every single one
This
of
is a
them
deeply
in fully voiced
unserious
conversations
setting.
and interact with them in loads of different ways.
Nice fucking
Maybe
ear
the job they go to
piercing.
is working for you.
Just
because you
kidding.
hired them to work in one of your
You
businesses.
mean nose piercing?
Hey, you.
Whatever.
Earrings are
Working
fine.
hard? How can I help you, boss?
Maybe the
very
bed they
diverse
sleep
Britain.
in is in a house
Welcome
you
to
own.
diverse
modern
Albion.
You're the landlord.
It's modern.
Albion is
Or
sad.
maybe their bed is on the street because you evicted them.
All right.
Oh, it's you. You're awful.
Of course. The homeless person is
And
the
all
only
of the
white
stuff
character.
you do affects what they think of you.
Yeah.
You're a legend.
Because everything you do.
See, I like
builds
the
your
idea of a
reputation.
system like that.
Impressive.
But, like, it looks so
Now that's
artistically
Bankrupt.
Asian on the right.
Very impressive.
It's just
Indian
all
on the
fun,
left.
fun graphics.
Like, welcome to Albion, motherfucker.
This also looks extremely artificial. Like people just kind of
Stand
standing there
around.
doing like the same kind of animation loop over and over.
You know, it's a shame to me because, like I said earlier, I have a lot of memories of playing the original Fable.
I like Fable, even though Fable 1 and 2 and 3 were
But this
undelivered
does
promises.
not feel like Albia. Like the diversity, it wasn't there. It makes no sense in this kind of setting.
They had
Pungent says
the big thing is
don't
that
move their mouths when they speak.
because in Fable 1 and 2 and 3, it's worth mentioning, they did have black characters, they did have other characters, but it was like a big deal because they were from different regions of the world. Like
yes, they were considered exotic.
That girl that was in the Heroes Guild and her older brother, right? They were
Yes.
from a different region and there were different cultures. But because you've made them all Albion, you've literally corporate safe washed the world into being one homogenous Albion. And that's boring. There's no difference of cultures. And that's what made Albion kind of cool as a fantasy setting. It was, and what is Albion? For those who don't know, Albion is basically just Britain. It's fantasy Britain.
It's fantasy British.
Yep. Literally the name Albion. Yeah. But yeah, so it's like, it's just, oh my God. It just, and the stylization is gone. Like the stylization is gone. That bothers me too. It's just photorealistic. And look at that woman's face, Leslie, right there. Look at her soulless corporate stare at you. Like you can see it, can't you? All of you can. It just looks sterile.
Is it confirmed this is on Unreal?
Look, okay, look at the walk cycle.
Yeah, that walk
Okay,
cycle is the same. It's exactly the same.
Did you
Yep, the
see
walk cycle.
Her
Everything you
life,
builds
it's
your
the
reputation.
same. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's the woman walk
Yeah,
cycle.
men's hips can't
Morality has
do,
always
our
been super
bones can't
important to
move that
Fable.
way.
That tension between good and evil underpinned all of the original games. And morality is central to our game too. But we have a slightly different take on it.
Oh boy.
Chicken kicker, get it?
For us, morality isn't black and white.
Remember?
There are
What?
lots-
Shut up. Listen.
For us, morality isn't black and white. There are lots of grey areas. And importantly, morality is subjective. No two people see things exactly the same way. And that's how it works in our game too.
Everything you do earns you a reputation. And every person in Albion will have a different reaction to you as a result.
Hello there.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich.
Oh
They'll
my
remember
God,
things you did
communists.
directly to them. They'll
Yeah,
love you
yeah,
or
we
hate
get
you
it,
for
you're
the choices you
rich.
make, and
White
they will
man.
always tell you why. Although, usually from a safe distance.
Our game will never judge you, but the people of Albion will, loudly.
Imbecile.
Your reputation is created by the choices you make, and you are going to make a lot of them. Big choices, little choices, moral choices, and some choices that will actually change the landscape of Albion for the rest of your game.
Just like Fable
We call this idea,
tweet.
your choices change the world.
That's
Let's give you
a
an example.
dumb way to call it that.
Early in the game, you'll meet
So
a
it's-
character named Dave, an egotistical gardener in a rural village who discovers a magical growth formula. He accidentally turns himself into a giant and becomes a big problem.
Why does he have glasses? Hold the fuck up.
Wait.
He
This guy was.
accidentally turns himself.
Yes, I know, but look at why does he have glasses in medieval Europe?
Because he's
And an
the
Albion.
editor. He's like the guy from Metroid Prime, where like in the future.
Why
he has
the
a helmet and
fuck
glasses inside helmet.
does this guy have glasses?
How did the glasses get so big? Like if the growth formula is, you gotta
Like, and I don't even care about that. Why does he have glasses?
I have a question actually. What is with big AAA sloth games and making a character just a big giant person that looks down on you, looks down at you?
No
Jason
idea.
says their morality is not black and white; it's brown and black. Fuck.
Man.
Fable is very
'Cause-
stylized. This style kills the Fable vibe. It does. They're photorealistic and they look bad. You know why they're photorealistic? So I can go into detail about this. The art of animation requires skill and talent. However, you know what doesn't require skill and talent? Mocapping. You can just mocap faces and make them realistic looking, and the animations will take care of themselves. But animating a stylized face is a little bit more effort than that. Look at no further than Davy Jones. And well, he was mocap too, right? There was a lot more style put into him. And that's a thing. That's a genuine thing that they've done here. They don't know how to have art style. They've lost it. They've completely missed the mark artistically here. Like,
On top of
go ahead.
yeah, on top of that, and this part is just me throwing a thought out there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some corporate deal between Xbox Game Studios and, by extension, Microsoft and the Actors Union, mostly based in Los Angeles, where they guarantee them a certain amount of work or some kind of backroom dealings, where instead of doing what's best for the game, no, they just do these backroom deals and try and make it work then after the fact.
Yes, glasses were invented in the 1300s, and Fable 2 was already Renaissance. This is true. However, what did glasses look like in the Renaissance? Did they look like this? Could an average poor person afford them? No. They couldn't. And they also didn't quite look like modern glasses, did they? Bit of a strange inconsistency there, Chatfish.
I just did a quick
Doesn't
search and
quite
that's what
line
came
up.
up.
Let me pull it up. I gotta figure out how to
When you pull
minimize
it
it.
up, like, I think one of the most annoying things in these new games, like, you have the choices. Can I kill the NPCs I don't like?
So
Yo.
here's some early glasses. I don't know what period this is from exactly because I'm not super glasses nerdy, but like this is again going to be a bit more authentic because it's much older. Because again, modern frames and modern lenses did not exist like the way they do now. Like this is the reality, right? They're not
They were
doing
better back
research
then.
in the slightest. Yeah, look, even the glass is warped. No, that might be just from age.
Old. If you're gonna put glasses in, do it properly.
Yep.
Wait, this is supposed to be a reboot?
They're renaming it the Fable, just Fable. So the reason, okay, like let's talk about anti-Fable, right? What is an anti-game? Calling it Fable exists for one purpose, and I'm going to tell you this. It's going to be painful. And you're going to have to hear it. It's to destroy the original, because if we call it Fable 4 or we acknowledge other fables, we have to be respectful to them. But if we just kill Fable, destroy it if kill it if you have to, then what can you say? This is the Fable 1. There is no other Fable 1. That's what they're doing here. They're not making a new game. They're replacing the past. They're overwriting it. And they want you to shut the fuck up and don't criticize them. They want you to do what they fucking tell you, and that's what they want. They don't want any fucking criticism. They don't want nothing. That's fucking terrible. We have to fucking destroy the past. We're not making a new game. We're making the first Fable game. And if you dare fucking question us, you're going to go straight to fucking hell. Like, you're gonna go straight. Like, as far as they're concerned. And what's hell? Blacklisted. Shut the fuck up. You don't count. You're not real. You're a hater. You're a misogynist. You're a pig. That's the shit they do. It's every goddamn time. You already see it happening. People are already pointing it out and criticizing it. And it's already starting to happen. It's already beginning again. We're at that point, chat. Like, again, like literally. Like, I like how there's like literally a picture of this character here. I don't know if it's gonna just be like a fucking like,
I'm on a mission to be.
oh god, I'm gonna kill myself every
So
goddamn
I was
time.
going out of curiosity. I was going through the
I'm a mission to
community hub
mute that
for
but-
Fable on Steam.
But look at the face, right? Stylistic. You know what I mean? See that? Do you see that? You see that, Mormo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, only Mamu.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I'm just making sure everybody's looking. Like, that
Keep
is
the
so
frog chair.
distinct. That is so distinct. It's so recognizable. All right, go ahead, Mama. I just wanted to point out, like, that compared to this.
What's interesting, and obviously this isn't going to be necessarily the company themselves directly handing moderation on Steam. Usually they outsource it. They're actually letting people criticize the fuck out of it. Like, it's a smattering of people like astroturfing it one way or the other, and then people actually talking about it and criticizing it. The only places I see them like deleting stuff is when it goes like Beano level of racist.
What the? What do you mean by that?
You know what I
I'm
mean, Beano.
not.
Come on now.
I'm the. Oh my god, the gaslighting is real.
So that is interesting to
So
see.
there is okay. So when it comes to like deleting comments, you kind of have to have a reason for it. Like, you can't just lock threads without like a reason, because like just for
Correct.
like you can't delete reviews. There are rules. It's not that they're allowing it; it's that they have no choice.
Correct. It's like I said, it's interesting to see. I don't disagree with a lot of the criticisms. It just a little bit I've been digging. It looks like the character creator was kind of a last minute add-on.
Yep, it's because the criticism
thinks-
about the female character.
Yes, I think that's exactly what it was.
They tacked
Because
it
there's no
on.
mention of like character creator forever, and then all of a sudden.
Yep. It's because when they did the initial trailer with this fucking dude with the glasses, the modern 2000s, 20th century glasses, and her, like, it did not go well. People fucking hated it. Genuinely. They were like, what the fuck? And they hated, and then they looked at the girl, and it's like, oh, it's a self-insert. Like,
Girl?
that's the big thing. And that's why it's all uglified. It's also Microsoft Game Studios, which means it will be hyper corporate
Woke.
safe. Yeah, it will be woke. Like, that's not even a debate. It already is. It already is.
Yes.
You can't even argue with that. Like, it already was. The minute we saw Albion have, like, you know, you had Asians, you had Indians, you had black people, you had white
Yeah, it
people.
makes no sense.
You have everybody under the sun. And Albion is not that diverse. There are other people there, but there's just not.
I mean, hell, what is it in 3 where you go to a different continent? And you like do the
there's,
whole
like,
desert thing?
Yeah, that was 3. That was 3. Yep.
Yeah, that was like a big point of showing like, look, a whole different group of people, different ethnicity, different culture. That was a actually interesting point. But now it's like, well, it doesn't really matter.
Yep. I mean, even the same way, I can't remember her name because she's kind of a forgettable character. But what's her name? And her big brother, in Fable 1. Like, they're from a different region.
Yeah, I don't remember their name, but yeah.
They're from a different part of the world, and they wear different clothing, and they have different, like, accents, and it's because they're different. And that's really cool. That's interesting because it shows the world is expansive, and there are different cultures and people. But the big problem is when you do this, you basically, what you've done is you've erased every other culture. There is no, like, cool, like, tribal African culture. There's no, like, desert or Middle Eastern culture. There's nothing. It's just everyone's Albion, and they're all the same.
But everyone's Albion.
Yeah.
No one will be Albion.
Thunder and Whisper says
Thunder
Chatfish.
and Whisper, yes. Thank you. Yeah, because, yeah, if I remember right, don't you kill... No, you have the choice to kill Thunder.
You have the
and
choice. you know?
Whisper will, no matter what you do, be the opposite of you. Like, if you're evil, she'll be good. If you're good, she'll be evil. Yep, I remember.
If they were smart, they would have the system where you can kill all the NPCs you don't like permanently.
Well,
you know,
theoretically
and, like,
speaking, you should be... I don't think that there's any reason you won't be able to do that in this game, if that makes sense. You'll be able to kill people. I don't know how the world will react, like, crime-wise. I don't know. We have yet to see that. But, yeah, you could do that in the other ones. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't have that here. How they did it in the old game is that, okay, so, for example, if you have a family in Fable 2, because in the first one you could have a girlfriend, but you could never really make children, right? You could have squecs, but you couldn't make babies. And 2 and 3, you could make babies, and you could have children, and they sort of like don't really grow up, which is kind of sad because it's like a cool idea to have a kid, but like you can't actually raise them and like have them as like a companion, because that could be cool, like father and son, or father and daughter, or daughter and
And then
son, or
your daughter
whatever.
gets arced in front of you. Dang.
Not, but the big thing is that that could be one of those things where it could be really interesting to explore, but they don't. And the other thing they do is when you're evil and you kill your wife or whatever, your children are taken by Albion Child Services. Most because they didn't want to deal with the like what happens if kids get killed, because most games are scared of that because they're too corporate, they're too watered down to handle like true dark like aspects. And I guess to a
That's
degree, I
why.
would say that Fable shouldn't have that, because Fable is meant to be dark but lighthearted, if that makes sense. Despite
But it's
its
supposed to have a bit of whimsy.
yeah, it's whimsy, and it shouldn't go too far, because too far kind of loses that Fable charm. It's whimsical, dark, evil, but not like like, oh my god, that's grim. Oh my
No exploding babies.
man, I want to play Fable again. God damn it. All right, so let's just finish this trailer up, shall we? Because we're so close.
Into a giant and becomes a big problem. It'll be your job to deal
The
with it,
glasses,
ultimately
why?
making your choice whether to kill him or to spare him. If you kill him, his giant corpse will lie on the farmland just outside of town for the rest of the game.
Does it rot?
And that is going to affect house prices. It will also affect what a lot of the villagers think about you.
And why did you spoil that?
Sister.
In Fable, the choices you make will define you. What does being a hero mean to you?
I want to look forward to a new Fable game. I've wanted a new Fable game forever. But my biggest concern, well, I actually do like, so there are things I do like about this. The open world thing, I like that. I think that works well with Fable. I think the reason why they didn't do it in the originals or the other three was because technical limitations at the time, right? I think that's good. I like that. I like being able to interact with people and buy properties and like have that economic simulation, and I hope it's more expansive than the other Fables. But my biggest problem is that it's washed out. It lacks like the artistic style, and it kind of just feels like everybody's from Albion. It's like, where's the unique cultures? Like, man, if this is just a Fable reboot, that's terrible.
It will have, okay, the sad thing is, it will have unique cultures, just not. We know what
because I mean, no,
say,
but the one thing I want to see is like, okay, the Fable game comes out, right? And this game comes out, and it should be focused on Albion. But what I would like to see is one Fable game kind of like, just like Fable 3, where it's like, oh, we're going to have to go to Albion, but there's also other areas of the world you can explore, Like the Silver Pine areas where the fucking werewolves are like, where, it was so scary. As a kid, that shit scared the shit out of me. The fucking werewolf things or whatever in this fucking game, I was terrified of in Fable 1. Oh my fucking god. I have my Xbox OG copy. I remember fucking those wolves when you had to escort the merchants or whatever. I remember how scary that was. Like, it was terrifying. And especially when that one merchant could turn if he gets, like, infected or whatever. That was pretty terrifying. Like, as a kid. Even though it's super safe.
The merchant looks at you. Having a 4 affinity is not that bad. It's like, oh no, it's too late.
He's already
Apparently,
infected.
They are removing the morality body morphing system from all the previous games.
Wait.
In this one.
What?
So you won't be more angelic when you're good, and you won't be more evil, look demonic when you're bad.
That's stupid. That was cool. That was what made Fable 1 so cool and 2.
Yep, they're removing it.
Like, you became divine, almost like touched by God as an angel. And you know why they're removing it? It's Christian. It's a Christian morality system. That's why. It's because Fable 1 and 2 and 3, and I'm not, here, listen. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in God and stuff like that. I'm not faith. I don't have faith. And that's fine. It's just me. It's who I am. But I don't care, because the game Fable 1, 2, and 3, even though I'm not, Christian or whatever, they had God. They had like demons. They had the devil, so to speak. And that was a part of the setting. And I respect that, and I think that's cool, and that's actually fun because it's part of the vision of the game. I want that in this game. I don't need to be Christian to want that. And neither should you. You could be whatever faith you want to be. I don't care. But the big thing is the game should be respectful to the source material. If it's set in Fable, it should literally literally have Christian stuff in it. It should be Christian themed. I want it in this game. I do.
This is probably going to be one of the first mods people are going to make, if they make mods for this game. You know what I mean?
It may not be Christian, but I think Christian morality is pretty based, actually.
There's also apparently, so if you remember in the previous games, your body would change based on your skills, like strength, magic,
Yeah, you get
etc.
buff or fat and
That's
stuff like
gone.
that.
Body morphing as a whole is gone.
No body morphing, but that's part of like overeating or being super fit or being strong. Like oh my god. So like in the game Fable, right? If you got more magic, you become more magical. If you got more strong, you become strong and buff. And if you got better at like finesse, you'd also be more agile. You'd also get more muscly too, right? And if you were good, you'd also look good. If you were evil, you'd look evil. And if you were wealthy, you'd wear rich clothing. And if you were poor, you'd wear poor clothing because you didn't have good quality clothing. Your appearance was a big deal of the game. Not having these fucking core things, no, I don't think I cannot stand that. It must have everything the originals had and more. If you're going to reboot this franchise, which I don't want you to reboot it, I just want you to continue it. Just make it set in a period between the other hero and like the medieval period or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
You know, that was one of the funniest parts of the original games, is being like a fat guy that looks like a demon. That was so fucking funny.
But you see, consuming lots of food and making your character fat is fat phobic.
see, this is what I mean. It's corporate washed out. No Christianity themes. No ability to become fat or things like that because it could offend people. Is that true? Is that confirmed?
The body morphing, yeah.
No body morphing? No tattoos?
No body morphing.
Did they remove
well,
the dog?
you'll probably be able to do tattoos, but there's not going to be any body morphing morality or skill based.
They also removed the dog because dogs are harem. That's the worst part.
Oh my god, there's no dog?
Well, did you see a dog in the whole thing?
True, but I think a dog... The one thing I didn't like about Fable 2 and 3 was making the dog mandatory, when I think you should actually have to go buy the dog and actually get one. So you could customize
If morality is entirely grey in this new Fable, what does chat think the moral implications will be if you just start killing dogs?
Like, all of a sudden you get haram points. Like, what? What the fuck? And it's like, Allahu Akbar.
I'm not going to play this game, but I know what I would do in this game if I did.
See, I want you to be able to buy the dog and then get different types of dog breeds, and dog breeds have different abilities, right? Like a Mastiff or like a German Shepherd, etc.
This dog is smarter than the others.
Even saying that a person becomes thinner and stronger through physical activity is body shaming, says Richard. I've actually seen people make that claim.
Oh my fucking god, they're gonna kill... Like, for a moment there, I was like, maybe I'm being overly pessimistic about this game. Maybe it's not gonna be as bad as I think. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic. Then you said that, Mamu, and it just fucking crushed any doubt in my mind that I'm miserable now.
Oh, but Hibbs, the character customization is always going to be in the game. That's why the literal splash screen has the exact character model right there that we've seen in all the video.
With the same outfit. Yeah, no, character customization was never intended. Same weapon, same outfit, same girl. It was never intended. You were supposed to play as a strong, empowered woman. This game is called Fable because they want to replace Fable 1. They want to erase its legacy because it was made by white people. And fuck those guys. Oh my god, it's literally that. Like, a part of me's like, am I joking? But like, a part of me thinks that I'm not. Part of me thinks I'm serious. I don't even know anymore.
Let's not notice it too much, otherwise we'll go.
We'll go to Yub Nub jails.
The noticing will continue.
Like the noticing must stop. We have a limit to how much we can notice stuff.
Okay, so
Praise
I haven't.
They know.
Also,
shut it down.
You need to turn on more of Harlot's Chatfish.
Harlots? Fuck. I hate Harlot.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck. A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
Also,
H, I. What? Go ahead.
Two things. One, keep in mind throughout all of what we discussed, this game's been in development 8 years, and it was clear they did
development hell for a AAA. Yeah,
development hell, and also, since we know we can give pretty good estimates, they put in the character creator late, which means they never intended for it to happen. Just also, I have to point this out always. This is their best foot forward, scripted, controlled gameplay. This was assume until proven otherwise, that this is not raw gameplay. They were not playing the game while making this. They were doing on their high-end workstations. They were pulling aliens, colonial marines, or what Cyberpunk did during their initial reveal. They built something to show. Assume all of this could be fake. Could be faked until proven otherwise.
So you know what's funny? Fuzzy says this, and Fuzzy, I love that you bring that up. If anyone watched when we streamed a game called The Magic Circle, unironically, The Magic Circle is a bit of commentary on game development, and it's an interesting game. I'd recommend picking it up for super cheap. It's not the best writing, but it's interesting that you bring that up, Fuzzy, because when I've been watching these set pieces, it feels like they're kind of slapped together, like they're fake. And the Magic Circle at the end section of the game, not to spoil too much, but in the end section of the game that was being made is built on top of a failed game, on top of a game that's dying, and then the last second they slap something together that isn't even the game that you were supposed to be. It's like a game that they just made in like 15 minutes as like a stage, and that's it. And when I look at this fucking footage, like for this game, all this stuff kind of feels like they just sort of slapped it together for a reveal trailer, but there's actually not anything there beyond that. Because they actually really didn't show anything. They showed us a hobgob, and then they showed us like a cockatrice, and they showed us some locations that look pretty, but they didn't show us really anything happening.
Nothing in those locations stood out, by the way.
Nothing in those locations were
look
you
pretty.
playing or doing or interacting. You weren't interacting with the environment and the world in most of those trailers, which leads me to believe that this shit's just been slapped together last minute because they needed to do something for a reveal. Because otherwise the funding was gonna get
Magic
cut.
Circle's better. It had Demon Baby.
It did have Demon Baby. Well, we made Baby into Demon Baby by modifying its code, but yes. But yeah, Magic Circle, while it is not a perfect game, I do think actually like underlines the problem with the AAA industry, and this being part of that Magic Circle, so to speak, that black void. Take the chat circle. But yeah, it's very good that you brought that up, Fuzzy, because it reminded me of our Magic Circle playthrough. And Magic Circle actually talks about this very same thing. And it's funny because this almost looks identical to the things it was criticizing about game development.
Yes, as I get so many of the same vibes we saw all the time when these AAA is obviously the biggest violator, but any company puts out gameplay shows like this, and you can tell that it is not somebody with a controller playing the game. It was scripted, forced, fabricated, or generated, and it could be real. These could be real sets in the game, but they took that scenario, did a script or whatever to simulate something that looks real but isn't, just for showing to the media. And that's the key point. This is to show to the media, not to sell to the paying customer to artificial hype. And since most gamers are in their 30s and up, let's face it, many of us have seen this many times before over the past 20 years.
Yeah. Oh man, I want a new Fable game. But I know in my heart of hearts that this game is going to be not the game I want it to be. Especially after what Mamu said. Oh my god. The body morphing. Like, it's important, right? It's like, you guys remember, I never played GTA San Andreas, but my cousin Brandon had it. And he played it, and I remember going to his house and seeing his stuff. And I noticed that you could, like, change your character if you exercise more. And I was like, oh my god, Grand Theft Auto is so cool. It's like an RPG thing. And then they never did that again with the other Grand Theft Auto games. You know what I mean? But Fable had that, and Fable like stuck with that system, and I love that, where it's like your character morphs as you do stuff. It's a really appetizing like feature about the Fable games. It's immersive, it's very role play-esque, and I love that so much. But it does not look like that this Fable is going to do that, because that is offensive. And yet again, Microsoft, being the pile of shit they are, man, to think as a kid, I used to always feel like Microsoft always got so much crap. I used to be like, as a child, like when I was like 8 or 9 or whatever, I used to think Microsoft was pretty cool because I got to go and visit their studio, or not studio, but Microsoft offices. And I was so like, oh, enamored and like, you know, wowed and starry-eyed. I was like, this is amazing. And now, like, being an adult and seeing all the things they've done, and regardless of having family that works in that place, like, fuck, man. Like, genuinely, fuck. Like, genuinely, fuck. It's terrible. This is a company that just fucking washes out any semblance of soul from their games. Microsoft Game Studios. Like, how much you want to bet the new State of Decay 3 is going to come out as a bastardization of what State of Decay was about? Like,
High probability.
Like, State of Decay 3 is in development hell, by the way. Any Microsoft Game Studios thing is, like, mostly terrible. There's a few exceptions. The, like, one thing I can think of is, like, the Age of Mythology game and, like, the Age of Empires. And the only reason those are okay is because I think Microsoft Game Studios doesn't actually meddle in them because they don't care. The only reason why they actually brought back Age of Empires, the only reason why Microsoft has anything good under their umbrella, like the Age of series, is entirely because Bill Gates needed a tax write-off. And he went to a forum and he literally asked, hey, what would you guys like? And the people said Age of Empires. And that's why Age of Empires is back. It's not because Bill Gates felt bad or really cared. It's not because fucking, Microsoft cares about those games. It's literally because it was a tax write-off. Because... oh my god, it's like the only thing that they have going for them, and the only reason it's good is because they don't care. Because they don't. And anything they care about is absolute dog shit. Like, man, I want Gears. Like, my only thing that I want Microsoft to produce that's not dog shit, that I know in my heart might have the sliver of being okay, is maybe the Gears Gears E-Day thing. But, like, I know in my heart of hearts the Dom's gonna be like, actually, I didn't like Maria. I was gay. It's like, oh, like I'm just expecting that, and it'll be like, yep, all right, just gonna hang myself.
But yeah, just my closing thoughts on all this. Just you can name one or two good mechanical points that, I mean, maybe some of the combat can work out. I didn't entirely mind some of the Sekiro mechanics. Just do a side grade and not make it FromSofty and do it more of a Fable style. That could potentially work. The same when you say buy so many things, you get a tycoon trait. Yeah, a lot of that sounds good, but again, they ruined they, at least on paper, ruined the potential when they added everything subjective. There is no good and bad. What, you mean I can't be a evil, demonic-looking tycoon that buys everything and jacks up the prices 300%?
That's my favorite thing to do with Fable. Just buy all the properties and be like, and you're gonna pay me $100,000.
I'm posting an article in the stream room. This is some of the devs' response to like the whole morality system they're going through and their thoughts and whatnot.
Oh boy.
I have to do something, so I'm gonna head out.
Yep, take care. It sounds like this is extensive damage control.
Yeah, I'm skimming it right now.
Looks like it. I'll be right back.
This is extensive, which means they're in full damage control mode now. Because they
I'll
they
let you know if I
betrayed
see
the
anything
vision. No body
really
morphing,
big.
no angelic or satanic things. Literally, like, I know that this might suck for those of you who aren't Christian. And like, I'm not Christian, I'm not bothered by it. But like,
Same.
guess what? It had Christian and Christian themes. Fable has Christian themes. Say it with me, chat. Fable has Christian themes. It does. And if you don't like it, go the fuck away.
Oh no. So one of the first things
all Lionhead games had that.
Some of the first things they talk about is making the game advertisable to streamers.
Oh, you're not making it advertisable to streamers because you're fucking ruining it. You're ruining it. The only reason why I want to stream your piece of shit game is because it's a new game that launches, and so I can talk about it. Right now, my reason for wanting to stream it has nothing to do with the fact that it looks good. It has more to do with the fact that I want to talk about how they killed my thing that I like, and I want to rant about it. And when I can cover it, I can show people what ruined the thing I like. And then contrast that starkly with a classic Fable run, and then be like, this is what made Fable great. And then play the new one and be like, this is why Fable sucks. Because all you got to do is do a side-by-side, and guess what happens? It's all apparent.
They're also trying to spin this as this isn't a fantasy, it's a fairy tale.
Damn, it must be a great fairy tale because, like, holy shit, everyone's suffering.
What if it's a
people down?
What? Why are they saying that? It is fantasy, fairy tale. Like
It's
what?
both.
It like yeah, like that's a weird. What?
It's them. So it's them trying to claim essentially that what they're basing everything off of is documents that they got from the then Lionhead Studios when they were dissolved and turned into whatever the hell they're called now.
Yeah, no, Lionhead Studio got like it's just gone.
Yes.
Like there's not
They're
a single
trying-
iota of
so-
them left.
What they're trying to set out is it's extremely British. Did that game look British to you?
No, but you did notice how all the people that were talking had British accents because they wanted to make you
They were
feel like it was
British,
British.
and specifically white
Yes,
in the interview.
but despite the fact that the game did not reflect the development team whatsoever that they
Correct.
showed us, which again, remember that Battlefield trailer when they all put on those sweatshirts that had creases in them? Because you could see that they had creases in them. They had just unboxed sweatshirts, putting it on to try to look like you and me, chat, to look like casual
Yup.
bros, right? Like I've got my fucking pajamas on and I got my little fucking like sweat jacket on, like I always
Because they're
do.
in clothes.
What? Bino, silence. But yeah, so like,
Yeah.
dude, of course I'm in clothes. Do you have any fucking colas in here?
I'm
my
joking, man. Like
No,
you're
shut up.
getting
I'm not done with
comfortable
you. Thermostat set to max, right? It's so goddamn cold in here, dude. Like my feet are freezing. Like I can feel the layer of cold on the ground. It is, I think, minus like 20 or 10 outside. Like it's fucking awful. And that's not including wind chill. It's supposed to get up to minus 55. Oh my god. I'm not going outside for anything. Like I've got a garbage bag I need to take out, but it's gonna stay by that fucking door until it warms up because I ain't going out
What,
there.
what if there's
I
a
ain't going
catfish
out
outside
there.
begging for your help?
There's no
It's like-
chatfish out there. That thing's frozen solid if it's out there. But yeah, it's fucking cold as shit. Oh my god. But yeah, so like, oh fuck. All right, what were we saying, Mamu? We need to get back on topic. I'm just fucking agitated.
I'm just skimming it. Like, so they're essentially trying to do the usual slop of today of where they molest a venerated franchise of trying to connect it to the originals spiritually, but then they start going on about, like, this is a thing they've talked about for a couple paragraphs now, of the morality system and how it's gray, just like today.
Yeah, that's not the original then. You're not respecting the original if you're just making
No, they're
shit
not.
up.
And about the subjective reality of morality, it's like, I'm sorry, no, there is subjective evil. Fuck off. There is no everything's great. No, there are good people and bad people. It's reality. This is a very childlike view on things.
The problem is, because this sounds like, and well, I think we can pretty easily say that the dev team is ideologically captured one way.
They are.
Yeah.
People like that seem to be under the impression that evil, like just actual evil, doesn't exist.
Look, if you've, not to interrupt you, Rapier, but if you've experienced actual people who are genuinely evil, you know. Like, it's hard to describe.
Yeah. No, I know.
It's like it's almost like a like
They don't
fight
feel
or flight
human.
response you get.
It's like an
almost.
air of like if you have to deal with like somebody like that or somebody who genuinely hates you or something like that, it's an air of like it's an air of
It's
tensity.
uneasiness you feel.
Yes. Because you're as a man, you're gonna have that fight or flight instinct, whether you make a stand or whether you run. That's the thing. Women will never understand our pain.
And yes, there are some things that are morally
women's
gray
response,
based on where you're
run
sitting.
or sleep.
But there are also things that are objectively evil.
Yes.
You know what the issue is?
Yeah, no. Well, hold on, Bino. Because the big thing is that when it came to like when they mentioned like, we're not gonna have morality because it's all about what people perceives as evil and what they perceives as goods is. It's like that is completely like Karl Marxian, because like just like you notice how they said that right after the tycoon thing and you had wealth, like it's like a big
And they showed
focus.
a person mocking you.
It's like, oh, you're rich. Don't have to rub it in our face. But like, what did the player do to rub it in their face, by the way? What did the player do to that character to make them rub it in their face? They literally just walked past them. But by walking past them, the developer seems to believe that just because you wear nice clothing as you walk past somebody, you're flaunting it and rubbing it in their face because you're wearing that nice clothing, that nice outfit. Which, again,
forget-
tells me that the developer doesn't understand what it means about Fable or any of these interactions.
Don't forget, they then made the comment of, "We as the developers will never judge you, but the characters." Well, it's like, no. So you're gonna make the characters have biases to match your biases.
Yeah, well, the big thing is that doesn't even matter. Like, the big problem is that the whole game is wrong. It doesn't have body morphing. It doesn't have good or evil. It's not Fable. Like, if you don't have your character changes based on your actions, because that's always been a key thing. Peter Molyneux may have been a flawed individual. He very much is, as somebody who's a fan of his piece of shit games, I can tell you. But what made Black and White, what
Here you
made
go.
Fable was that your choices reflected and were basically like changed who you were. Now go ahead.
I posted in the stream room the snippet where they talk about the morality and body morphing system.
All right, I shall read.
I wish you luck with that, Death.
Take care, Death Fishy. Be a good little fishy. I just have to find it. Well, go find one, Death. Chop chop. We're hoping for you, buddy. And if you need to hang out and decompress in the Discord server, just feel free to pop in. But yeah, hopefully that gets taken care of.
Yes.
I know you'll do it, dude. You've always been a good, strong.
Remember,
Chatfish.
every day is another chance to do stuff.
Yep.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah. First things first, start calling places and get that stuff sorted ASAP. But yeah. Moving back onto the stream, IGN on this same track. The direct dev piece talked about the more fluid good and evil system morality. Would you physically change appearance like you classically did in the original 3 based on how you behave? Ralph Fulton responds and says, that sort of character morphing feature, obviously a really central part of the original games, is not in ours. And I'll tell you why. There's probably a couple of reasons. One, I guess it's about that high level principle I was talking about, that there is no objective good and evil. Again, not understanding the game, out. Fire this man now. And the original game were predicated on there being an objective good and an objective evil. Again, you don't understand what the original's about. You literally are just pissing all over it. And you were somewhere along that scale. And that's what determined how your appearance changed. IGN responds with, yeah, because, what are you going to say to that? Ralph Fulton then goes on to explain, but for us, that doesn't really work. The way I've described our morality system, says Fulton, you're never that thing. Absolutely. You're different things to different people based on what they like or what they choose to value. So that's one reason that it didn't work. This man's a moron. He then goes on to say, there's another reason, which is in our game. You build reputation based on the settlement, the town, the city that you're in, the part of the world that you're in. But when you go to a new place, a place you've never been to before, you walk in without any reputation, and thus nobody knows what to think about you. Okay, I'm going to stop him right there. You're a fucking retard. You're a hero part of the fucking Heroes Guild. It does not matter. Your legends and deeds are legendary. People talk about you, and the reason why they do, wherever you go, is because your actions you do had weight in the world. You talk about us having choices that affect the world and how the world changes around us. Yet here you go on to say that your actions don't matter, and the world doesn't actually react to anything. So you're a fucking lying little hypocrite, is what you are.
You know what this reminds me of? Kung Fu Panda 4, when the guy is like, I'm Po, the Dragon Warrior. Who? The Dragon Warrior is like, never heard of. He's like, what the fuck, man? Like, they spent like 3 movies making it.
Yeah, you build up. If you have this like legendary character that becomes this important thing in the world, then you're gonna know, right? Like, this guy, this hero has stopped the bandits. He's the champion of like the tournament, and you go to a new town and they don't know who you are. What? It's the legendary champion from the tournament. It'd be like, you know, Augustus Octavian, like going to like fucking, I don't know, Brunzium and being like, "Hello, I'm Augustus
Oh
Octavian."
my god.
Who are you? Who
I
are you?
know.
We don't know who you are. Are you like are you somebody important? It's like, oh no, I'm not just the Emperor of Rome.
I know what they're going to do. Oh my god, I hate them. Remember when they said that like, it's going to have a lot of British humor? How much do you want to bet that they're going to do the whole like, I'm the king of England? Who? The king of England? You're not my king. You know, like the
I
whole
didn't
like.
vote for you. The Monty
Anyway,
Python
they are
skit.
going to have this retarded shit happen. I'm know it. Oh my god, I hate them.
I don't care about that at the moment. And you can almost, through your behavior, through your choices, form completely different reputations and completely different identity. See, the issue is people are sedentary in the ancient times. This is true for the most part, but they do travel. Merchants do. And word carries. So again, like, yeah, there will be some villages that are a bit more sedentary than others, but there will be trade in between the villages. Now, yeah, you're not going to have, like, you know, fucking Farmer Joe going all the way to Scotland, but you're going to have Farmer Joe talking to the local merchant. That local merchant goes north to York, and, you know, he's going to talk to somebody up there, and, you know, word travels. Like, that's just, again, a massive disconnect from reality. No research done whatsoever. Through your choices, form completely different reputations, a completely different system identity, place, and you can do that across all the locations of the game. So what they're again saying is that your decisions, what they said in the trailer, your decisions matter. It'll affect the world and change things. But then again, it goes on to say your decisions are isolated. They're localized. It will not affect anything. You did this decision here, and it won't have any actions or repercussions outside of this small pocket. Like, you
Isn't
literally
it too hard to
defeated.
code?
Hold on. You literally defeated that giant dude that died. That's literally going to be huge news, no matter how you slice it, because word travels. Like when Jesus Christ was fucking nailed up to a cross, guess what? I know it's going to be crazy, you game dev, but like word got around that happened. Word got around. I don't know how, but it sort of happened. You know, people talk about shit, you know, or the emperor who had like gold poured down his throat or whatever. You know, I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but call me nuts. But like people found out about that all over the Roman Empire. That the Sassanids, I don't know how they found it out. Or Emperor or not Emperor, like Varus losing, you know, Augustus's legion in Germania and losing the province of Germania. Guess what? Crazy, I know. But the Romans found out about that. Don't know how, you know. But in his world version, something happens localized, you'll never hear about it. Again, it's like actions have no consequences whatsoever, and it's hyper localized so that there's no repercussions for your actions. You do something when you behave a certain way, yes, to a degree. If it's a minor action, it'll be localized. Only a couple people will be upset with you, right? But the reality is, if you just slew a giant dude and it's the size of a fucking skyscraper and he's dead, people are going to talk about that. People aren't going to be like, oh, you know, just another dead giant over there. You know, it happens every fucking Friday, really. I don't even know who killed this one, honestly. Like, that's stupid. Only that one town's going to talk about it. Motherfucker, as soon as a merchant talks about that, they're going to go to Bowerstone. What are they going to do? They're going to tell everybody in Bowerstone, be like, holy shit, dude. Fucking giant dude, fucking dead. I'm like, really? Yeah. Fucking smells so bad. Rotten carcass, you can smell it from here. That explains the smell, the southern winds, you know. It's a giant stinky dead body down there. Oh my god, it's just this stupid shit. All right, let's keep going through this. We're almost through. Now, you couldn't do that if you walked in with horns and a trident, and your reputation would precede you. Like, it's the whole point of what the game's about. Fable. You're a hero. You're part of the Heroes Guild. Your reputation starts to precede you. You become a somebody. And honestly, that ability to be completely in control of your identity, and thus what people think of you, felt more important to us than that legacy feature. So it worked great in those games. It didn't seem to fit in ours, because we're not really making Fable. We're kind of just using the name to sell the game. We wanted to just make a female character that was strong and empowered and would threaten your masculinity, but you all got upset about it, so we had to add a character creator. And so we tacked that on last minute, and that's why the walking cycles are still female, and that's why your guy's hips sway like they're a woman's, you know, because it's just biologically not natural. Why does it smell like smoke? Don't like that smell. And I smell like smoke. Oh my god! I think my apartment's on fire. Well, at least it's gonna warm up. At least it's gonna.
At least it'll be
Side worm.
toasty.
At least
Don't
it's
die.
gonna warm.
Don't die, don't die,
That
don't
smells
die.
kind of weird. All right, so either way,
Ugh.
it just drives me up the wall. Is what it does. So it worked in those games. It didn't. Okay, that's a good answer, says IGN. Okay, well, let me go back to sucking your cock. But nice, says Ralph. Nice, radical. Get back to sucking, IGN. Just say whatever. Don't question anything. Don't ask any hard questions. God damn it.
That's not what we're paying you for. You ask easy questions. You like money, right?
So yeah, literally the entire fucking thing is that this whole fucking charade is ass. They don't know what Fable is. The more I read about it, and thanks to Mormu finding this, by the way, good job. The more we find out about Fable, the worse it sounds. Like, it's like, at first I'm like, okay, maybe I'm being a little bit overcritical, but like, man, is it getting uglier as thing goes on. What are you doing? Not sure, but I want Kibbs and others to guess which one is the newer version.
Stuff from Plague.
Oh, okay, that's just Blake.
Oh, yeah,
Reputation.
and then look at the thing Rape posted. Yep.
Yeah, like this is from the game, by the way. Esther the Merchant, a humble commoner, dislikes you because you're rich and a tycoon. They think you're a rich twat.
Wait, they're a merchant. They should love you.
Listen, these guys don't know anything. Like, okay, so you know when I pointed out the glasses on the giant being modern? Again, these stupid bastards don't do research. They don't actually know that fucking people from this era didn't wear glasses, and those that did were so few in number that it was incredibly rare. Glasses were not common. Yet there they have a wooden glass frame for a modern glasses on a character. It shows how little they care about the setting and how little they care about any sort of research or historical authenticity. Also, background nose ghost. Control it. But yeah, so, oh my god. It's one of those things where this is just an absolute shit show. It's just so much wrong. The more we look into it, the worse it gets, the uglier it gets. And it's ugly. The new Fable is fucking terrible. It's made by they, them pronouns, pretty much, masquerading as British people. And it's going to be a game that's not really about Fable, and it's about deconstructionism of Fable. There's no good or evil. There's no Christian themes, which, as somebody who's not even a Christian, I have no dog in the game, by the way. Actually, no, I do. You know what my dog is? It's called, I want my game to be accurate to what it was originally. It's got Christian themes in it, good and evil, yin and yang. That was a staple of Lionhead. They throw around Lionhead Studios' name like it's something to be just said, like, oh yeah, we really want to be like Lionhead Studios, Lionhead, shut the fuck up. You keep dropping their name, but you have no respect. Never fucking say their name again, you chuckle fucks. You don't get to say their name. Don't dare speak their name, because you're literally insulting their work. You're literally spitting on what they achieved. You're coming from Microsoft, the same piece of shit company that killed Lionhead. And yet you tout them as if they're some amazing thing. Motherfucker, you guys killed them. This is like the equivalent of, like, you know, fucking somebody like having a speech about like, oh, I really did love that guy. Dude, you stabbed him in the jugular. I loved him though. Yeah, well, he's
I
dead.
loved doing that.
Yeah, well, he's dead. This is, again, no research, nothing. Nothing was done here. It's completely garbage. There's been nothing done with this game whatsoever. Like Fable, the new Fable, we're going to stream it. It's going to be ass, probably, like 90% certain at this point. There's no body morphing. There's no good or evil. There's nothing. Your actions don't matter. Like, nothing you do matters. And it's just like, if you're rich and successful and you do well in the game calls you a twat. Good job, player. You saved our town. The only thing that I think of you is that you're rich, though. And because you might have saved our town, you're a rich capitalist, and I hope you die, because I'm a commie. Yep, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Fucking Pinko-made piece of slop game. Fucking piece of shit. These fucking assholes. They drop Lionhead Studios' name like they fucking have some sort of reverence for it, yet here they are spitting on it. Fuck them. Seriously, fuck them. Fuck that Fulton fucker. Oh my god. What a twat. The only twat here is you. Fuck.
Yeah,
This shit's
the
maddening.
more I look into this, the more and more my like frown furthers because like I said,
It's
I
worse and
genuinely
worse.
I genuinely love the Fable franchise, and all its flaws, and it is deeply flawed.
It is, but it had
this,
charm. That was the thing.
yes, this is not political stuff aside, like just mechanically speaking. It doesn't look like it's Fable in the slightest. It looks like generic Fantasy Man level of stupid. Like it.
Yeah,
Oh, also,
this
it's
is
not
not
on
Fable.
Unreal. It's on Horizon 3's engine.
What?
Horizon 3's?
What?
Now, to be fair,
that racing game?
that's not the craziest thing, by the way, in terms of game making. Engines, so a lot of people have a misunderstanding about engines. That's not like an issue. But that might explain the lighting problems because Horizon is meant to have very good scenic and large-scale environments. So they probably chose the engine for the large-scale environment choice, which again is a sensible reason to choose it. But again, I don't remember it looking so washed out and brown.
The reason I bring that up is because they actually talked about in the article of they had to basically completely redo the engine to get it to work to do what they needed to do.
Well, yeah, because I imagine Horizon's engine wasn't meant for a third-person action combat.
Like a lot of open world garbage games, they go on about the size of the world and all that
It's
blah
so
blah blah blah
big.
blah.
Look at that hill.
They did talk about generative AI. In the beginning, they were going to use generative AI for the NPCs and then chose not to.
Okay, well, that didn't help.
So they claim every single NPC is handcrafted. We'll see.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
They also claim thousands of NPCs.
Oh, see, the thing is, I wouldn't even be surprised if they are handcrafted. But you know what they're done by? They're just DEI. Like that's why like my biggest problem with the NPCs is that when you walk into, I don't know which town they were walking into. I don't remember which one. It wasn't Bowerstone, but they're walking into a town and this fit the fucking trailer. And everybody there's like an Asian, an Indian, a black person, and like there's a Middle Eastern guy over there. And it's like, what? Like Albion
It doesn't feel like you're
not,
an Albion.
Yeah, it's not Albion anymore. Like when
feels
Whisper,
like modern British.
You can have black characters. It's not the issue here. Like Whisper was, and so was Thunder, and they fit perfectly because they were different. They were different culturally, and that's what made it interesting, right? They did so again in the other Fables, except for that one fat woman. Oh, she was so annoying in Fable 2, I think. But yeah, like either way, she was bad. But yeah, so the big thing is like, oh my god, dude, like it's just a lacking of understanding nor respect for Lionhead Studios. Yet what really drives my gears and why I'm getting so fucking mad about this, like I'm having like a literal fucking, we're crashing out.
He's having a meltdown live on stream.
I'm crashing out like over this fucking like, they say Lionhead Studios and having respect for them. And as somebody who actually liked Bullfrog Studios and Lionhead Studios games and has a weird sort of like, I like Peter Molyneux's games, but I hate Peter Molyneux, like, because he lied all the time. But at the same time, I like Black and White. I love Fable. I love Dungeon Keeper, and all that shit, and Magic Carpet, right? Those are their games. I like them. They got problems, but I like them. And then these fuckers just say Lionhead Studios over and over again, while being for the same company that fucking killed Lionhead Studios, I want to point out. So it's ironic that they're talking about paying homage and respect when they're working for the same corporation that killed Lionhead. Killed them. Literally axed them. Literally chopped their fucking head off. Lionhead is gone.
Side-by-side image, by the way, Kibbs.
Somebody did it?
Of all modern fantasy games.
Oh, that's Veilguard at the top.
Oh.
There's Avowed there. And there's that. And there's Natalie, the fat black woman.
Which one is which without Kibbs telling me? They all look the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're all slop. And the color, like, notice how they have other color, but it's all kind of washed out, isn't it?
Yes.
Like, it's a brown washout here, brown washout here. And again, it's like a gray-brown washout here.
Yeah, of all different engines. All three are different engines.
Different engines, different games, different studios. Yet all look the same.
You know the worst part, Chatfishes? the worst part about stuff like this is that I don't really care about the game because I didn't grow up with the game, but my friends did, and I don't want them to have bad games. You know what I mean? So it generally annoys me when like kids or like some other chatfish is like, oh my god, I remember this game, and like I really love it, and then like you just see that like a company is taking a shit on it for ideological reasons and shit like that. So like, this is why I don't like talking too much about it. I just get mad.
Yeah, as you should. They're literally trying to make us mad.
I am mad about this. They're, as you said, they're bringing up Lionhead Studios constantly. Yeah, morality wasn't part of it. Morality has always been Peter Molyneux's big thing. He honestly was obsessed with it.
Yes, it's in every one of the damn games I've
So
ever
like,
seen
not
from
only
him.
is it always in Fable, but it's also like just dripping in black and white with like the good and evil.
Yeah, I was gonna say black and white. It's
And a
all
lot of
over
it's
the place.
nonsensical. You ate that cow? That's evil.
Yeah, like it's almost too much at that. Like the good and evil thing almost becomes intoxicating because they were so obsessed with it. But at the same time, it was really cool because of black and white. When you're good or you're evil, your city, your people, your animal, and your like god changes based on your actions, your temple. And in Fable, your actions, you're good, you're evil, your character is completely morphing to what you're doing, down to whether he's using lots of magic, he's like becoming more magical, whether he's good, he's becoming more angelic or satanic, and whether he's strong, he's becoming more muscular. If he's agile, he's becoming more elongated and strong, and running and like maneuverability because agility.
Well, one of the things I remember distinctly from Fable 1, the higher your agility was, the taller you were. The higher your strength was, the more mass you had. The more
The
magical
wider you became.
Yeah, you became whiter, so you needed to be taller. And then the more will you had, your hair turned white. You started having glowing symbols all over your body. That and literally Lost Chapters added the Temple of Scorn, where you could literally do blood sacrifice.
Yep, blood sacrifices in the Lost
No,
Chapter.
What I'm hearing though is if you tanked your agility but max your strength, you could dwarf max.
You could, yes.
You could technically, yeah.
Didn't in the first Fable when you leveled up too much you got old, right? So I was thinking, why couldn't they have like you still get old but you have children, and then at some point your character dies and the children like they inherited that level and you play with the children or something
See
like
what
that.
if they were gonna do Fable, and I think Fable justice, what it would be really cool is that Fable 1, you're playing as the hero and you're starting the legacy and the story you're doing, right? And you're building a family and stuff like that. And then the sequel, when your character passes on, the next character then takes up the mantle and joins the Heroes Guild and carves out his own legacy, but has to live in the big early section of the game is living in your father or your mother's shadow, and you have to come
dead
out
father?
of that. Yeah, your dead father.
Your dead father?
My father. My father. My father.
But it does very much feel like it's just I think I've seen some chatfish say it's just a skinwalker. It's yet another skinwalker game.
I kind of agree with what Whifford's saying, that he thinks that the development team for this, they don't care about the game. They just view this as a stepping stone for them to then make the game they want to make.
Yes.
That's usually how these studios view it.
Now-
they're not building following a legacy. They're just like, I'm gonna make this, and then I'm gonna make the game I want to make.
I did see in the interview them talking about doing sequels. So they're already planning more than one game.
Is it gonna be like Unknown 9?
Fable 2.
Don't worry, it'll be like
Oh my
Unknown 9,
God.
guys. Listen, they're gonna like we're working on 5 other games, and we're gonna have a bunch of comics, and then like
No.
and then they can the whole thing.
I did also post an article from Stefan.
All right, let's take a look. Stefan Fishy. This one?
But
yeah.
Oh, go ahead and say your piece, Ghost.
Yeah, my issue is that they don't care about a legacy. Honestly, they just view the legacy as a stepping stone, and that they will actively destroy it in the case of some studios because they're jealous of their predecessors.
100% agree. Sony deletes thousands of games by a single developer from PlayStation Store. Thousands of games from a single developer? Oh my god. One developer made thousands of games? I have questions. Sony
After the second sentence.
has removed 1,000 games from PlayStation Store, which all of which created by a single developer. As spotted, Rob Thanatos on X, Thigh Games, known for its shovelware titles like the Jumping Taco and 1,194 different games on the storefront, the fourth largest number of any dev. However, without any fourth largest, there's more. What the fuck?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, there are companies that they just make.
I know.
achievement
They're called
code games.
shovelware games.
Yeah.
There's jokes about stuff like that in the industry when a company makes an acquisition of a smaller thing. Like THQ acquired this one studio once, and they called it the shovelware division because they hired the studio purely to pump out names, but they're like, please don't put a logo on it. Just put your own logo on it because they just want to shovelware games because shovelware games do turn a profit. But yeah, as spotted, Rob Thanatos on so devs searching for them from the store yield any results. The only clue that these games were ever available is the trophies, which still display on players' profiles if they own the game and unlocked any achievements. Unless you're a diehard trophy hunter, chances are you've never heard of Thai games. So he's basically milking the trophy audience or the achievement hunters, whatever you want to call them. Work It primarily releases very simple games, many of which involving controlling food and jumping around, including the Jumping Taco, the Jumping Cookie, the Jumping Muffin, and, well, you get the
picture. Okay.
Thousands of games used by trophy hunters removed from the PS Store. Despite being very basic, one look at PSN profiles, the trophy subreddit shows that they've attracted thousands of players. This is mostly due to how easy it is to 100%, allowing dedicated hunters to add platinum trophies to their profile in no time. For example, the Jumping Taco, you earn 25 every 25 jumps with 500 required to unlock platinum. Christ. There's some gameplay.
Yeah, there's video of it.
Unity. Now I get why people call it shovelware.
Gameplay, chat.
To be honest, this is better than The Last of Us, in my opinion.
The taco, it entices.
It's taco
me.
time trophy earned. This opens up an interesting moral quandary, right?
Delicious.
On principle, should this game be preserved?
I don't think it's a game.
Okay, it makes an even bigger moral quandary.
See, it's what I mean. You're like,
so I'm gonna make sense. If your game is literally just a looping GIF, a 5-second looping GIF.
Yeah, but how do we determine what's a game?
Right there. If your entire game is just a 5-second looping GIF, I don't really think it's a game.
Okay, well, what does it say about the achievement hunters?
Yeah, but it's a clicker game. Clicker games are like this, Chumpus.
Oh my
clicker
God,
games
Artemis.
have more to them than
yeah,
this
they have more than a 5-second GIF, Kibbs.
What is this
that.
trash?
You say
It's
that.
a taco. Are you enticed to eat the taco? It looks like
Man,
a taco.
I like
amazing
jumping.
delicious.
I like jumping muffin better personally.
Yeah, I should have made the jumping brass game and released it to
Is he actually
PlayStation
gonna
and
beat the
become
game on
millionaire.
stream? Yeah, he is.
Yes.
3 minutes is how long it takes to beat this game.
To get all of the trophies and 100% the game.
Now, yes, this is where I would agree because we do go by case. This isn't really worth preserving because it's literally slop. It's not even a video game. And yes, I do believe that we can distinguish between a video game and whatever the fuck this is.
Honestly, if you
Its
told
removal,
me that this was an
I'm actually okay
advertisement for
with.
Taco Bell, I would believe you.
Because it's,
Yeah.
you know what they're literally appealing to? Again, it's appealing to the achievement hunter crowd. It's literally just chasing trophies and achievements. This isn't a video game. It isn't.
I can almost assure you the other jumping games are just they change the background and change the thing that bounces
Yeah.
up and down.
Same sound effects or different music probably.
Yeah. They change probably like 3 assets.
Chili cheese taco. Like, again, these are just like random fucking names for the trophies, too.
That's funny.
Shrimp
I like
taco,
it.
just naming different tacos at this point.
Yeah, if you told me that this was an ad, I'd believe you.
It would be a bad ad, to be honest.
Beef taco.
Hold
it
on,
would
hold
be
on,
in
we're
line with
getting
Taco
close.
Bell.
What's the final
Oh, we're
taco?
almost there.
Hot sauce?
500,
It's
chat.
not even a fucking taco anymore.
Just the hot sauce.
Taco Master.
Hey, Dave.
What?
Is that the final
Now
one?
I'm very hungry. Trophy earned. That's the complete
I like the
playthrough.
second to last trophy. Hey, Dave.
The complete playthrough of that game.
Damn. Is this how terrestrial is going to be? Celeste just jumping around.
I can't
like,
wait for the jumping taco mini game, Kibbs.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, Bino. So I know what Bino's doing. So Chatfish Quest 3 is literally just gonna be this, and Bino's gonna make achievement slop.
Bean
is what
already
he's
made the
gonna do.
animation, actually. Hold on, I have that saved.
Boop, 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 boop. Bino's like, oh.
I have.
Vino,
Oh my
you
god!
already
You
made
have
that.
no idea of the amount, of the size and the scope of Fish Quest 3.
Look,
It's...
right there in the chat. There
my
you go.
god! Yeah, you show
We're
that.
halfway
show
there,
that.
chat.
You're halfway there.
Oh
And
my
I just need to
god.
have them hold a button for that to play.
So yeah. Now chat, does anybody in Chatfish disagree about our assessment about this video game, whether it's worth preserving or not? Because in most cases, I would actually be jumping up and down about Sony doing something. Even if it's a bad game and a game that tried, I'd be jumping up and down. But this isn't even a game that tried.
Yeah.
This is literally press or hold the X button to farm achievements. Press or hold. That's the most design he did in that game, by the way. Was like, oh yeah, quality of life features, you can just hold it too.
I think he means apply a rubber band to it.
There's some shit for 5 minutes. My god, it's
Yeah,
more
if this
effort
was
than
the
just holding it.
Quality in air quotes of all thousands of those games that Sony removed. I'm not gonna be upset over that because this isn't a game.
This isn't a loss of anything with artistic value or gameplay value as a whole. It's just garbage.
This also shows how tired all those people, they go like, I'm going to achievement hunt by buying jumping tacos. Like,
Listen, achievement hunters in games, I respect that actually, because like,
okay,
like
yeah,
hold
but...
up, for like actual games where it's like the achievement's like a challenge and it's got to be hard. Yeah, cool. But like this ain't it. Holding the button for 3 minutes and 6 seconds does not fucking. I can hold a button for 3 minutes and 6 seconds. A fucking paralyzed person can hold a button for 3 minutes and 6 seconds because it fell on the floor.
You could apply a rubber band to the button and it would do it.
Like this is the one exception where it's like, okay, this is beyond like shovelware. This is beyond like bad games, because even bad games I think should be preserved. Even things I don't like Fire Warrior or Bad Rats, because they have something to them. There's something there, right? This has nothing. It has nothing. It's just a piece of. It's just nothing. It's probably just AI generated. Probably wouldn't be surprised if the art's stolen.
My god, like the guy's like, how little work can I do and still make this?
Like did he? Like I'm curious. Did he even commission an artist to do this, or did he paint the taco or in the background? Did he even do that?
Imagine,
probably not.
He just got.
What about the music? Where's the music from? You think? Probably just
royalty free.
I bet all this shit's royalty free. I bet even the code is royalty free. Even the
oh my god, the code for this is so simple. Like holy shit.
It actually is. I could code this.
I think I could. I could probably figure this out. Ugh. Press X to make thing bounce. Chick boing 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 boing. Fucking gun my gun.
You could flowchart program this.
You could. This is what
Very
flowchart programming leads to.
I hate this shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to ever look at it again, honestly.
If button
as long
press,
as I live.
move image up and down. Done.
So let's see, where were we? Okay, we haven't actually finished the Fable trailer, by the way. There's like 5 seconds left.
Can we
No,
not?
no.
We're gonna finish it.
Games, we've built a pedigree for beautiful and
Just 'cause I want to change the subject
open-world
from that.
experiences. Yes, they've typically involved sports cars, but this is a passion project for all of us here.
It's not.
Every member of this team, which we've built from scratch, has two
I like
key
how
things in
this whole thing is fake, by the way. Quick, point to the artist guy who's has this open, and I think it looks like Clip Studio or Photoshop. What the fuck?
Every member
What's he
of
doing
this
in
team,
Like,
which we've built
yeah,
from
like,
scratch, has
oh,
two
yep,
key
mhm,
things
yep.
in
He's
common.
just
Yep.
like, yep,
A deep
yep.
love for the
I'm pretty sure he
franchise
just said yep,
and
like
a
he just
burning
doesn't
desire to bring
care.
it back.
Oh yeah, look at
We're
that.
making this for
Lots
Fable
of
fans
games.
just like the
Hey, they
real
actually are
to
using
introduce Fable to
flowchart. It
gamers who've
showed.
never played the series before. It's been great to finally tell you a little about the game we're making. there'll be much more to share as we get closer to our launch.
All right, get the British guy out of here. All right, Indians, you can come out of the walls now. They start crawling out.
Yeah, that's what Baltus was going to say. Like, how much do you want to bet?
And what's
they
that
are
say in the
just
background?
actors?
We are Playground Games.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This shit looks so ass. These guys don't even know. You don't even know how bad it is. Because they're not, none of these people are critically analyzing. All these people that liked, they're gonna have that realization. It's gonna dawn on them. They saw the Fable thing, they saw the gameplay, they saw what they thought they wanted to see, because that's the entire purpose of this video. They didn't analyze anything, and they're gonna be in for a rude fucking awakening. And I actually don't, I'm not mad at them or upset with them. I just feel bad for them. Hit the like button. Fuck no.
Hit the like button, chat, to see Kibbs bounce up and down.
Xbox Developer 2026 recap. Xbox can't make video games. Like, almost all their games suck. Autumn 2026.
Still more games than Sony, than PlayStation.
Beast
Well, that's a new one.
Reincarnation, Kiln, and Forza Horizon 6. Sounds like 4 things that are just not gonna matter. It looks brown. It's cars. Like, it's, how do you fuck up that? And that just looks meh. I don't care anymore. It's a Forza game.
Doesn't care.
The Horizon Festival is a celebration of beautiful cars.
It's a car game. Moving on. Like, okay, what could possibly be different about this? It's
Now you have to pay real money for every single vehicle.
Set in Japan. Japan's culture affecting. How does the car
This
car
looks
culture?
worse than Dirt 4.
This is why I refuse to get into racing games other than Mario Kart clones. Cause
Hold up, Burnout's pretty good, you little fucker. Burnout was.
Never played it, so therefore big doubt.
Burnout was a lot of fun. I love Burnout. Burnout, I think, is my
Burnout
favorite
on the
car
PS2.
game. No, the Xbox 360. Burnout Revenge. It's like,
Damn, okay, landlord.
Landlord. Oh, because I had 360. Yeah, get fuck scrub.
No, it's because don't you remember Smiling Friends? Hello, hey Alan, do you want to play Burnout Revenge on the PlayStation 2?
Yes, that was the reference. We get it, Beat.
Yeah. Damn.
I'm starting to see the some graphical similarities between this and Fable.
It's kind of brown, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like they've made the background and environment brown for a car game.
Yes. And this is actually worse than games that came out like 10 years ago, like Dirt.
Yeah, look,
4.
it's just brown and washed out. No wonder why Fable looks like ass. It's on the same fucking engine as this shit.
Honestly, it reminds me of Gran Turismo 3.
It's just brown looking.
But what's the cars look like when they get wrecked?
That's the fun part.
That was Burnout specialty.
Yeah, you see that wall? Drive into it.
More piss
Disgusting.
filter.
He's not a real gamer.
Yeah, the
He's
piss
not using a
filter's
proper
back.
D-pad.
Micro Cox is bringing it back. Everything's yellow.
I will never understand why they keep putting filters despite people constantly complaining about it.
Robin, I've decided, if you're listening, Robin, we're going to put a piss filter over our game. Because obviously the big boys are doing it, so obviously we got to follow in their footsteps. Piss filter, everything. Piss filter, main menu, piss filter. Text, piss filter it. Piss filter it. Just piss on it. Piss on the game. Just piss on the code. Just piss on it.
Kept just applying all the piss for all this trash.
Chatfish, get guzzling all that fucking soda pop. We're gonna go and piss all over this fucking game.
You guys were looking at the game that came before, gotcha. For the engine.
Oh, this is the upcoming Forza Horizon 6. It also looks yellow. This is an upcoming game. It's not even out. But it's on the same engine, just different version. Look, you can make your own maps. Oh, look.
You decided we aren't going to make... We'll rely on
look,
players
adult
to make the
daycare.
maps for us.
Yes, so, okay, great point. So the big problem with a lot of these studios is that they're just laundering money with, like, low-effort work, and they're just fucking around. Like, you can bet your ass, if my studio has any sort of, like, recreation room, if I had one, it's going to be like a table for eating your sandwich.
It's gonna be like a canteen to go eat and drink, and that's it.
And that's it. You're not gonna get a pool table. You're not gonna get a game table because the only game you're gonna be thinking about is the game we're working on, motherfucker. Like every picture in the fucking office is gonna just be pictures of the video game. I don't care. Like, you're just gonna think about it. You're gonna breathe it. The urinal, pictures of the video game.
Yeah, I'm
The
gonna
fucking
disagree.
ceiling,
I
pictures of the
thought
video
it was
game.
gonna be-
I'm gonna
It's gonna be
disagree with you
pictures of
slightly.
Celeste
You are
going, I
going to
need you to
have
work harder.
some kind of monitor or TV setup with a PC plugged into it and with Dead Space there to force people to play Dead Space.
No, they're not gonna be playing other games. They're only gonna be, if there's anything, it's gonna be only our stuff and our stuff only forever. They're gonna be thinking about it. I want them to breathe it. I want them to feel it. It's gonna be on the carpet. It's gonna be on the fucking ceiling. It's gonna be on the fucking pencils. It's gonna be
On the toilet.
He's gonna
the
buy
toilet.
body
Toilet
pillows
paper.
in the game for everyone.
Merchandising.
everything.
You're
The
gonna-
soda
you're
cans
gonna
are gonna be
sleep
added
with
too.
the game.
Flamethrower. Cannons.
Autism aside,
everything.
Mixers, the flamethrower.
autism aside, that's what it should be though. Like, I may be joking there, but like, I'm also not. Like, it should be like, you should be motivated. You should be
The
constantly
office should be
thinking
for
about it.
working, not for playing.
Yes, if we're gonna play and decompress, we'll just go over to like someone's house or play games somewhere else. But the office space is for working, not for gaming. It's the one thing I hate about being a streamer, by the way, because this whole setup, like, I game here and I also stream here and I also do everything here, and I have ADHD. It makes it actually difficult to sit down and write sometimes, and it is difficult for me. Like, I've struggled. I am in the process of setting up another desk behind me, and I'm gonna try to turn that into a little rinky-dinky laptop over there. What I want to set up just for writing, so I just have a space for just working, because I struggle because I have ADHD. Right? This shit here is terrible. As somebody who suffers from like fixation things, like, no, this shit, no. There will be no gaming. The only gaming you'll be doing will be testing different builds of the game.
Man, I'm convinced like almost the entirety of like tech industry and video games is just adult daycare, because I look at what these people do in the office and I look at like the offices of construction companies and like what people do in them. It's like fucking different planet.
It is.
You get paid
A lot of it
ridiculous
is.
sums of money
Given
to
that a
barely
lot
do
of
work.
these big tech companies are just bloated with friends of friends who
Yes.
just have bullshit jobs, and
See,
it
if
is
you
just
do that
daycare.
in blue collar, people fucking die.
This is why a lot of this is also my personal theory of why a lot of these companies have trouble attracting people, is because all the people with work ethic and want to get work done and care about providing a good service. They look at this crap. I'm trying not to mince my words too much here. They look at this crap and going, I want no part of that. And
Yes.
For me personally, I do look at that whenever I apply for jobs. I just go, I actually care about doing a good job. If I'm being paid a big paycheck, I'm gonna make sure I earn that big paycheck.
Yep.
I'm-
Workplaces that have break rooms with like games and stuff in them are bad workplaces, because you should be working. You're here to work, not to play. You can play when you go home. Like, this is a workspace. Yes, it should have like decompressed, like just a break room, place to eat your sandwich or whatever. You can look at your phone, or you can mess around with your phone or whatever. But like, once breaks up, you got a smartphone. Like, that can be your entertainment. You shouldn't be fucking wasting studio resources on pool tables. You shouldn't be wasting resources on these unnecessary things. You should have a refrigerator. You should have an oven and any like cooking area, utensils and stuff they could use for cooking, a cantina. But like, beyond that, it should be dedicated to work, because the studio, the money that we should be making, if there's any excess money, should go into bonuses for whoever, like at the end of the year. Then they can go do something actually fun instead of fuck around in the lounge. You know?
Like even other white collar office settings outside of tech and video game industry don't do this shit. The most quote unquote rec room you'll build out in a location will just be, like you said, a fridge, a microwave, maybe an oven, maybe.
Yeah, for like
And a bunch of cupboards for utensils and dishes, etc., and then a couple tables. That's it.
Yep. Because the thing is, you should love your work, right? For example, the people I hire for my studio love working on it. In fact, what I really appreciate is the fact that they're dying to work on the project. We just can't have everybody work on it because we have to have them work on YouTube art, so we turn a profit, right? To keep the lights on. But that's good. If you don't want to work on the project and you don't want to work on this thing because what we're working on is amazing, every day I work on it, it's literally better than playing video games. Genuinely. This morning was awesome. We did a lot of work on it. We made some progress on things, and organization stuff was getting done thanks to Vulpus's help, which is nice. And I found some old art that was being archived, and I saw that and was like, oh, that's nice. We could actually, fund that. Chat did fund it. Some of that old art that was just conceptual is actually really cool, and we could turn it into things. And that's cool when we do that, right? But the big thing is that when you're working on a project, it should be something you're motivated for. And if you're not motivated for it, it's a shit project. Like then, or if it's not a shit project, you're just not interested in it, right? Because it depends. Some people just aren't interested in it. If you're not interested in working on my project, I don't want you. Don't work for me. I literally have a line of people wanting to work for me. I don't need you. I don't need you. Like, it's a privilege to work for me. Like, you don't get to just fucking like, oh, I just don't want to be. Okay, leave. Like, I only
there's
want
no
people that
holding
are
the project
passionate.
hostage, claiming that it won't work without me. It's like, no.
Oh, it will.
There's a bunch of people.
It very much will.
And it's not a it's not a you're replaceable. It's there is higher supply than there is the demand for you.
Yes, because a passionate person who actually cares will do way better. Like having Carlos or having Bino or Indio when they're working on stuff, it's always going to be better.
Fucking YouTube crashed.
That's probably
Nice.
Big Dude says, I can't imagine working for somebody and loving it. That's definitely understandable because I feel that way too, because that's how I felt almost my entire life, except for like working with my dad. Working with my dad, I think, was like the only time I felt like I was like happy working with stuff because I was like, yeah, working with my old man. But even then, like it wasn't the same. Some of us are built different. You might be more like me and you might just like building your own things. Hell, that was my dad too after we got out of the army. He just went and made his own businesses. And that's just what people do.
It because I am a lucky person that other than my first boss, every boss I ever had was a very nice guy. Like unironic, like I was very lucky because I had a very good boss. Like he was a good person, like a genuinely good person. Then I met Kibbs and it's like, man, I don't want to change my job. I like being here.
I know. I'm a good boss, aren't I? Working for Kibbs. Like, that's what I say. There's a line to work for Kibbs. Kibbs is the best boss.
Kibbs has a bunch of third worlders beating down his door to work for him.
Oh, yeah, by the
I
way,
do.
I love it so much. The gift I put in chat.
I don't know
I'm
if I
going to
want to
let
look at the
Indio
gift, though.
know now that art will need to be rendered out.
Yep. And oh, you found it already?
I just scrolled up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I posted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. He saw it. He knows that chat funded it. That's good because I actually like that art piece. We can use it for something for the studio.
Yes, make sure to head Pat Vulpus for finding lost art. Finding lost tech in the annals of concept art.
There is a lot of sketches because sometimes they'll do mood or exploration pieces, and sometimes those mood or exploration pieces are really good. Like the one that fucking Carlos did that I gotta find. It has like a bunch of damaged HACUs just crashed into the ground, and they're like tattered banners, and I gotta find that piece. It's so good, and I have an idea for a cover piece for one episode of something, but I can't say any more than that.
Damn.
It's
So
on my
Bino was
list.
inspired, Kibbs, by your. It should be mixers themed everything everywhere.
Yeah. Should I open it? Is it safe?
It's safe.
Death to Bino.
Celeste, Toilet of Battle Damage Studios.
And so Bino had his pay docked 6 times that day.
In fact, I don't think Kibbs will pay him at all this or next month.
You're lucky I'm tolerant of your bullshit.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, Bino?
Reholder says he DM'd you a question last night.
I don't want to look at it
Answer
ever
you,
again.
Kib. So, chat, Menace has not been funded. I think it's going to be assigned Sunday because we need to get that out quickly.
Yep. So Menace thumbnail
But
closes
the question
Sunday.
is, who should we give it to, chat? I think Bino should have to do it.
You should force Indio to do it since he hates having to draw mechs.
He has 2 higher priorities, one of which he just posted a picture of already.
India's busting balls right now.
Which Kibbs can show, chat, if they want. He has posted the line art finished for Hardcore WoW.
Where is it?
I'm also
Studio?
I'm also working.
Do you want me just to post it in here?
I'll just go to the studio. I can show Chatfish
in
the
YouTube
studio.
art.
I just got to cover my screen.
Kibbs is gonna
it's
go to the
YouTube art.
studio. He's gonna waddle over to the different Discord server.
He's like,
Oh,
I
fuck.
need
That's
to-
pretty good. See, chat,
I need to use the
if you look
submit.
closely...
Can you find the squealy chat?
You can actually see text of things I noticed, but it's okay. It's just me searching for things on the right-hand side. You won't figure out anything there, chat.
Enhance.
Yeah, enhance.
Something about waiting for concepts. Sketch I did while I was waiting. Yep, okay, okay. Emperor, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. It's like, might have to delete this section of the stream, but we're good. So yeah, this is the hardcore Warcraft thumbnail. It's really well done. It's going to go fucking awfully like it did last time. My favorite thing is the little squealy in the back, bottom left, getting absolutely murdered.
Well, he's a hunter, so that's his pet.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Oh, that's just up. That's him, and there's just. That's good.
Fucking simper.
Oh my.
He's a
fucking
mount.
god.
On the pillar.
He's like.
It's
Wait,
pretty
did he
good.
give him a froggy chair mount harness?
He did.
It's classic WoW
what it looks
because
like.
the armors look so stupid.
They look
The
awful.
armors look so. But wonderful, chat. Wonderful. Very good job, Indio. This is the reason why, Indio. Oh, Indio, I'm so sorry for you. The
shouldn't be. He's
website's making
Brazilian.
a lot of progress, and your workload is about to increase exponentially. So be ready to smash through what you have. Yeah. So, I didn't mention this. Real quickly, studio news. I guess we'll get through this quickly. Studio-wise, we've got Robin, our only programmer. He's working on the website. He's going to finish up that. Once the website's finished, he's going to go back to working on the game. So we had to put a pin in that because we only have one guy, so we had to move him around. But I want the website done first because then once the website's done, it won't need any further crap. It'll just be good to go and it'll run until we need to do something with it again. Because we're reaching the point now where we're getting close to the... what do you call it? The finishing of all the mechanics. Once all the mechanics are done, then it's the godforsaken AI. God, I don't know anything about that, but I hope Robin does. Otherwise, our NPC is going to be stupid. Hopefully, it's not as bad as it was in the initial prototype. Oh my god, it would just ignore rules and just run through walls. That's all I remember when we did the first test. Just fucking cheated little shit, cheaty little shit. All right.
She would.
As if we will ever reach level 40. Yeah, we won't, dude. So we're not going to make it past... Dude, we can barely get past level 10. All right? Like, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. If that's how hard it takes, like, oh, God help us. So, by the way, the Hardcore WoW series is going to be treated as a dedicated event, and it'll only be for, like, a certain X amount of time. And it'll be a group-based event. It'll be relatively short streams, but relatively intense streams. Because we will be taking horrific risks. And there will be many dead chatfish. And the reason why they'll be short is because anytime chatfish die, it's hardcore. You die and you reset. You go back to the start. So that sucks. That's
It sounds awful. You get to the final boss at the end. You get to Wrath of the Lich King, and
well, it's classic. There's no wrath. It's before then. It's just dragons, if I remember right in the original. I can't remember what the end thingy is. No, it's dragons and something else. Check the Awakens. Wow. Okay, so back to the thing. Let's get back to it. Beast of Reincarnation. Hello, Chatfish. Alright, so I can't understand that, so let's just mute that. Subtitles are on. This is the other Microsoft game. It also has a piss yellow fist.
Direct.
Oh, it's just not them, okay. But why is it also yellow?
Could be Microsoft. I know.
Tibbs, that's racist.
No, it's not. Look, the game is yellow too. The filter. Like, look.
Oh my god, Mechus.
The grass was washed out. Oh my god, you little weeb. Look at that.
What? Mechs are cool.
I know, but like, everything has this stupid fucking thing. It's not Microsoft.
It does kind of have a yellowish filter.
Game
to
Freak,
it.
it's not Microsoft. Well,
It's
it's Microsoft.
yellow!
Oh wow, it's super yellow.
Look at how yellow it is.
Yeah, it's not. It's a Game Freak. It's not Microsoft.
Why is everything got yellow filters? Why?
Industry standard, Kibbs.
Piss yellow
Industry
filters are
right
coming
now.
back again. Like, I like
Look,
how they
it's
disappear.
Japanese. They're like 15 years behind everyone else.
They're like, oh, Western
No,
America.
it's because I think they're copying what's the name?
At least the female
Neo.
characters are not like ugly.
Yeah,
Unlike
they're not
Fable,
monsters.
she's actually cute.
Well,
now Game Freak, aren't these the guys that make Pokemon games?
they did make
Yes.
Pokemon,
Yes.
They got kicked out of Pokemon, huh?
I guess.
No,
No, they just felt like making this.
They just felt like making a real game
They-
for a change. Okay, fair.
they funneled all their Pokemon profits.
Not
into this
because they're
one, so-
Asian, chat, you fucking bigots. I'm talking about their fucking filter for the game.
Chatfish being racist? Base.
More likely than you think. Yeah, I mean, artistically, this has a better vision. I love that derpy fucking mech
You know what
thing,
it
though.
kind of feels like with like the weird mech designs and the weird Asian aesthetic? It kind of feels like a 3D Kenshi with like more effort.
These people look like human beings. They don't look like paid actors. You know what I mean? They look normal. So maybe this game is made by real people, unlike Fable. Because Fable, it
What do
looked
you
like they
mean?
had nothing but
They're
paid
British.
actors. Here I'm seeing like just average looking Joes, you know? Which means maybe it's a real game. Not guaranteeing, but saying it's more likely.
Much higher chance.
By the way,
This is going to be another waifu Souls like? Yeah, probably. It's not necessarily for me, but
It's what it's gonna be.
at least it's a video game.
It has soul.
I just wish
The
I would get a
gameplay
video
looks
game
more
for what
interesting.
I want.
When I show Chinese games, people are like, remember when you guys see Chinese games, like, I see.
Game Freak is Japanese.
This is
Game Freak
Japanese.
is Japanese.
It's all the
Bino.
same. They're all
It's
the
in
same.
Japan
No, it's
this
They're
time.
basically
No,
the
it's not,
same.
Bino.
They're
It's
basically the
not.
difference between Coke Diet and normal Coke.
They aren't.
No.
You know why? Because I play Korean games, and on average, I don't like Korean game design at all. Japanese games can actually be somewhat interesting. Not always for me, but they're a lot more interesting than Korean. Korean are just super grindy. Like, the only Korean game I think I actually like was Kingdom Under Fire. I think that's the only one, by the way.
This so far from what we're seeing here, it does look like it's gonna be very Souls-esque in
It
its
does.
combat.
Not a game for me, but at least it looks interesting.
Same.
Which, again, I'd
I'm,
rather have more interesting games.
I'm exhausted with Souls mechanics.
I just want a game for me.
I'm tired of them.
I still like my Souls games. I might be interested in this.
I loved Elden Ring. That's what got me into the series.
I
But,
hate
like
Elden
the
Ring.
world, so far what they're showing, the world building itself looks interesting. I like
the mechs,
like,
yeah.
Yeah, I like the, well, not just the mechs, the whole like everything's overgrown and like dystopian, but it's not ugly, you know?
Overgrown cities and stuff are like a
Cute
Kino
mechs.
aesthetic, and I don't care what anyone
Mhm.
says.
The plant powers look interesting.
Plague says they look like nerds, so you know the video game will be a video game.
Yeah, unironically.
Yeah.
Looks like they actually
Keep
play
your eyes
video
up
games.
for flowcharts. Flowchart
Oh
program.
my god, if you guys ever see what Carlos looks like, his fucking twirly mustache.
Oh no.
Oh, are we talking old 1800s greedy
Yes!
businessman level?
He has got like a little
no, my
goatee and
God.
twirly mustache.
Hold
on our
on.
team.
Oh,
He had a
Wait.
he did a
Back it up a
twirly
second.
mustache when he met up with you.
Yeah, he did.
He
Back it up a few.
he
Hold on.
Yeah,
What are you looking for?
he prettied himself up.
I was
for
trying to
kids.
read the. I looked
Damn,
away. I
he
didn't get to
wanted
see
that,
the setting and.
While building the world stage, we also
time.
crafted a story of Emma and Ku. I think Ku is the wolf. The story takes place in the year 4026 Japan. It's a post-apocalyptic world where most of the human population was lost. Where did they go? Can we find them? No, I'm kidding.
They
No,
probably got
it's,
consumed by the blight.
the
The
plants.
plant. The
Mhm.
plant. See the results of
She
global
seals the
warming.
blight in her own body.
It's very
plant plague.
Drakengard.
Drakengard
They
3,
look
yeah.
like,
Mhm.
Oh, the game
enemies
played
are
like such
vegans.
ass.
She
Oh my
takes
god.
the blight inside her, chat. What the devs mean by this?
she's a
Plant to-
plant sexual.
No, she needs to plant the seeds deep inside.
Oh god.
Like, while this isn't necessarily a game for me, because I detest anything Souls related at this point. The world building's interesting.
Oh, they're actually trying. Better than what they were doing with Fable.
Yeah.
That and the real big one, Jesus Christ, they don't make all their characters fugly as shit.
He's got random tech doodads on him.
He's a
It's how he fights the blight.
And you get a puppy companion.
Absorb their powers.
It's a demigorgon.
Oh, my face!
The dog threw the stick. The dog has evolved.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
very
that
Dark
is
Souls
very...
combat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, Dark Souls combat kind of, in my opinion, made hack and slash all the same. I've
Sekiro
been
being
depressed
a
ever
success
since.
has been a downside for gaming.
I mean, it's
I
good for
agree.
Sekiro. Like Sekiro was a good game for what it was, not a game for me. But like, what sucks is all hack and slashes. As somebody who enjoyed hack and slashes, they've all become Souls-esque games or Sekiro-esque games.
I miss my Devil May Cry 3 and God
This
of
is going for
War.
Sekiro-esque, I think, with that kind of this animations like that and that kind of parry. That is literally a Sekiro parry.
Yup. Damn it.
I don't like Sekiro.
All games. I think Sekiro is a fine game. I just don't like the
I
game.
don't like it.
It's just not for you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. 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 Fuck you,
Vengeance
Bino.
did cutting
Fuck
stuff
Bino.
better.
Destroy Bino. Bino.
I remember that next time you're be getting beaten by a monkey in a Souls game.
Monkey.
And I go to hell.
I will say a lot of their
hell.
outfits and like designs and stuff are actually pretty good. They're interesting.
Yeah, unlike
I like it
unlike
better than
Fable, this has art direction. Wow. This is
that.
art.
And believe it or not, I like my outfits to be not super.
My biggest
revealing.
criticism for this game, though, has gotta be the fact
like
that
actual practical
the
outfits?
filter is terrible.
Yes.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
It's
The filter
It could
is
do
like
with some
ruining
brightening up on the
it's Expedition
color
33,
scale.
Kibbs.
Oh god.
QTs popped up and then flashiness.
Not a game for me. I tolerate QTs in older games, but it's a trend I don't really want to see return.
The Japanese are dead set on them coming.
See, that does look very Expedition.
Mm-hmm.
They're
That's
doing
also
an
abilities.
interesting mix of mechanics here.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you see JRPG mechanics and stats and stuff like that mixed with Sekiro combat.
Physically.
The combat's definitely not for me in the slightest.
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this game. Because QTs make me want to kill myself and make you want to kill.
Yeah, that's your JRPG level progression.
Honestly, everything just apes on Paper Mario.
But I do think that Chatfish is. Some of you might actually find this very interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
I
It's
would
just combat-wise,
keep an
it's not
eye out
me.
for a mod to get rid of that filter, though, because that filter, I can tell you, is ruining the art style
Oh,
of the game.
reshades are one of the first mods always that end up coming out for games.
Because that filter is ugly.
I remember what mod I forget which game. God, I wish I could remember the game. I did one of those for a game, and honestly, it made everything so much clearer and artistically better. I don't know why developers just refuse to get this
Oblivion Remaster was one I did recently where it had a piss
Yes.
filter.
That was the one. Literally, the Oblivion Remastered. I got a mod to get rid of it, and it looked so much better.
So
Because it's
one
just,
thing I'm
yellow.
noticing for sure. Notice what they're showing versus what Fable showed off when they're talking
Yeah, they're
about
showing
their game.
gameplay.
You can tell
almost
that somebody with a
predominantly.
you could tell someone with
Yes,
a controller. Or
because
keyboard and mouse
when we
would play
watched
this.
the Fable gameplay, the Fable gameplay reveal was them walking around and not doing anything in set piece environments. This game actually has like bosses and fights and combat and like story sequences that look like they're actually finished. So yeah, this game has actual potential for actually releasing, whereas Fable is like a fucking pipe dream is what it feels like.
Yeah. It's like, this is good marketing where, okay, this is what the game is like. Do you like what you see? Not what Fable is doing.
And they haven't
Where
talked about like their ethos or anything. They're
That's
talking
surprising.
strictly about the game.
It's going to release on Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. I thought Nintendo owned Game Freak.
I thought that as well.
I think Game Freak owns a
They
portion of Pokemon. I think that they
Okay,
work together
yes.
because I think, if I remember right, multiple corporations own chunks of Pokemon.
Last
as a
I heard
license.
for Game Freak and
Gotcha.
Pokemon, Nintendo was basically giving them shoestring budgets for the games.
Yeah, from what I've dug a little bit into this, the Pokemon company is co-owned by Game Freak, one other company, I forget it was the one that does the trading card game, and Nintendo. They all collectively own the Pokemon company. They're all independent companies from each other.
Good
but
night,
they,
Pising.
Good night,
They all
Pising.
divide up ownership
Sleep well.
of the Pokemon. So Game Freak can't develop a game on its own.
Killing gameplay. Making pots and shit. Check
Well, this is Double Fine, keep in mind.
Pots and shit.
Oh, he liked that. He loved putting his finger in it.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
I'm Tim Schaefer, founder and studio head of Double Fine Productions. And this is Elizabeth Larkin, senior tools programmer and junior in-house ceramicist. At Double Fine, we try to take a little time every so often and create quick game prototypes. Anyone in the company can pitch a game idea, and we have a vote on which ones we want to try to make. We forget the projects we're currently working on, basically get amnesia, and we do this for 2 weeks. That's a fortnight. And we build a few of these experimental game prototypes. We
That
call
hurt me.
this process Amnesia Fortnight. We've had
Stop
all sorts
it!
of great ideas come out of this process.
Notice the difference
Iron Brigade!
already. Iron Brigade
just
was
like
good.
this
All the
one.
other stuff is not.
With a little bit of pressure and creativity, something interesting is created that wasn't there before.
I liked Iron Brigade a lot.
Yes,
Our next
Iron Brigade
game
was quite
came
good.
out of Amnesia Fortnite.
One of the best tower defenses.
It's all about encouraging you to create with others, and then use what you create to destroy each other.
Fuck.
This is beyond cringe. Like,
Yeah.
notice the stark difference between this and what Game Freak was showing off.
Like, this isn't a game. Again, you need to get to the game.
Don't worry, it's easy to make a new pot if you're playing Kiln.
Okay, maybe they're trying with a
multiplayer
humor
pottery
thing.
party brawler.
We'll see.
Oh, it's cringe. Okay, this is a skip.
As someone who's done pottery, this is cringe.
As someone that breathes oxygen, this is cringe.
Damn, these
Oh,
are never
brutal
good.
legend.
New and original ideas here at Double Fine, alongside last year's Weird But Chill game Keeper, featuring surreal and dreamlike exploration.
The game
That
bombed.
no one
Kiln is
played.
the other side of that coin, bringing high energy,
Artistically, it looks
expressive
nice, but
multiplayer
yeah,
action.
bomb. Barely remember.
They're just
You'll
trying
get
to
a
be
chance
party
today
beasts.
To see how we're continuing to foster our spirit of creativity with this next
Or
game.
gang
Derek
beasts.
Brand spearheaded this pitch, and he's here today to talk about this fully realized Double Fine experience he's leading with his team.
Kiln is a multiplayer party brawler and is just as much about the act of trading with your friends as it is fast-paced competitive destruction.
It gives us a place that would all end up just being.
Like, maybe I
TV
might
shows.
be
We
autistic,
built
guys,
this
but I
game to
kind of
respond
think
to your
that's
creative
cute.
design choices,
Like making the pots
as well
and
as your
playing it.
relentless
Oh no, don't get me wrong. The pottery
anthropomorphized
part of
clay
that's
pots.
neat. The rest of it doesn't look very interesting.
Like smashing them.
I could give you
As a
my
concept
like
artist,
the.
focused on coming up with unique characters.
But
and
I would rather
environments
make
at Double Fine.
pots by
But I also
hand.
play a lot of action titles, which got me wondering, what would a game look like that included not
This
just
looks like
the
normie
cathartic
slop.
element of destruction
does.
and action, but the equally cathartic act of creation I was familiar with as an artist. I stumbled on the answer one day: what better solution than a pottery wheel? We wanted to give players the ability to create characters out of any shape and to make sure that what you make has a charming, animated personality. You start off as a little helpless, naked spirit. You're not capable of much in this state. Thankfully, you are capable of manipulating clay, and a pottery wheel is the perfect place for the creation of a new body. And when it comes time for destruction, those shapes needed to translate into capable fighters.
It's a
Pots
kid's
that
game,
can
is what it
compete
looks
in
like.
challenges in a way that
I
only
could
pots
see me
can.
playing this with my nephew.
Our game mode, Quench, brings all of that together in a 4v4 combat party atmosphere.
Teaching him pottery races and it's like,
You and your friends
cute
can
as
balance
well.
your pot's shape
This would be a
and
good
abilities
kids game, I
with its
think. I
capacity
think there's a
to
market for
water
this.
into enemy territory.
Yeah.
Here you'll navigate through the environment with your team's unique creations. Avoid
I'm sorry, Jimmy,
incoming enemy warriors,
but your pottery is
and
not
of course, fill your
good
pot
enough
up
to
with
hold the water.
and ultimately douse the enemy's kiln and win the game.
Inferior.
Got him once. Now keep at it.
All right, I think we've seen what we needed to see. It's gonna be them just going on about it.
I'm convinced
Gonna be them
Western
parading
game
themselves.
devs are kind of just cringe when they talk about their games.
So, there's been some cancellations happening. Whoa.
Bino is posting stuff about an upcoming thing.
Did you
Good,
see the
everyone's
drawing
fake
I did?
Indian skimmer.
Yep. But Bino,
Yes.
We did. Now shush. Now, next up, the LGBTQ plus community is trying to cancel the upcoming medieval RPG Knight's Path. After the developers introduced a heterosexual female romance option, a user asked about LGBTQ plus representation and received the reply, "We care about fun, not modern agendas." Oh, based.
Nice.
Since then, critics have been spreading and manipulated images from Steam, claiming the game was made with AI, among other things. So they're trying to spread false information about their game and trying to follow games use AI. Yeah, so they're attempting to cancel the game with misinformation and defamation, which
look,
legally
it's the
speaking,
mafia again.
Yeah, again, the cancel culture LGBTQ plus crowd. Oh wow, I just fucking can't stand those people.
The Rainbow Mafia is acting like a criminal
Mafia?
organization. Yeah, the Rainbow Mafia.
Just
you've
look
never
up the
heard them
game. It was
reference
called
that?
Knight's Path. Okay.
There are also there is another game that's coming out nowadays in the future that's like a medieval game that's LGBT or whatever, where you play as a.
So, now that we know there's a cancellation of movement going on towards it, let's take a look at the game and let the game get a moment to speak for itself rather than letting the fucking mob do it for them. Bad capture card. It does that flicker black thing. Oh, that looks pretty good. I do like this new trend of like medieval games coming out.
Yeah.
This is a
It's
good
not a true
trend.
medieval game if you can't refer to the barmaid as wench.
Yep.
Ooh,
And
very
you can't
nice
end people
looking
rightly.
armors. Because I feel like Kingdom Come Deliverance might have sparked that, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't care.
Definitely
It's
created
amazing.
a buzz.
Because these authentic medieval games are amazing.
This looks nice.
Yeah, the combat
Oh,
looks
God, that
nice.
gothic armor.
Notice how he wasn't just instant killing the guy in the plate?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's a Mordhau, I believe.
Wait, did he just hit with the other end of the sword?
Yep, I believe that's the Mordhau
an actual
strike.
technique. Yeah, to deal with armor.
Nice.
Theorized. Most of the stuff is theorized because we don't know about practicality.
So there's manuals.
Because there's a lot of debate about whether it's effective or not. A snail!
Effective, no, but when you don't have a thing to deal with armor, that's going to be your best bet to puncture the armor.
Well, okay, you're not going to puncture the armor. Because that's...
No, but you could dent it better.
Yeah, because you're trying to transfer kinetic energy through basically doing traumatic damage that way. Because, like, the big thing about plate that people don't understand is you're not going to stab through it. You're also not going to punch through it. Like, unless you have something with enough, like, what's it called? Force. Like a certain bolt going at a certain speed.
All you need to do is dent the armor.
Yes, because
realistically,
flesh
because
underneath
the
can't...
flesh. Yeah,
That's also why they usually wear padding and protection underneath to reduce.
This is a HEMA-inspired game, Cesar.
Yeah,
Yes,
I like
it's
it.
What was a
Same
useful
page.
technique if you lacked blunt weapons? Yeah, it's you don't have a better weapon, so that's what you would use.
Yep, it's again, it's I do believe that if I remember right, a lot of those manuals got to remember them. It's a bit speculative, and even in the HEMA community about like how effective those methods were. We know that some were, but we don't know to what authenticity, right? Because there's also the unscrew your pommel and throw it at your enemy, which is a bit goofy. Which is
Yes, but I think that's kind of accepted as not a real fighting technique. It's a
yes, that's why it's again always speculative. Is the thing is.
But the Mordhau grip, well,
It was more than likely used.
Yes, we can see it. It can be done easily. So like, it's logically would be something that would probably be used.
Handcrafted, low fantasy open world with no level scaling. Deep, meaningful RPG progression driven by gameplay, not numbers. HEMA-inspired combat, focused on parrying, countering, and positioning. Historically grounded armor with logical and satisfying progression. Story-focused experience with grounded, memorable characters. We've yet to see a story trailer, because again, more Kingdom Come Deliverance style stories, but without the Mufasa character, or whatever the fuck his name was. That'd be great.
Molly.
I think his name was
KCD2,
Durka.
KCD2 was a great game. I do recommend it. But again, my biggest criticism is Musa, unnecessary. Didn't need him. He honestly
So-
just ruined the game. Like, is all he did, or not ruin it, but
Scroll.
spoiled it. A section of it made it sour.
Scroll up to developer and publisher.
Jan Takota and Shahura. These are
So they
people.
don't even have a company.
Oh, well, they wanted to
Just
start
two
a game.
people.
I mean, based on the stuff I'm seeing, the melee stuff looks good. They do look like they're going to be tampering with fantasy, so it's going to be a high fantasy game because there's a
Low
dragon.
fantasy. They said.
Nope,
Slump shot.
that's not what that means. I'm
No,
gonna have to.
I don't know. Like
I
they
know.
say, like
Chup,
I saw.
chup, chup. So I looked up the definitions and the textbook stuff about how stuff is actually fucking like what terms mean. Low fantasy refers to fantastical, not fantastical. No fantastical elements, like there's no magical creatures. Low fantasy means there's not magic, but that it's basically alternative history. It's a low fantasy setting. High fantasy has a mythological creature, something that doesn't exist, a being that's otherworldly. I'm going to tell you right now, chat, that thing right there didn't exist before. Didn't exist before.
I don't think the game's gonna have magic though.
No, there might
I
not
think
be
it'll just have
magic, but
creatures.
it's still high fantasy. These classifications matter. That's
so
why Kibbs is trying to keep people
Schlumpstra says
educated.
the only thing I do miss from the armors are cod pieces. Kibbs, was there cod pieces under the armors?
Not every armor had a cod piece, like a massive one, but they did exist. Also, it's kind of hard to see because they got their.
I think he just wants you to stare at the character's crotches, Gibbs.
I've been tricked. My autism. I'm gonna go back to pictures. But yeah, look snail. But yes,
Those existed. Lots of historical medieval artwork have giant snails.
Yes.
Those are real. And I
By
hope
the
none
way,
of this Hebrew nonsense about
those are
fantastical
not
creatures.
real. We never had giant
There's
snails.
so much well-documented artwork of
Yeah, why is there
giant
so much
snails.
artwork then, Kibbs?
Also,
Did you not look up
rabbits
fossils?
were literally bandits in medieval times.
Yes.
No, Bix, dude. The
They
low
robbed
versus high
people.
fantasy isn't a debate. This is there's nothing to debate here. This is just a fact.
F. Presidel says
I was
that-
corrected too because I was wrong and I also thought that Lord of the Rings was low fantasy. Then I learned that it wasn't. And now I'm going to spread that correction to everyone and destroy these misuse of terms
Hold
and
on.
classifications. What?
Chat is arguing with you. Zara says, I saw that lizard in Afghanistan. Stop lying, kids.
Liar.
And Presset says,
You have to pay
"There
to
may not
argue
have
with me.
been Gibbs, but
You have to-
dragons were very real.
I've changed the rules. You have to donate to argue with me. You have to donate.
There's lots of documented evidence of dragons as well. That's true.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill the chatfish.
I was going to mention.
Gibbs, if dragons
one
aren't
of
real, why did like every civilization across the globe have stories about dragons and they all kind of match up?
Where's the fossils?
They ate them.
They ate the bones.
Yep.
Okay, come here, you little fucker.
Bones are
Come
good
here.
for bone marrow soup. Have you heard of it, Kibbs?
Chat marrow soup. I hate chumpus. I hate chatfish. I hate everybody.
Okay, did you confirm if they have cod pieces or not? I think you need to look closer.
No, I now realize that chat's just trying to gaslight me to looking at a dude's crotches.
What? We're not
My-
trying to gaslight you, kid.
Chat doesn't have to
We would
try
never
hard
do
for that, kid.
My autism was like, yeah, I guess we could check to see if they had cod pieces. I mean, that's reasonable that some armors did actually indeed have those. But chatfish
I mean,
were
it was
actually
just crotch protection. Ultimately, it was just protection
Yes.
down there.
because
They got more flamboyant
like I
when there was
said-
a more noble person paying
yes,
for it.
because it's like, look at my mashup peeper. Check people.
Yeah.
People.
Case in point, if there was actually like plate armor for women, they'd have huge breasts. They would.
Yes, look at Chatfish. They're trying to argue with me because they know I'm right. The Chatfish feared the kid for they knew
I
he
like
was right.
Tauber's history lesson.
Yes.
Don't you worry, Kib. The rabbit people were wiped out because they kept stealing married men's carrots. That's why we had cod pieces. They took his pee-pee. Fuck. His pee-pee's gone. His pee-pee's gone.
By the way,
We
I
do
was
have
going to
fossils,
mention-
Gibbs, dinosaurs.
God
Yeah,
damn
checkmate.
Bino fucking NTR.
I like every time. Okay, you know what? I was holding myself. I'm going to go to the bathroom because I was like, I just need to say this and then go real quick. And you're like 3 times. So I was going to mention like
Me Bino.
what they. I posted another game on Steam to counterpose this game because like the gay people are trying to be like, don't buy Knight's Path because it's homoerotic or homophobic or whatever they call it.
That's exactly why I'm buying it now.
Buy this other game that you play a lesbian female.
I'll
knight,
pass.
and,
I'm not even gonna
I'll
cover
post the game because I remember seeing this game
I'm not
pop
even-
up as well.
No, I just want to show the
It is a
face
new
of the
coming out
character.
game.
The face of
Oh
the
my
character
god, that picture.
looks horrible.
Cherish.
Like, I posted the link over there.
I
you can-
posted again so Kibbs doesn't have to scroll.
Why you do this? Why you make me look at things I don't want to look at?
Yeah, Kibbs just wants to stare at card pieces in peace.
Mm-hmm.
But you're gonna have to do the menace thumbnail.
Dang. Okay, post it there. Tell me when I need.
And it's got to be very high quality and
It'll
good.
be assigned Sunday.
And it can't be silly
So
either.
High priority.
It has
It'll
to be
assigned
serious
Sunday,
and super realistic.
and it's gonna need to be high priority. So that'll
Bino
be
just starts
your goal for
fucking
that
fading out
week.
of existence, like. Now,
Because that comes out soon.
Now, before we move on past this game, I want to read this because I feel like the developers deserve an extra long focus point because I'm putting it on a wish list, and I'm now going to add Knight's Path to my list of things I'm going to fund as a series that we're going to do on our channel. So, yep, we're going to do it because anytime these cancel culture fucks try to go after any game, I don't even care if the game's good or bad. I'm going to give the game a fair shake. You know why? Because any game that's harassed like that deserves a fair shake. How dare they try to fucking do anything? How dare they try to, like, silence them? How dare they try to change their vision? I cannot stand it. And so I'm going to definitely be picking this game up, regardless. So, Knight's Path is a story-driven action RPG set in a grounded, low-fantasy world inspired. That's not technically true. You're technically wrong there. And I get it. There's only 2 of you. You know, you're just working on a game. But it's technically high fantasy. It's high fantasy. You've got dragons in it. But anyway, by the Holy Roman Empire. World inspired by the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah, if it was just the world changed, like, that would be fine. That would still be low fantasy. But the fact that there's, like, dragons and giant snails. Play as Alric, a young, disgraced noble who has lost everything and is forced to rebuild his life from nothing. What begins as a struggle to reclaim his lost status soon grows into a deeper calling. You come to realize that the people of Erenthold need you, and now you respond... and how you respond is your choice. You may walk the knightly path, embracing duty, sacrifice, and service to others, or you may act out of self-interest, seeking personal gain and comfort. Through discipline and hardship, your decisions shape what kind of knight Alric becomes, and what his name will come to represent. My God, it's going to be more than Fable than what Fable is. Wow. Combat is inspired by historical European martial arts and built around authentic stances and techniques. It is grounded in realism while making deliberate compromises to ensure combat remains engaging and satisfying. Good. I'm glad you understand that, because going just straight up historical might get a little bit stale, because then spears are just going to dominate you all the time. Fights are deliberate and weighty, with a strong emphasis on timing, positioning, parrying, countering, and precise weapon control. There are no flashy rolls or arcade shortcuts. Every strike, parry, counter, and step is intentional and meaningful. Progression is deeply tied to combat itself. You begin as someone who has never truly held a sword, and it shows in how Alric moves. Much like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, this is starting to sound like. He is slow, unsteady, and inefficient. Through practice, failure, and guidance from skilled teachers, his technique gradually improves. Animations, stances, and overall fighting style evolve naturally over time, until mastery is earned rather than given, and Alric becomes a true swordsman. Armor in Knight's Path is fully functional, historically grounded, and a clear testament to status and protection. You begin with no protection at all, vulnerable to every strike, and progress logically from simple padded gambesons to full plate armor that is nearly impenetrable. You feel the difference with every upgrade, making progression deeply logical, immersive, and rewarding. By observing an enemy's armor and stance, you can judge their strength and experience at a glance, making encounters readable, tactical, and immersive. Look at them. They're just fishies. Explore a handcrafted medieval world of villages, forests, fields, caves, manors, ruined castles, and the living city of Ernsthold. Help common folk survive harsh times, uncover hidden secrets, political conspiracies, and forgotten lore, and face monsters. Yep, very, very high fantasy there. Bandits and seasoned knights. Take part in castle sieges as both attackers and defenders. Join one of two distinct factions and compete in a nightly tournament that unfolds alongside the main story. Your choices shape how the world reacts to you and define the path you ultimately walk. My God. Well, it sounds actually interesting. Knight's Path actually sounds interesting. Now, it is being developed by, like, a couple of dudes. I don't know if there's other dudes there. Some puppers.
Emphasis on couple.
Yeah. But I'm hopeful that this turns out, because, again, more medieval games is always a welcome sight. Because I like medieval stuff. And actually, them embracing the fantasy stuff and having fantasy things in it actually makes it stand out from literally Kingdom Come Deliverance. Even though Kingdom Come Deliverance does technically have high fantasy in it. I know. They have spiritual entities in Kingdom Come Deliverance too.
Literally meet death.
Yeah, you meet death, and they basically confirm that God's real. So, yeah. It's one of those, like, hidden things, though, in KCD 2, because it's not something that you can just easily stumble into. But yes, death and God are actually confirmed in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Not only are they confirmed, but they also, like, basically heavily say, like, yeah, no, he's real. All of it. All of it is real. And you're like, oh. And then you just turn into little chatfishes. How do you make you feel, chat? Happy? Thank you. A little bit.
Yes. Chatfishes are very happy. They love medieval settings.
I won't be baited, Blake. You owe me now, by the way. He's like, what? And it's so sad. Now, back.
Now for another medieval game.
Hold on, we're not done, bitch. Oh, that's just the Fable shit.
Yeah, let's go back to Fable.
Did you see the? Okay, did you get a good
He didn't
look
at
at
it. He didn't look at
Did
the
you
other
get
one.
a good? Did you get a good look at the female NPC from the other game, right? Chatfishes. Remember that face, and then see the main character of the next game.
Me Beano. And then he looks at you.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's not looking so good, boys. This one's looking like we want make Kingdom Come Deliverance, but make it
Timu Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Put that chicken in it and make it lame and gay.
All right, let's let the trailer speak.
The world is not fair.
Oof. Oh.
Oh, my noble knight Erin, would thou aid this fair damsel to rise?
Bianca, where have they taken you?
1348.
Bianca, you are all that is left to me.
Is it a lesbo game?
Yes.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Also, did you guys see how she swung the sword?
The young knight who's brought chaos to
Yeah.
this camp.
What the fuck?
I seek word of a young postulant. She was kidnapped from my town by your men. You murder. You kidnap. I take no pleasure in bloodshed, yet your actions demand it.
When the pestilence came, he turned his back on us all.
Why is her non-sword arm
Any idea?
armored? Unarmored. What the fuck?
Family, little lord.
I swore an oath of justice.
But the other arm isn't?
I enjoyed
Timu Rhea! Timu! They stole my character! And made her ugly. Made her ugly.
Trust me.
That looks bad.
The
I'm
man will
sorry.
just outright overpower
That looks
her.
bad. Nothing to do with the other games promoting it. Like, this doesn't look very good.
Okay, but the thing is, the gays were like,
Why is there a
this
red
is so much
flare?
better."
What the fuck?
Is
Red smoke.
is the new yellow paint? Is red smoke now?
Yeah.
Chad, is
See-
this better or worse than the new
Historical?
Fable?
Oh, the combat doesn't look
Damn.
nearly as fun.
I think even the new Fable looks better than this.
No, the combat looks ass. Like the way she's swinging the sword. The way they're
Yeah,
blocking
she's just like
looks ass.
swiping around. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like nothing against this game because I'm not gonna blame the LGBTQ plus for them shoving this game in my face. But like I'll be real with you, it's you need to work on the poses and the combat. It just
And the
doesn't
story
look
and
good.
the characters. And everything else, yeah. If you don't blame them.
Asymmetrical armor makes sense, Kibbs. You armor your non-dominant arm to act as an impromptu shield.
Why the fuck would you let them hit you? If you're letting them
Why
hit
would-
you, you're already fucking up. Now,
Why would you only armor
moving
one
on.
side?
So, more importantly, we must wrap up this stream, I think. I think that's all the subjects. I think we're done.
Yes.
Very good.
Let me check. Did chat post anything?
Nope, doesn't matter. This fireside chat has far exceeded its threshold. It's over. You snooze, you fucking lose. So, chat, the bonus stream will be Void War. No, look at the one I posted. Yeah, what are you going to do for me, Plake, to look at it? What did Plake want, that little bitch?
He wants to talk about the new.
Fine, I'll
Yakuza
go
remaster.
away forever. What a
And
fucking
India posted a game for you to
bitch.
look at.
What a bit. Fine, we'll look at these things real quick. Because they're being bitches. Now, you're going to make me things, Plake, as punishment.
Just scroll up to the two things I posted.
Two things.
Above the well, yeah, that's Plake's, and I will post Indio's.
Just post both the new things at the bottom.
Okay, well, I'll get Indio's first.
Do it now. Chop, chop.
I just did Kibbs.
Oh, that looks like a game. No. It doesn't even have nudity. No, read the Tokyo Clan Boom message. Just like, oh my god, what a little bitch. You owe me, Blake. You owe me things. You belong to me.
I read the message, Blake.
As the third world human being, you don't have rights, okay? Like you never did. Like you never did. You were just my slave.
Mine was most to see Kibbs cringe about, says Indio. Alright, I think he needs to be punished.
Alright, we're gonna look at fucking goddamn Bendios first. Because these chuckle fucks make me work so hard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Being a streamer is so hard. I have to look at things and read.
He did specify
I have to
second
have
video,
reading
didn't he?
comprehension. Oh.
Skip first trailer.
Skip first trailer. Grasshopper manufacturer.
My name is Dead Man.
My name is what? Dead Man.
John Chatfish.
Oh, it's got fucking music that goes to the ad revenue.
What is your name?
Juliet.
Oh, that is cringe.
It's from the guy that did.
It's Romeo and Juliet, yeah.
Suda's 51 or something like that.
You and I.
It has a filter, which is not very good. Yeah, there's some sort of yellow filter active. Things are washed out looking.
You're still waiting?
You're still waiting. Now we're in space.
Dead man?
He moved chainsaw, man.
Am I supposed to understand what you're talking about?
Look at the time. I'll be waiting over there.
It doesn't look terrible, but it looks like something. I don't know. I'm not really getting an idea for the gameplay of like hack and slashy. Oh, Timu Gundam. Mamu just like fucking crawls out of his bunk like, and then ends, of course. Is this a knockoff of that chainsaw character thing from anime?
No, it's Suda 51, the guy that did like No More Heroes and Lollipop Chainsaw.
Nope, never played any of those.
He
I know the existence, but never played them.
He like basically like in the I saw an old trailer like in the beginning he dies and like they put that helmet on him to resurrect him or something like that. That's why the helmet.
I hate
Like
it.
they're zombies or something.
It's
like
weird
that.
enough that I might wishlist it. Damn.
You need to sign in.
I have to always sign in because it never remembers me. Like how it say remember me and it never does.
I
chat.
like how it saved all your information and checked fucked remember me, but it just didn't sign you in.
Fucking. Oh, that's why. Because I have a phone call thing I have to do. Yeah, I ain't doing that right now. I don't feel like it. Now the next thing that Chatfishes wanted me to look at was some sort of Yakuza thing. Why? Why am I looking at this chump ass? Tell me now or I'll kill you.
It's the Thin Flake post that he
No.
wanted you to look at 2 images and guess which is the remaster.
Okay, look at these 2 images, chat, and guess which one's the remaster. This is the left image, chat bitches. Like, fuck, good call bitches. And this is the right image. The left image is the remaster. You know why? Because the right image has color and is vibrant, and the left one looks washed out and bad. And if I had to be guessing, like the colorful one is the original, and then the shitty, washed out, soulless slop one is the remaster. Like that's always how that is. Look at that. Colorful, vibrant, like soulless, empty. But it has like the water is technically improved in the sense that it's got more complexity to it, but the water here is simpler but also stylistic. So yeah, that's probably what they did there too. Also, it looks like the resolution of textures seems to be higher in this image here, which would suggest that this is probably the remaster, and based on the fact that it's washed out, means a lacking of understanding of the vision, and the fact that the water is the way it is too. Again, goes back to my point. They don't understand the original vision because the remaster team are making changes for the sake of changes, and it's this usual fucking thing. Like, why are you telling me this? I'm an experienced game director. Of course, I know. This is the obvious one. This is obviously the original. Obvious. It's colorful. It's vibrant. Everything that's modern looks like shit. Looks like this. This looks like shit. Now let's look at this. What is this?
That's the remaster.
Yeah, that's
Blake
I
said
was right.
also that once this comes out, the original game is removed.
This is
from
washed
Steam,
out
he
looking.
says.
Yep, look. Washed out and ugly. Washed out, ugly. Yeah, it's like the color is just gone. It looks kind of empty.
The left one is the original, says Blake.
What? No.
This is the one that will get removed.
This is the one that got
What?
removed? What? He's lying.
New one is Kiwami 3.
He's just saying stuff. I'm an experienced kid. I know what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, keeps talking out his ass.
No.
And getting...
Then this one looks ugly. This is the original. This
Why
sucks.
is this slightly higher res than the new one?
Okay, show me
Yeah.
the other one.
This
I
is-
don't know, Kips. I don't like this.
Why is it lower resolution?
It's
and what,
lower
like,
res. There's no filter, and it's got a lot of color in it.
Yeah, I don't
The
like
left one has
things with a lot
pre-baked
of
shadows
color
like the other
sometimes.
pictures.
Well, the remaster's better. You're welcome. If this is what the
Yeah.
remaster looks like, look at that. It's colorful.
Yeah, look.
It has vibrancy. Thank God. This looks
The same
washed
page-
out. It looks like it's got a filter on. I hate filters. And that's my
Yeah,
only
remaster looks a
context
lot
I've
better.
gotten. Yeah, if this is the new one, this is an improvement. They removed a filter. It's got color. This is washed out. It looks bad.
More pictures in the replies, says Blake.
I posted the
On
same
the
page.
right.
I don't think I give a shit. Like it's Yakuza. Like you asked me to compare 2 pictures in which I thought were better. I honestly thought that this was the original because this looks like what the remaster would do. It's washed out.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks not very good.
The one Blake is proclaiming is replacing it. Yeah, it is a lot brighter.
This looks better. I can actually see. Everything kind of blends together and my eyes glaze over.
Yeah, Blake's now mad at you forever because you didn't say the response you wanted.
We need the stream beating Gibbs. Yeah, we are. Either way, the colorful one looks nice. It's got color in it. Look at it. Which is weird that it's got color in it, but like the textures are crap in this one.
Yeah,
Like-
they look like they really like that. Looks horrible.
Like that's terrible because like I'm looking at this and like, yeah, the textures here. I don't know.
They look at the higher res
This
on the
looks
left
like
than
the
they on the right.
remaster because the remaster it's got higher res, but like it's no color and desaturated. And remasters always desaturate. So, okay. So their remaster is they've fucking like let's add color. But let's remove all the texture. So they
We
did
have
a
to make the
sidestep.
textures look like they're from the PlayStation.
Is that what they did? Either way,
No,
I don't give a
I'm
shit
saying
about this game. I don't care. I don't like Yakuza. I think it's boring. It's boring.
I
Makes
tend
me
to
wanna
find them to be boring games.
I don't think these games
Never
are
played
interesting.
them. Never
But yeah,
tried.
this one's colorful. What do you think, Mamu? Let me ask you. Do you like this picture or do you like this picture?
So the one on the right is technically more colorful, yes, but in being more colorful, it somehow looks worse. The one on the left looks like a San Andreas Vice City ripoff. Like they
I
both
see
look
what you
bad.
mean, yeah.
For different reasons.
I
Okay.
don't. You're right. The one on the left does have the filter removed, so you get the actual colors on the right. But because of the filter just being removed, and them not actually like touching anything up, it looks wonky.
I mean, I just don't care.
I mean, yeah, I don't care about any of the Yakuza games. They're trash, but I know it's gonna upset the weebs, but they're not good.
Like any feeling you feel right now is of your own fault. You asked somebody who didn't care about this franchise what he thought. So if
Yeah.
it upsets you, you only have yourself to blame. But because you've wasted my time, I'm now charging you. So I expect free animations in exchange for my wasted time. You'll be making a Chatfish animation as penance for your sins.
Punishment.
Because you should make me things. Yakuza's just not something I'm interested in. If you like Yakuza, great. I don't. I don't care. I have no opinions on it. I don't want to play them. And quite frankly, I don't like mini games. I'm not interested. You know my opinions on mini games, chat. So of course I'm not gonna like Yakuza when Yakuza's all about mini games.
I never seen anyone talking about the actual gameplay. People are like, "Oh, this minigame, the karaoke." It's like, okay. I don't know.
Also, we have some
I never done.
breaking news that just happened just now. It's in the
Damn.
announcement
Jeff
section
Keighley.
of the server for the Void War game.
Oh.
I'm just making sure that's in the announcement section. Yeah, it is. So here's an announcement from them. Hey, everyone. Quick update on the situation. Valve pulled Void War Steam page after a DMCA notice that says Games Workshop is claiming copyright infringement.
Yep.
Valve only gave us a public GW infringements inbox and the name Mal Reynolds. Yes, like Firefly. It's probably a troll. It's not a legal team then. If I did Mal Reynolds, like Firefly. And we have not gotten any response from GW, and we emailed that inbox. So right now we can't independently verify who submitted it. Beyond what's in the notice, we're proceeding through the standard DMCA process to get this page back up, and we'll post updates as soon as we have confirmed info. So, interesting breaking news here. Interesting. So what this basically confirms is that it's likely somebody who doesn't like them and basically took it down. If I had to wager a guess, not only is it that, but Mal Reynolds, yeah, that's the name of the character from Firefly. The odds of that being the same are very unlikely. Usually it's probably a
Yeah,
troll
this
account.
sounds like it was a troll.
Now, this highlights a problem that I need to talk about. Now, Chet, I know I don't say this very often because I worked at Blizzard. Oh wait, no, sorry, different script. I worked as an anti-piracy agent. I'm so funny. But yes, this is something I've complained about even when I was an anti-piracy agent, and even now, because I assume it hasn't changed. Now I don't know about Steam, but I can tell you right now, when it comes to DMCA's, there is very shit tools for DMCA stuff. Like you can DMCA almost anybody and anything. Now, granted, there's ways to like track people who do that down, but it's still a huge process. And because DMCA tools are technically exploitable, it's technically theoretically possible that someone could exploit the tools to inadvertently take down something they don't like because they disagree with the developer or for whatever reason. This is something that's been a problem back when I was an agent, and probably, if I had to guess, is still a fucking problem today. And it's not just Steam, it's YouTube, it's everywhere. DMCA tools, which exist, are fucking atrocious. The back end of this shit's never been updated. It's all entirely based on like this principle of like, yeah, no, just trust whoever submits it. Because like I said, like I've filled out these forms before. I literally have done this. I've taken down things before. And I can tell you with almost certainty that the way it's set up, it's an automated system. You just submit and then it goes through. And yes, there are repercussions for that, but the issue is that it's going to do untold amounts of damage in the interim, which still is unacceptable. But yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Like
It's
you
still
said,
a
it
lot of eyebrow
does.
raising.
It does seem like it's not necessarily the company itself, but we'll have to wait and see. That's fucked up if it's someone just doing it to
That
fuck with them.
also, yeah,
Yeah.
raises a lot of concerns if people can just
But
do that.
that is the current era we live in, where people feel like they have to do these things just because they don't like something.
Yeah, because if this was GW, honestly, I would make a little public to say, "Hey, we didn't do this. Someone else did this on their behalf." And honestly, I would almost bring charges on that person of, "Hey, you don't enforce
that
our
does
DMCA
damage.
copyright. It's like you don't enforce our copyright. We enforce it. You don't own
Especially,
this. We do."
especially on like it's an enforcement that is going to fuck them up because a lot of people are going to be like, "Hey, did you hear the GW did this and this? Oh my God, it's the padrons all over again." It's like,
It's unacceptable, is what it is. Unacceptable. And Chatfish
still-
must be punished. You're saying?
So we do know what the claim that it was, what the copyright claim was. We just don't know who did it, and that just makes me raise eyebrows even more. They like, you can't verify that it's actually GW. It seems it's like basic sense that Valve can verify that, or should be able to verify that. But as Kibbs elaborated, it's just going to be a tedious process, and unfortunately for the devs,
also, it's like the weekend. That's another issue. Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt.
No, it's fine. It's like, yeah, hopefully this gets cleared up, but if they... Honestly, GW would have highly probability would have responded by now, because this... People doing DMCAs on their behalf, that's a serious no-no.
There's a bigger issue. There's the issue that maybe it was a malicious DMCA, but GW is now like, but what if, you get what I mean? Like, what if GW sues? You know?
Odds are if they were going to do that, they would have done that already.
I know, but like, it's just like
GW should be more concerned that somebody did this on their behalf, assuming that's the case. We're still waiting on this, but if that's the case, and there is some indication based on the name given on the DMCA claim that it was just some random person, either through hating the game or a troll, is doing this. And honestly, if I were GW corporate, I would be fuming, and I would seriously try to find that person that did it and bring charges. That's what I would do.
I mean, the big thing about the DMCA process is realistically, it should be like a, hey, we have an office, call us, and then you talk. And you exchange personal data and information. And you confirm, like, you have to, like, show your location and shit. Because realistically, it should be. Because any, like, even as a copyright agent, like, yeah, you're working for the office. Of course. Like, I'm totally cool with you knowing who I am. I don't care. Because it's my job, you know? It's... Somebody who's actually worried about that would be actually like, no, I don't want to do that. No. Yeah, because you're guilty. That's why. You're guilty. You literally are committing a crime. And that, what they did is a crime, by the way, in my eyes. I think, I don't know, like, I'm pretty sure you can be taken over court of that, because that does financial damages. You can be sued. You've taken down their game. You've hidden their game, pretty much. And now they're losing out on sales, because there's even people, which I did read, There are people who are like, oh, that's a shame. I got like a fucking gift card for Steam and I was actually going to buy this. And now I went to go find it and I don't see it. And so they might have just lost a sale there. They might not buy the game. It's not their fault, you know, that the game's not available. And it's one of
There's
those...
also the
Go ahead.
There's also false accusations. If it's a false accusation of which
It damages GW's reputation, right? Like in the beginning of the stream, it very much seems like it could be GW's modus operandi. They have done abuse in the past, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did. However, it doesn't appear that GW has done that, which means that if it's not them, then whoever it is somebody impersonating GW to besmirch their name. Now, it's not like anybody needs to fucking add on to their already crappy reputation. They're not a very good company. But at the same time, what they're doing is not okay. So, yeah. Either way, I think that'll wrap up today's stream. We'll be moving on to the next stream. We'll be streaming Void War to cover that game a little bit because it's unfortunate their game's down, and I wanted to highlight their game as a way to just keep people's attention on their game so they're not forgotten, regardless of whatever's happening. So, yeah, we'll see you in the Void War stream. Take care, Chatfish, and have a good day. Goodbye.
See you in the void. Goodbye.